Σε έναν κόσμο που εξελίσσεται διαρκώς, υπάρχει κάτι που μας συνδέει για πάντα. Η ανθρώπινη επιθυμία να προσπαθούμε για το καλύτερο. Η μοναδική ικανότητα να προσαρμοζόμαστε και να αναπτυσσόμαστε μέσα από τις αλλαγές. Μια έμφυτη δύναμη που καθοδηγεί τη θέλησή μας και τις ενέργειές μας. Ένα αναδυόμενο κύμα που ξεπερνά εμπόδια και όρια και δημιουργεί τις προϋποθέσεις για τις ερχόμενες προκλήσεις. Κάτι που μας συνδέει βαθιά. Όχι μόνο μέσα στην εταιρεία, αλλά και με όλους τους ανθρώπους των οποίων το μέλλον σκοπεύουμε να κάνουμε καλύτερο. Η ενέργειά μας. Διότι εμείς βλέπουμε την ενέργεια μέσα από νέες οπτικές, ανοίγοντας έτσι το δρόμο για ανανεώσιμες πηγές, μειωμένο ανθρακικό αποτύπωμα, νέες πελατοκεντρικές υπηρεσίες και υπηρεσίες ηλεκτροκίνησης. Δημιουργούμε νέες υπηρεσίες εκτός του παραδοσιακού πυρήνα των δραστηριοτήτων μας και αγκαλιάζουμε τον ψηφιακό μετασχηματισμό. Για να μοιραστούμε αυτή την ενέργεια με όλους, ευθύνη μας είναι να την κάνουμε προσιτή και διαθέσιμη. Εδώ και τώρα, αλλά και σε κάθε μας στιγμή, μέσα από τη νέα εταιρική μας ταυτότητα. Διατηρούμε την πλούσια και μακροχρόνια κληρονομιά μας, ενώ παράλληλα κάνουμε ένα βήμα μπροστά, αναγνωρίζοντας τι είναι αυτό που μας καθορίζει. Προσθέτουμε ένα σημαντικό κομμάτι του DNA μας, την εφευρετικότητά μας, αγκαλιάζοντας έτσι νέες τεχνολογίες με αναφορά στη σταθερή μας προσέγγιση για ένα βιώσιμο μέλλον. Παρουσιάζουμε τη νέα εταιρική μας ταυτότητα. Αλλά δεν είναι μόνο ένα νέο όνομα. Παράλληλα, αλλάζουμε και τον τρόπο που επικοινωνούμε. Με βάση την ισχυρή μας κληρονομιά και με την ενέργεια ενός κύματος αλλαγής, κάθε μας επικοινωνία θα εξελιχθεί, ακολουθώντας μια πιο σύγχρονη, ψηφιακή, αλλά και ανθρωποκεντρική προσέγγιση για να δημιουργήσουμε μια νέα αντίληψη για το ποιοι είμαστε. Ένας εξωστρεφής ηγέτης της αλλαγής. Ένας υπεύθυνος εταιρικός πολίτης με μια ανθρωποκεντρική ταυτότητα. Ενώνουμε τον κόσμο μέσω της ενέργειας. Empowering tomorrow. Hellenic Energy.
Vodafone Business Temperature Tag. Άμεση πρόσβαση σε μετρήσεις θερμοκρασίας και υγρασίας για τη διασφάλιση της ποιότητας ζωής. Vodafone Temperature Advanced Control. Προηγμένες δυνατότητες παρακολούθησης θερμοκρασίας, κίνησης, τοποθεσίας. Vodafone Fleet Control. Απομακρυσμένος έλεγχος και διαχείριση στόλου οχημάτων. Vodafone Remote Healthcare. Πρόσβαση σε υπηρεσίες υγείας για όλους, καταργώντας γεωγραφικούς ή άλλους περιορισμούς. Vodafone Smart Parking and Accessible Parking Monitoring. Εντοπισμός διαθέσιμων θέσεων στάθμευσης και αναγνώριση οχημάτων ΑΜΕΑ. Vodafone Sensing as a Service. Περιβαλλοντικοί αισθητήρες για πόλεις και δήμους για τη βελτίωση της ποιότητας ζωής. Vodafone Mobile Asset Tracking. Απομακρυσμένος έλεγχος περιουσιακών στοιχείων επιχειρήσεων. Vodafone Occupancy Control. Αυτοματοποιημένο σύστημα ελέγχου πληρότητας εσωτερικών χώρων για την τήρηση των κανόνων ασφαλείας. Smart Bins Management. Σύστημα διαχείρισης αποκομιδής απορριμμάτων για πόλεις και δήμους. Smart Water Metering. Παρακολούθηση κατανάλωσης νερού. Together we can.
Σε έναν κόσμο που εξελίσσεται διαρκώς, υπάρχει κάτι που μας συνδέει για πάντα. Η ανθρώπινη επιθυμία να προσπαθούμε για το καλύτερο. Η μοναδική ικανότητα να προσαρμοζόμαστε και να αναπτυσσόμαστε μέσα από τις αλλαγές. Μια έμφυτη δύναμη που καθοδηγεί τη θέλησή μας και τις ενέργειές μας. Ένα αναδυόμενο κύμα που ξεπερνά εμπόδια και όρια και δημιουργεί τις προϋποθέσεις για τις ερχόμενες προκλήσεις. Κάτι που μας συνδέει βαθιά. Όχι μόνο μέσα στην εταιρεία, αλλά και με όλους τους ανθρώπους των οποίων το μέλλον σκοπεύουμε να κάνουμε καλύτερο. Η ενέργειά μας. Διότι εμείς βλέπουμε την ενέργεια μέσα από νέες οπτικές, ανοίγοντας έτσι το δρόμο για ανανεώσιμες πηγές, μειωμένο ανθρακικό αποτύπωμα, νέες πελατοκεντρικές υπηρεσίες και υπηρεσίες ηλεκτροκίνησης. Δημιουργούμε νέες υπηρεσίες εκτός του παραδοσιακού πυρήνα των δραστηριοτήτων μας και αγκαλιάζουμε τον ψηφιακό μετασχηματισμό. Για να μοιραστούμε αυτή την ενέργεια με όλους, ευθύνη μας είναι να την κάνουμε προσιτή και διαθέσιμη. Εδώ και τώρα, αλλά και σε κάθε μας στιγμή, μέσα από τη νέα εταιρική μας ταυτότητα. Διατηρούμε την πλούσια και μακροχρόνια κληρονομιά μας, ενώ παράλληλα κάνουμε ένα βήμα μπροστά, αναγνωρίζοντας τι είναι αυτό που μας καθορίζει. Προσθέτουμε ένα σημαντικό κομμάτι του DNA μας, την εφευρετικότητά μας, αγκαλιάζοντας έτσι νέες τεχνολογίες με αναφορά στη σταθερή μας προσέγγιση για ένα βιώσιμο μέλλον. Παρουσιάζουμε τη νέα εταιρική μας ταυτότητα. Αλλά δεν είναι μόνο ένα νέο όνομα. Παράλληλα, αλλάζουμε και τον τρόπο που επικοινωνούμε. Με βάση την ισχυρή μας κληρονομιά και με την ενέργεια ενός κύματος αλλαγής, κάθε μας επικοινωνία θα εξελιχθεί, ακολουθώντας μια πιο σύγχρονη, ψηφιακή, αλλά και ανθρωποκεντρική προσέγγιση για να δημιουργήσουμε μια νέα αντίληψη για το ποιοι είμαστε. Ένας εξωστρεφής ηγέτης της αλλαγής. Ένας υπεύθυνος εταιρικός πολίτης με μια ανθρωποκεντρική ταυτότητα. Ενώνουμε τον κόσμο μέσω της ενέργειας. Empowering tomorrow. Hellenic Energy.
GDP of the country represented here, so I think it covers a great scope. And over the next hour, we're going to talk about regional development and the way in which the European and international funding and growth tools can help the regions and the country overall. So, without further ado, I'd like to welcome our guests to present them to you. We have, to my left, Mr. Ioannis Tsakiris, the Deputy Minister of Development and Investments, Mr. Nikos Madoufas, Governor of the Greek Recovery and Resilience Agency, Mr. Kansler Rasmussen, the Head of Unit Cyprus and Greece of DG Regio, Mr. Platanas Marlafekis, the President of the Chamber of Achaia, and Mr. Iafogos Kargarotos, the Vice Chairman of Papastratos, a subsidiary of Papastratos. I'm Dimitris Pefanis, I'm the manager of CNN Greece. So the first question is to Mr. Tsakiris. As we have Mr. Marlafekis on the panel, yesterday he said that you helped the financing in Western Greece because you helped with the direct absorption of EU resources. So based on this statement, I'd like to ask, how can we have greater absorption in the local communities? First of all, thank you for inviting me. I believe that when Mr. Marlafika said that I helped, he meant the NSRF helped and its services. So, truth be told, we have two levels as regards regional growth, the regional level and the ministry level, as the NSRF is divided into regional and sectoral programs. So maximizing absorption and the quality of absorption, because there are lots of types of absorption, but the maximizing quality absorption, which is what we want for local community and obviously for society at large, I believe that this requires excellent coordination between the regional authorities and the central government. So having said that, what I want to say is that through the NSRF, through the different funds, the actions that are issued at the regional level must be complementary to those enacted on a sectoral level. So we've achieved quite a large degree of coordination, and this is why we see such large absorption between the central government as regards these funds and the regions. We need to do even more to manage to have every euro that enters the local community or is spent in the local community can act in a complementary way with the funds from sectoral programs. So we need coordination. It's been achieved to a large extent, and we see this in the absorption, the expenses in the old programming period. There's collaboration that's been achieved in the new NSRF period as regards the complementarity of the regional and the sectoral actions to avoid overlaps. And I believe that in the next NSRF period, we will try, of course, we can never maximize this fully, but we want to do as much as we can as regards the absorption to the benefit of regional growth. Thank you very much. And I think the takeaway word is coordination. I think this is the key to the new programming period because we've got a lot of resources to be absorbed now. So this is what we need to do. Mr. Matsoufis, if the NSRF is the one pillar of growth, the recovery resilience facility is the other. So talking about the recovery and resilience facility, let me ask you, Greece has already received 2 installments from that if we take into account the advance, more than 10 million. So what are we doing about this and what are we going to do in the future? What's the dynamic created here? Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Louloudis, for inviting me here. It's always my pleasure to be back at my city and to be able to talk about regional development issues. So starting, I'd like to say that Greece, like other European countries, are, after the pandemic, they have a new financing tool. For Greece, this amounts to 30.5 billion euros from the Recovery and Resilience Facility. It's a challenge. At a European level, we have very strict confines in the design of this facility. So we had to act very quickly. And a great difference is that the disbursements come after the achievement of certain milestones. The Greek program has 230 different milestones, and they're quite complex, and disbursements come upon the completion of the whole matrix of milestones set. So, for Greece and for other European countries, it's a challenge at the time when we have other programs such as the NSRF programs. But Greece, at the moment, is indeed one of the countries, one of the first countries where we've had two disbursements, 11.1 billion euros. And this ranks us in first position as regards the disbursements in any European country. So this is a great injection of liquidity in the Greek economy. However, we were designing this overall program and we took into account the NSRF funds, because what we had to do was to have two different programs with a great extensive resources to get them to act in a complementary fashion, not to overlap. So with Mr. Sakiris, Mr. Skalkos, and the government, we had lengthy discussions about how these two programs can coexist. It's not all that easy, actually. And our ambition is for the Recovery and Resilience Facility to be as successful, at least, as the NSRF program in Greece over time. And I'd like to note that the NSRF in Greece, the NSRF for Greece over time, and in this government, has achieved significant results. Congratulations, Dimitris, Yanis, Karsten, because this overall thing shows that we are a country that manages to do what it wants to. It has excellent collaboration with the European Commission, and we are a country that can do difficult things in a methodical fashion and achieve results. Now, regarding the resilience facility, 11.1 billion euros, first country to have in terms of disbursements. But what have we done with this money? We have two basic axes in the resilience facility. Now, out of this money, 17.8 billion concerns subsidies and 10.5 billion concerns loans, which acts as a financing tool, and this was greatly aided by our experience with NSRF, with Jessica, with other financing tools. Yanis knows about this very well. This allowed us to set up a very innovative program, and we're going to discuss this. At the moment, we have disbursements that at the level of grants go over 3.3 billion euros, and these are real injections in the economy. We have a lot of ongoing projects. I'd like to mention only, just because we're in the region of Western Greece, some characteristic projects. A great project that's part of the Recovery and Resilience Facility is the project, the great electricity project in Amphilochia, which is funded by the Facility Fund. This is a very important project for the energy security of the country. It's one of the greatest such projects in the European Union, and it's being constructed at the moment. For the city of Patras, we have approved, and in the forthcoming period, we will start the negotiations. 6 billion for digital systems and other road safety projects. So not large roads, but some interventions. I mean, if you start walking across Patras, you'll understand how many interventions we need in terms of pavements, crossroads, smart crossings, school roads. So we need this. So Patras takes advantage of the road safety project, which is financed by this. We also have cultural activities. We have the restoration of part of the Castle of Patras, the restoration of various points in Olympia, and a series of interventions which, in a smaller scale and up to the larger scale of the project in Amphilochia, together boost the dynamics for growth of Achaia and Patra. So we also need to take into account the large project that Western Greece has under the NSRF. So in total, at the level of public projects and of local entrepreneurship, and I will talk more about this later on, we will see very significant actions, and our aim here is overall, in the best possible way, to achieve this for true growth in the area. Thank you very much. So I think the takeaway, the key takeaway is the great dynamics of the Recovery and Resilience Facility and the NSRF funds. Yes, we are pioneers in Europe, and although we had to deal with very tight deadlines in this program, but we're ahead of the initial planning.
And refer to Mr. Rasmussen. Mr. Rasmussen, you have a huge experience in European funding, and today we're more or less discussing European funding. So what I'd like to ask you is, given your experience, on a scale of 1 to 10, how competent are the Greek authorities and stakeholders in general in taking advantage of the European financing and growth tools? Because that's a really good question. Okay, the money is there, the tools are there, but how do we take advantage of them? And what measures can be taken in order to improve this rank?
This is the kind of trick question that can only get me into trouble. So
that's the idea.
From 1 to 10, I think the relevant measurement is from 1 to 27. We have 27 member states, and indeed, I have been working with 9 of them in my career, and so I have some basis for comparison. I might surprise you, but Greece is doing extremely well. And this is based on an objective assessment of what has been achieved so far. Greece was the first to negotiate the partnership agreement in Europe, to the surprise of many other countries. It was actually half a year earlier, together with Cyprus, half a year earlier than all other countries. And that was a common achievement. We did not cheat. We have a significant green and digital conversion in the programs. We have a stronger architecture with a better definition of what exactly the sectoral programs are doing compared to what the regional programs are doing, what Yanis mentioned before. I think we have a fair division of labor between the RRF and the NSRF. This is something that had to be done in great urgency. But to the surprise of even myself, we are not really walking on each other's feet, at least not yet. So there is enough space for both these equal instruments that total 50 billion euros, so an unprecedented amount of funding that we're trying to push there through the economy. There's sufficient space in the organization and the economy to do both at the same time. Beyond the partnership agreement, last summer we got almost all programs adopted, again, as the first in Europe. And this is not something that just happens. It happens because in the Greek system, people accepted to work over the summer. Many of the agents working for Dimitri sacrificed their summer holidays, and they were told to, but they did it, they took the pain. So in August, as the latest, we had all the programs, with one exception, the technical assistance program that we adopted in December. So again, we are half a year ahead of most other countries. And that gave us the opportunity in autumn to start doing the monitoring committees to get the programs up and running. Talking about business, EPANEC has launched a huge part of what we call specialization and then the calls, meaning the funding is open to SMEs. Not all programs follow the same pace, and we are shouting at everybody to get started, but by and large, the new system is up and running while everybody is busy closing the previous period in this last year where everybody, including here in Western Greece, is struggling to make sure that we do not lose any funding. In addition to this, because not everything is about absorption, and I'm dreaming of the day when we stop speaking about absorption. Absorption should be a given. It should be a given that we can process all the funding and take all the advantage of all the possibilities we have. It has not been like that in the past, but I think we're getting into a period now where we can start speaking also about direction, strategy, and quality of the investments, sustainability of the investments. Having started early, we are in a position of timeliness. We have never been there before. Combined also with a new flexibility to face projects. So many of the projects that in 2014 we would have had to stop or you would have to finish them on your own, they can now smoothly continue into the next period. This gives us a quick start in terms of projects generating expenditure, and it gives a little bit of relief to this stressed system that has to handle both NSRF and RRF investments at the same time. To underpin our business investment, we have a new smart specialization strategy in Greece. The previous one was regionalized, and it had success in many regions, and it did not have a lot of success in others. Regions are different, but also the ability of regions to organize themselves and to put in place efficient governance for business to work together with academia, with the local authorities, with civil society, varies across the country. This time around, we have a national strategy that has regional ramifications. So the two will work together. In addition to that, we have special instruments like the Just Transition Fund that will target two very significant challenges in Western Macedonia and Megalopolis in particular. This requires for a new way of thinking and a new speed of doing things. So everything is perfect so far, but we're still in Greece. Greece is also a country that in 2020, the last year when the World Bank did its doing business figures or assessment, ranked 79 in the world. 79 in 2020 was 24 positions lower than Belarus. So that is not a good performance, and that is also a reality we have to face. We are surrounded by bureaucracy. We are surrounded by too many rules that slow down our investments on the ground. And we also have to look at ourselves in a critical way and ask ourselves if the procedures we use for EU funding are simple enough. I'm sure they are not, and there are many, many reasons for that, including in Brussels. But day by day, we have to promise each other that we're going to make life easier for entrepreneurs, for business, so that when we promise, when we open opportunity for funding, that funding then also actually flows. And I also wish for the Greek system to be bolder and to be able to make clearer choices, not to continue to make funding available to everybody, to make everybody happy all the time. That is not the solution to success. If we want to strengthen Greece, choices have to be made. We need to pick the winners of tomorrow. That is in the smart specialization strategy, but it will also be part of the emerging industrial policy that will now be possible further to the easing of state aid rules. Europe is finally waking up to the reality that we are in a competitive world. We are not competing only with ourselves between countries. We are competing with China. We are competing with the states. They take state action. Europe, over the next year, will also give itself new instruments to do the same, and that calls also for a reaction from Greece. So what are the key sectors that Greece will choose? What are the key companies that Greece will choose to drive forward this direction? So a mixed bag, a very, very good start, objectively speaking, but also we are continuously in a difficult environment, and we are in a difficult world that is changing.
So at the end of the day, we do get a passing grade, but we need to work harder to become best in class.
You get more than a passing grade. I mean, you get a first grade in terms of the start. But you also need to be the best. I mean, we will hold you to account for being the best, not second best. That's the level of ambition.
Και από τις Βρυξέλλες να επιστρέψουμε στην...
And from Brussels, let us go back to Achaia, and now I would like to give the floor to Mr. Marlafekas. Now, I would like now, apart from the macroeconomic approach, to focus on the local community. And my question is, what is the role of local authorities or local stakeholders to facilitate the absorption of development funds? And in your capacity as the president of the Chamber of Achaia, what actions have you taken?
So, good morning. I'd like to welcome our esteemed guests who have come here to our city. Thank you very much, Mr. Louloudis, for the collaboration we enjoy. As a president of the Chamber of Achaia since 2012, I've always followed a kind of rationale that nothing should be done for us without us. So what we try to do, and it's less obvious than it seems, everything that we do, the business world, most of the people we have are volunteers. So what we try to do, talking with people, talking with local stakeholders who play an important role here. And this is the answer to your question. The regional authorities, the region, the municipalities, us, the chamber, not only the business chamber, but the economic chamber and the technical chamber, we are kind of the consultants for these actions to take the right decisions and follow the right policies for each region to get the money it needs and use it in the best way for added value. So, representing the Chamber of Ahaya, we took key decisions from the very start. Patras IQ on the transfer of know-how. It's an important fair connecting innovation at the university with businesses. After that, we also follow two axes, two pillars. The one is Interact programs that we've been working on over the past 6 years, and through these programs, we've given the opportunity to more than 20 startups that were created through these programs. And this is important not only as a figure, but as an overall action and taking an initiative. I mean, I did personally more to help my colleagues all over Greece. 2 years ago, I started my service as president of the FEPAE, which collaborates with the Ministry of Development, Mr. Tsakiris, Mr. Tsarkos. We managed to include in the previous NSRF period in 75 actions overall of state funding, 211,000 businesses, so about 25% about of Greek businesses. So all of them got some kind of financing, about 3.2 billion euros. So what's important is that this result came over the past 2 years, where from the 211,000 companies, more than half were included over the past 2 years, which means that my role was created an accelerator effect for these policies that reached the market. So we're talking about 3.2 billion euros, and 2.6 of this was channeled to the market over the past 2 years, which means that at least the role of the Chamber of Ahaya and of me personally, we feel that we have offered something significant to getting these policies out to the market and very quickly. Yes, and I think it's very important that they reached a great number of companies as well, because when we're talking about regional growth, this means that it has to kind of cover the largest percent, the base of the business pyramid, shall we say, that will allow them to level up. So talking about businesses, if we're talking about growth and regional growth, we need to take into account direct foreign investment. So we've got EU funds, we've got the state tools and the EU tools, but we also have the direct investments by the companies here. So here, Mr. Margarotis is a great example, because Papastratos is one of the companies that's made one of the greatest direct foreign investments in Greece in production. So how did you reach that decision to invest in Greece, and especially when this was a very difficult juncture when the investment plan began? And what's the result so far, and what's to come in the future? Good morning. I'm very happy to be back to my alma mater. I was a student here many decades ago. So before I answer, I'd like to remind you that today, 17 days after the accident at Tempe, where we saw things that we either didn't know about or didn't want to look at. I'd like to say that this conference is a great opportunity to have a look and to talk about the other face of Greece, what us in the business world are dreaming of, what's our vision and what we're investing in. So this is what Papastratos over the last 72 years has been investing in. This is what we want. And always we believe that this country has a true growth potential, and so do its people. So we started in 2017. This was the last kind of wave of investments at a time when the trust enjoyed by the country in international markets was not the greatest. And we believe that we contributed to restore a climate of trust between the business community at a for Greece at an international level. So we launched our innovative ICOS product, and the success of this product, together with investment, acted with multiplier effects for the economy and for employment and exports. So we had already implemented 2 phases of this investment plan. We recently announced another phase, which will create 300 more jobs, and overall in 17 to about 2025, when it'll be finished, we will have finished with a great growth. So this is one of the regions that concern the investments. There are another 2, which I think are very important aspects. The one is its people, it's the new jobs created, and it's the work environment that we offer to our people. It's how, on an equal basis, we treat men and women, because in essence, a career or wages have no gender. So we've got a certification on this as well. And we are very open to diversity and to inclusiveness. And there's a third aspect, which I believe is very important, which has to do with sustainable development. We implement a series of actions to minimize our carbon footprint. Recently, we were certified as a carbon neutral factory, the Papastratos factory, and in parallel, we have many actions for best practices for the management of waste, energy, etc. So in the future, there's only one way to go. The same that has applied in the past will apply in the future, and this is how we can boost our footprint in the Greek economy, how we can boost our contribution to Greek society, and how we can bring to life our vision for a cigarette-less Greece the soonest possible. Thank you very much. Yes, it's a very interesting investment, a lot of money, but also it's interesting to look at the quality characteristics. So you're moving on to the next level. You're moving on to sustainability, equality in work. All these things show the social impact of the investment apart from the great economic benefit. So moving on to Mr. Tsakiris for the second round of questions. After following what Mr. Rasmussen said, I'd like to ask you, in summary, to what degree can EU funding be tools for recovery? Because we had very significant results last year, but we need to have good results this year too, especially in the regions. And as Mr. Rasmussen said, how can we improve in relation to the past? Okay, the question is, if these tools could act as a catalyst, is not if these tools could act as a catalyst, because they are, definitely. They're the only tools, apart from direct foreign investment, that we get into the country and that are invested in the country. So these are a catalyst. But the question is, as Mr. Rasmussen said, how can we have a faster effect on the economy? And this is what we're trying to do now. As regards NSRF, we have simplified the procedures, especially for SMEs. I'd like to remind you that now we have a new IT system. This is very important. And end users see this when they are to apply. We have all applications for NSRF funding by SMEs take place online. We see, and this is very important, that we have actions that are already open, and we've already started disbursements from actions that are already open, and they started with catering and hotel and tourist actions. So a month ago, we opened the applications for digital transformation for SMEs. I believe that in under a month from now, and we've committed to the ministry to this, we will start the first payment. So in 2 months, there's a company that submitted an application for NSRF funding will be able to start its investment and to get payments from the expenses conducted and submitted in the plan. So this is very important. Plus, the entire process, which we have simplified so that at least we can bring down the time to market. So the expense needs to reach the mass market as soon as possible. Without this, obviously, coming in conflict with the quality of the applications and the proposals made by businesses. Yes, this is very important, and we're listening to comments on this. Time to market is perhaps the key to the implementation of such actions. To submit the application, to get the money fast when you really need it, and not 1 or 2 years later. So talking about money, yesterday we had another interest rate hike by the European Central Bank. At the same time, we have the other pillar that we talked about, the Recovery and Resilience Facility. So we've got the loans. And what we see is that given the new interest rate hike, we have an acceleration in this. So what's the image now? What do you think the future is going to bring? I'd like to welcome, first of all, our mayor, Mr. Pelletidis. He is a mayor who's really trying to do his best for the city. And I'd like to comment before returning to this that through the Recovery and Resilience Facility, we've got lots of money that was given to the municipality for road safety, for restoration, for renovation. I think that they're going to help with NSRF projects to be able to further highlight the city. So now, talking about the loans, which concern the private sector. So purely, I would say, because the 12.7 billion, which as a country we could ask from the European Commission as a loan, so we're going to return this. It was decided for all this money, 12.7 billion, to be given to the private sector. We're the only country in Europe that has taken this decision. Italy, for example, uses a part of this, but most is for further public expenditure. We're the only country that followed this approach. So essentially, this has 3 pillars. The first, we've got Haris Labropoulos here, concerns capital investments, which with the help of Yannis, we created 2 products for this, which especially for Patras, these are important because of the university. So these are 2 equity funds of 500 million. The first has already been signed, and it's looking for small and larger startups to highlight their innovation. So this is the first program in continuation of best practices of the past in the sector. The second program concerns the national participation in InvestEU, which is a guarantee program for SMEs only. Recently, we signed an agreement with the European Commission, the European Investment Bank, and through the EIF and EBRD. These are two implementing partners, and in the forthcoming period, we already have interest by the banks. These programs will hit the market, and these are dedicated to SMEs. And the third pillar is the 11.5 billion, which were set up as a loan program where we participate with up to 50% in an investment, while the commercial bank that manages it has to put in 30% and the investor 20%. So we're talking about projects that have to be sustainable, they have to pay off the loan, because here we have no guarantee program. It's a pari passu level facility, and what we offer is a low interest rate for liquidity. So the interest rate, we see that there's an interest rate hike overall, but for small companies, we have a stable fixed rate of 0.35%, and for the largest companies of 1%. So we're emphasizing on small micro companies compared to larger companies. And as I said, for SMEs, we will very soon have other programs, and we will also have the guarantee fund, guarantee facility through the European Investment Bank and CBRD. So what's the demand for all these things that we have created? So demand has been a pleasant surprise, actually. I'd like to note that in the third application for financing, we would have set the achievement of the target for the loan pillar. So this achievement of the target, which was to come in the next few months, was to have managed 586 million of loans through the RRF. So this would be part of the achievement of the targets for the third payment. In September last year, we had achieved 640 million of RRF funds. So Greece was a country that managed to combine in the second application for payment a part of the third application for payments. So we actually got 1.7 billion from the loan axis, further much sooner that we would have that we had set. So we've surpassed this target now. Today, we have more than 100 investments that have been contracted and they're underway with funds of about 2 billion euros from the RRF, and with more than 5 billion euros of investments. And we see these investments across many sectors. They're highly dispersed, and we see in small and larger companies and in very large companies, but in micro and SMEs as well. For example, a recent example, there's a small investment of a small company in Agrinio. So, some people think that this is a program dedicated only to large companies, but it's for everyone. But it's just for sustainable investments that can bring the money back, because we want to avoid having Greek taxpayers pay this money because we have to return it. At the same time, it's creating conditions for healthy entrepreneurship, that it's not going after subsidies just to be able to get grants. And over time, this has happened sometimes. It's like people are looking to see what NSRF tools are available, and they just get whatever's there, but it's not really what they need. So this is a financing tool that promotes the company's needs at the moment it needs it, and in a direct fashion. So we were talking about time to market. So we get the money and we disperse it to banks. We've dispersed more than 3 billion already, and we've got 3 commercial banks, the European Investment Bank and EIB, which are already implementing this. And as I said, contracts have already been signed. And the time from when a customer goes to the bank, obviously they have a serious investment plan, but from then to the signature and the first disbursement, it could be as low as 1.5 months. So this is banking time, new deals, etc. So average time is 3 to 4 months. So the market now has a fast framework, a transparent framework, and an efficient framework. And I believe that it will continue with the same dynamic in the future. Okay, so yes, time to market and a very dynamic program, and in a very short time, we have managed to move on to a scale of the billions in loans. So we're expecting much more in this. So going
broader spectrum, but on the other hand, we have the issues regarding funding at the regional level. So what I want to ask Mr. Rasmussen is, achieving a sustainable and equal growth on a regional level is considered a major challenge, not only in Greece, but Europe in general. So from your point of view, what initiatives has the Commission undertaken, and in return, how can regional authorities in Greece improve the relevant position in regards to doing things on a regional rather than a national or even an European level?
Thank you.
Πρώτα απ' όλα η Ελλάδα είναι μια...
Real differences, huge difference in income, a huge difference in density and so on. There is no magical solution. The cohesion policy was designed in order to tackle this problem. We have been in business for more than 40 years. There are many regions in Europe where we have not been able to turn the economy around. We have been talking about laggards, about regions trapped in the middle income trap. But we have also seen in Greece that certain regions have moved. There was a financial shock during the crisis that took some back, but we have seen overall a good development. Greece has taken the bold decision to allocate 1/3 of all cohesion policy funds to the regions. That is a political act that signals we want this to happen at the local level. So the starting point is a great determination and a significant and systematic involvement of the local stakeholders. This being said, Greece, compared to other European countries, is an extremely centralized country. And it is not easy to be a mayor, it is not easy to be a regional governor in Greece. We are facing regions and municipalities that have very limited fiscal revenues, meaning that they are living out of the subsidies received from the state and whatever funding is available from EU sources in particular. That's a fact, that's a political configuration that is entirely up to Greece, of course, but it does not make it easy for a region or a municipality to have a long-term strategy. What makes a difference? Well, the level of vision and the level of commitment makes a difference. I see a huge discrepancy between the attitude, in particular, of mayors. Some mayors clearly see EU funding, and in this respect, and in this period, we're talking about the Recovery and Resilience Fund as much as about the cohesion policy. These two instruments are seen as a tool to develop the city, a tool to develop the region. They are underpinned by a vision and a plan. I see other places where I struggle to detect any kind of direction. It is more project by project. You have to imagine that in our positions, and I speak here for all of us, we are placed relatively high. We're speaking about billions, and they're allocated in huge budget lines and so on. There is no way neither the Greek state and the Greek managing authorities or your authority or the European Commission can correctly understand what this means out there on the spot. Let's take the example of Patras. We will work together. You have huge funding for the Patras waterfront. We have funding as well from the cohesion policy. It is up to the city of Patras to make sure that those two are working in the same direction, that they are based on the same philosophy, the same traffic patterns, the same aesthetics, the same business model, so to speak. This is not for you or for us to do. This is for the city of Patras, of course, in cooperation with the regional authorities. So a vision and a commitment. And commitment is what? Commitment is that difficult daily work to run after each investment. I visited some yesterday, and they are extreme. It's a pleasure each time we visit projects, even when they are stuck, even when they have been struggling. That is the moment when you see if it makes sense. We can see how this can transform neighborhoods. We can see how the creation of a new daycare center can change people's life dramatically, from being a life marked by sufferance and daily difficulties to being a life that becomes much more normal. We can see the smiles, but this is only obtained by hard work done in the administration. And we should have no illusions how difficult this is. We are in turbulent years where the economy, and you made reference to that, and the previous speakers did, we have an interest rate that is hiking. Sometimes it goes down. We have an energy crisis. We have a war. We have no shortage of crises by and large. And it's not likely to go away in the next years. One of the areas where this makes things extremely difficult is tendering, so public procurement. Many of our managing authorities are launching tender upon tender, and they have to cancel it because the market does not react the way we would have liked it to react. So I also call for more flexibility to appear in the Greek system. Sometimes we're going too far. Sometimes we want to be too correct, and we simply have too many rules, too many laws, and too many philosophies that make it impossible to implement the flexibility we need when the market around us is changing.
Thank you very much for your comment, and I keep the word commitment. That's the focal point of that. Και θα ήθελα να πάμε ακριβώς στην άλλη όψη του.
I would like to move on to the next, to the other side of this aspect. Mr. Malafekas, what do you think are the particularities of the region and of Achaia for the best, for making the best use of growth perspectives and opportunities? So what should be taken into account to review these plans?
Thank you very much for the question. I will try to be as concise as possible, for we are running out of time. First and foremost, we need to see where our region stands and where, at what point Achaia stands. After deindustrialization of the 80s, indeed, we have failed to find the role that this region shall play and what we need to do in order to be sustainable. And we are still striving to find it. Now, the infrastructure projects have yet to be completed. If I remember well, there was a road completed 4 or 5 years ago. No, in 2016, something like that. The speaker corrects himself. And alternative energy also is at stake. So our region suffers from a lack of production orientation. What are we to produce in order to be sustainable, in order to give jobs to people, and therefore to retain the inhabitants? We rank 23rd in Greece compared to other provinces, and our region is 8th, has the 8th position out of 13th. So there's still room for improvement, frankly. Notwithstanding, there's industry, there are jobs, there's an industrial area, there are people working here, and certainly this is thanks to the geopolitical position of our province. However, unless we quickly come up with our orientation, our vocation of what this province will finally decide to do, then I believe we are doomed. I believe that we need to launch a discussion in the framework of the Recovery Fund also that upon the first planning phase of the RRF, whether we need to identify investments that go to that direction, maybe, I don't know. So, okay, let me keep the word redefinition and the opportunity, the room for improvement that you mentioned. But this entails that all of you need to think about a strategic planning for the whole region. Thank you. And I would like to conclude this panel going back to a private initiative, to the private sector. The minister said that, of course, the European funds are the main means of financing, but of course we should not forget private investments. Having said that, Mr. Kagarotos, what are the requirements that the Greek economy needs to meet in order to be attractive to foreign investors? At the end of the day, what more should we do, and what more you need or you believe that is required to attract more money in Greece? Well, let me start with the obvious, the essentials. Certainly, all countries try to attract direct investments because they may pave the way for a resilient and sustainable development. To do that, a holistic approach by the state is a conditio sine qua non. Well, I believe that we need to remember something. One thing is very necessary. That is a modern regulatory framework. It may sound cliché, but only if things are stable and predictable, a favorable environment may be developed so that today's local or foreign investment are sustainable, and also we will be in a position to attract others. And I'm not just thinking the contributions or, tax coefficients, etc. Mr. Rasmussen talked about, for example, the need to decrease bureaucracy, to promote digitalization of the state, to modernize justice. This is just the minimum, the starting point we need to see in order to proceed with a holistic transformation. Now, when it comes to investments and the regulatory framework in our sector, in our industry, allow me to say that Greece already is seen as having one of the most advanced legislation when it comes to the products which are alternative to tobacco, to cigarettes, traditional cigarettes, that is. So this legislation, combined with the geopolitical position of Greece and people's talents, for us, Papastratos, and the parent company, PMI, is the lever to attract investments. So we do believe that all together, we, by contributing thus, and the civil society, the academia, and the research community can join forces in order to allow Greece to achieve that dream of living in a country free of smoke. Well, thank you for that. I can see that although there are financial opportunities, there are also great challenges, as for example, decreasing bureaucracy, strategic planning, and of course the cooperation of all stakeholders. So hopefully next year, on the occasion of the next regional growth conference, many steps will have been taken, and we will be able to be proud about the achievements. Thank you very much. Thank you for participating.
Thank you. 11η ημέρα Παρασκευή.
Ladies and gentlemen, Regional Growth Conference, Pavlopoulos newspaper, on a day on which we are freezing actually, but hopefully it will get warmer, together with Mayor of Patras, Konstantinos Peletidis, who is here with us. Good morning, Mayor. Good morning to you. Now, under any other circumstances, my question would have been different, but certainly we cannot forget, we cannot ignore what has happened, what has indeed shocked our society. So I am wondering what will be the political offspring of all this social turmoil which we have been experiencing. In my view, it will give rise to a reflection upon our life. We have always been thinking about our life, of course, but this tragedy, this unprecedented tragedy, sheds light on our responsibilities and highlights not only the existing situation, but also that this is part of our everyday life. These concerns, these challenges are part of our everyday life. You go to the hospital and you see that something is not working properly, and all of a sudden, I mean, you wonder what is happening. These are general issues, but it's no by mistake that people are demonstrating. They are going on the street because people is concerned. Will there be any solution to our problems? I mean, now it is not just about seeing what's happening. Okay, let me talk about another industry, about the healthcare, for example. I go to the hospital and we can see that because hospitals are understaffed, lives are lost. Let me translate what you are saying. Okay, on the one hand, a person who committed a mistake, and fine, the current government, which has shouldered the political responsibility. But this is a pattern. This is a pattern, in your view, the whole architecture that it does not work. Yes, the whole architecture is problematic, and we need to see why, whether this is the direction we should take, or whether we should think about alternatives if we want to solve our problems. And this is something which, irrespective of one's political affiliation, we all understand and we all agree that we need to do something. It's high time we did something. Yes, but what is that? I mean, there are two alternatives. One is rationalism, which is not the case here in our country, of course. And the other, the alternative is that we need a more robust public state, more civil servants, more resources earmarked for the public services, etc. Well, we all know, we all are reasonable enough to understand whose the blame is and what are the shortcomings that need to be remedied. What matters here is that we all understand that the quest for profit sometimes prevails over social needs. And let us now talk about social needs. If we see how all that needs has functioned in this system, well, it has not functioned correctly because it has been fruitless. This is why we believe that this is a more profound issue. It has to do with who today has a dominant role in our country. We can see the PM with the Prime Minister. We believe that Biden, for example, is the leading figure in the U.S. But what we have been arguing that the economic interests is actually who decides.
So we believe that this should be challenged now. There is an alternative that we should follow, because those who struggle, who fight, they should have the power, because their motive is the true public good and not the good of financial interests. Yes, I don't think we've exactly answered the original question. I understand where you're coming from. You understand that there is people are quite shocked by this, but what will people choose come election time? So be it for the national elections or the local election, how is this concern going to be transformed into votes following just common logic? I can't say what all the people will do, all citizens will do, but what I'm saying is that we have to do justice come election time as well. And not saying how, but all of us have a brain, and when you're called to vote, you need to think about things, and you're not just going to support a random team that you've been conditioned to follow. So you're kind of giving me the impression that you're avoiding to make a specific estimate and to say that this whole what happened with the accident will change the election results in your party's favor. Yes, okay, it doesn't look. It's not nice to say that kind of thing. We trust the people of Greece. They're here today, and we believe the people of Greece. We trust the people of Greece. We believe that all of us have a brain, and yes, I think what you're saying is not nice. I think that's a takeaway phrase. This is a conference about growth, about regional growth. We have talked about this recently. So you have your own view about growth, and let's see how we can bring these two views together. What do you believe are the growth tools that we have as a municipality, and how do you use these? We were talking about growth before, and the panelists and the business world were saying, one of the speakers said that, listen, all countries are seeking, they have to create incentives to draw investments according to the existing model. In our country, we're saying that we need to find ways to get investments in. Another speaker talked about healthy entrepreneurship and what? Unhealthy entrepreneurship. A few days ago, I was talking with someone who had used these investment tools, which we're seeking, and the regulatory procedures and all that, which have to favor the investors. And they were talking about Thraki. And they said that from the dozens of companies that went through the investment laws, only 3 continued with the investment plan because the rest just got the money, and 3 of them will be the healthy entrepreneurs, and the other dozens, or maybe hundreds, just went and got the money, and that was it. So you're saying that healthy entrepreneurship is not that healthy? Yeah, based on the results. Yeah, it's not my opinion. It's over all these years, as much as we know about this is what's been going on. So what's healthy entrepreneurship? What have we seen about this? We have seen that if someone wants to invest in Patras, they don't come to ask the mayor. If they have decided that this is beneficial, they will do it. For example, in the food sector, we see supermarkets, we see hotels. Why do we see new hotels in Patras? Why are they building and buying out buildings? They do their studies and they see that our city has a certain dynamic, and they believe that an investment in this would be beneficial in the future. Now, nobody comes to tell you, you have to buy this or that, but the municipality has to see growth in its own terms, its own aspects. Work, if it meets our needs, because we can't see what will create jobs. What we are saying is that jobs, first of all, this is an overall issue, but we want to see, based on the model that we have, this was not efficient for job creation to help us. The municipality wants to find a solution to its needs, and now at the moment we've done this. We've got 20 work sites in the city of Patras. These are dedicated to social purposes, and they are projects conducted by the municipality, and they are truly bearing fruit. They're leaving a positive footprint. We're going to have better schools, better premises for our activities. In the future, we're planning, for example, the big Ladopoulos investment for a new administrative and cultural building. And this is something that's going to stay in Patras. These activities that the municipality is conducting now will bear fruit. And in the future, we are planning to make our city more functional, more beautiful, and this obviously in the framework of the discussion of what the municipality is doing. We have to remember that the municipality is a state service with set priorities and set responsibilities. So we're in the discussion before, we weren't talking about municipalities, we were talking about a state level and upwards. Yeah, for example, concerning the Ladopoulos project, you talked about the planned activities, which are described in the design. What about the administrative activity? What about private activity in that complex? Because the region of Western Greece is managing that complex, they have included the existence of private companies. We have a different approach, but our approach, unfortunately, is not applied. And we don't have the tools to impose it because we are not the primary partner in this. But what we believe that would bear better fruit are social and cultural services. Now, talking about the train issue, we were going to have the resigned Minister of Transport, Kostas Karamanlis, here, but he's not. Now, I know that you had a good collaboration with him. I don't want a very personal opinion because this is a political issue, but in general, I know that you agreed with him. No, we didn't really agree because we never got a positive answer to the question of our city. But as a municipality, what we do is when we're talking with someone, and this is a person who is responsible for solving your problem, we just don't want to go and start a fight with them. We want to have our problems solved. So with the previous government, with Mr. Spreadzis, I would talk with him endlessly, informally, to convince him, because I didn't believe that with the whole issue of the underground routing of the train, I didn't believe we should do this. And, we went back and forth in our negotiations to reach a result. And finally, we decided that it would be good to have an underground train in the city. We believed that it was a correct way. And after many, many efforts, we managed to get people to convince the government that we should do this. In the beginning, the Minister of Transport was not in favor of this. We had to convince him. So wherever we can agree and we can get something from this, we do so. If we don't agree, then we use other tools offered by society to exert pressure to see when we want to do something, to see if we can get people to implement it. So we managed to have, let's remember that the whole train issue was going to go above the ground for 5.5 kilometers. But then section by section, we managed to convince people to take it underground. We were heading towards elections then, and this was not an environment favoring an extensive discussion on this. You're still waiting for the results of the elections, and after that, you go and pose the issue, and it's proven to be correct in other ways. So now we've got a sustainable urban plan for the city, which is actually is combined with a regulation for the urban planning of Patras. And in there, we see that what we're saying is correct. And having talking with executives of the ministry, they say, yes, if you don't get the train to Rio, there's no point. So we will continue after the new developments. So do you believe that this is the conclusion has been reached? Because we see that the minister signed the underground section, but we have not secured the money from the EU. The EU has not said, this is a good idea, you should get the money to do it. The government had said that it would get money from the NSRF, that it will find other financing tools, that it will use EU funds, but it's not the financial aspect. Let's first decide on the political aspect. If a company, in the end, if a government, any government, and it doesn't have to do with Karamanlis, the transport minister, but with the prime minister as well. If the government decides that this is a worthwhile project and we need to support it, then they will find the money. But because if they believe that they won't continue with a train underground in the middle of the city, we need to have a long-term plan to see how this can tie into the whole planning of the city, because if we have a short-term planning, then we do nothing. We don't have time to do anything. It wasn't such a big issue in the end when you look back. So we believe that if our city continues to fight for this, because everyone in the city need to be convinced about this, that this is a vital project, that it's very important to make the most of your underground space and to have a nice, beautiful overground space which will change what the city looks like. People won't say, this is a beautiful city. They will say it's the best city, because we need to have a long-term vision and not just to determine what we believe according to today's needs. Yes. A lot has been said about the bypass. Do you think we can have a bypass when the city is going to be excavated? Technically, the engineers of the companies say, and this is what's happening at Sepoli as well, they say that this is possible. In any case, we will see this. Let's decide on the larger picture, and we'll look at the finer technical details. Let's not forget that we have a university, a large hospital, sports facilities, a residential area, an area by the sea, and we need to serve its needs, its travel needs. And we also need to take into account the needs of combined transports. Okay, so I'll try to sum up my questions. What about the university? I see that you don't really have a very good relationship with the university and the dean and the rector. We have a good relationship with the university, but with the rector we haven't found actually common ground. Yes, we have a very good relationship with the university overall, with its employees, with its sectors, with its students. Yes, there is a view by the rector that the municipality has to solve the issues of the universities. But we are saying that, okay, the university has some financing problems, but they are much worse than for the municipality. So they don't seem to understand that they're getting 25 million euros and we're getting 95 million euros for the whole municipality. But we shouldn't go and ask money from each other, because where is the municipality financed from? It's a state service. So we get money from the state and we just allocate it. So together we need to join forces and to go and ask for more money. There's a different approach, and it's an issue of each individual person because we had other rectors beforehand with whom we did have discussions. At the moment, I mean, we don't have any problem with him. We see mobility. We see that the government is issuing a bill for water supply providers that if I've understood what they're doing, they're going to privatize water. The minister says that they're not doing that, but it looks like it. We're going to have some alternative providers for energy, for example. The municipality had the opportunity to get the management of the Pires Dam, but they didn't want it. They said it's too large of a project for them. No, completely the opposite. The municipality would have given this to a private company. So the water company, does not employ new employees. So it's not going to grow, it's going to die out. So the philosophy that there are no new jobs at the app. This is not what we want to do. What we wanted to do, and we managed this because our city was to pay 40 million for this operation. We managed to save this, but with this 40 million, we did a lot of work for the water supply network. So the plan is to deliver this to operation. They're just taking up time uselessly. We will see the strategy of having no more new jobs at the municipality. It means that you're acting as an audit authority that is going to act as an arbitrator between the different corporations. So, we are kind of, we want to ask for forgiveness from the God of live streaming, because I want another minute to ask about what do you think is going to happen in the elections to come. You're going to have fewer other competitors against you. Are you facing things differently now? You're smiling, I see. Yeah, if it's just it's your response and that's it. Yes, I think you're an experienced journalist. We don't even follow this path of thought. Yes, I'm saying this because, but at the city, at the municipal council, you're very strict with them. Yes, we are trying to support what we believe should be done for the city. We don't just want to talk endlessly. But the people of Patras are going to decide. If we go now to the municipality and every day, there's endless work going on there, our collaboration with the employees, with the services, with the directors. Before I came here, I was with one of our directors, and they say, we have more people coming, we don't have more people coming in, and we're doing a lot of work. We don't have any extra time to sit and talk about what's going to happen after the elections. The people of Patras are going to decide, and we believe that the people of Patras are going to see what happened in the past, what's happening today, what's going to happen in the future, and decide who they want to entrust this to. And they will understand what's going on. And because we can all be scrutinized by anyone, we're scrutinized as well. We're not protected from scrutiny. So after that, they will reach a result. So what we're saying is that we're not tied to our chair, we are not in love with our position, and that because of this, we're going to just start focusing our attention on whether we are going to be elected again. We want to offer. This is what we love doing. If we're not to run the city in the next period, we're going to continue to offer. We're not anxious about this. We're anxious about doing the best for our city. So, because we are not in love with our seats here either, we're going to go away and make room for the next session. We're going to talk more after the elections.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Good morning to all. I am delighted to be moderating this panel for two reasons. First, because as soon as this panel is complete, together with the alternate minister, if I remember correctly, we had approximately with the same panelists since 4 years and something like that. And of course, this is why? This is because the Recovery Fund has a critical role to play for the development of this country and the development of this region, of course. But certainly it also has to do with using funds which are unprecedented in this country. Now, having said that, my name is John Papageorgiou. I'm a journalist at the Regional Policy Monitor Director. This is the hat I'm here. And we will join shortly the alternate Minister of Finance, Theodoros Skylakakis, the political responsible person for the Hellenic Recovery Fund. Together with us, we have Mr. Charitis with his former capacity as alternate Minister of the Interior, and also as he has been involved in this. We have Mrs. Eleni Mariano, Secretary General of CPMR, which brings together more than 160 regions across the world, which means that you do have this know-how, you do have this knowledge, and you can contribute. Mr. Chris Allen has a long-standing experience in the Greek things. He is a residence advisor in Athens on behalf of the European Commission, and Professor Vettas, General Director of EOVEF, the Foundation for Economic and Industrial Research, who, more than anyone else, has probably thoroughly studied the economic and statistical aspects of the Recovery Fund. No. Considering that the alternate minister is not here yet, I would like to start with Mr. Charitis, and I would then like to kindly ask each and every one of you first to share your thoughts about where we stand, where we want to go, and what is the progress of the Recovery Fund. We are talking about a tool which was not the case some years ago. In some years also we will not have Recovery Fund, but the mechanism, I don't know, I'm wondering whether it is here to stay. So you have the floor, sir. Thank you. Thank you very much. Good morning. I would like to thank the Organizing Committee of the Regional Growth Conference for having me here as Mr. Papageorgiou. As you anticipated, and thank you very much for your introduction. This is a yearly institution. It's very important, the fact that it gives us the possibility, the opportunity to address regional development, which is not very often the case in our country. Now, as far as the Recovery Fund is concerned, as you rightly pointed out, it's the first time in Europe such an initiative was taken. It is indeed a very positive, I should say, a historic decision, and it also proves right who used to talk about the need to share burdens, to promote burden sharing, to adopt a holistic approach vis-a-vis a crisis, as the pandemic crisis was, in order not to live alone, each and every member state to survive, considering the disparities between the member states of the European Union. Now, having said that, you said that this is the fifth time this panel is being organized. Well, maybe even more, says the moderator. Now, I believe that it is very crucial for this discussion to be really meaningful and also constructive to consider reality. So frankly, we tend to just discuss without being realistic or pragmatic. The fact that this is Greece in 2023, the fact that this is a country which has experienced subsequent crises, over the past decade, the fact that we are in the aftermath of a shocking tragedy, the tragedy at Tempe. Now, all these components need to be taken on board during our discussion. Otherwise, we may say interesting things, but this discussion, the discussion we would give no answer to the pressing questions of Greek society. And I'm saying that because we need to take into consideration that the recovery fund, the recovery facility related program, which is a one-off program, as you said, currently at least, we'll see how it will we will proceed in the future and whether it will be capitalized in future after 2026. So this is a watershed in Greece, which is also very vital for our countries. Why? Because we need to use it to the utmost in order to address structural pathologies of the Greek political, economic, and social system. And allow me to be very concisely to provide 4 bullet points. According to the statistical data, the trade deficit has been aggravated. So we import more than we export, put simply. So addressing this structural deficiency, which hit record figures some months ago, needs to be addressed. It's very, very critical indeed. Second, we have a productive basis which is contained and is narrow, so it is limited to very few stakeholders. So we need to enlarge the productive basis. In other words, we need to open up the number of beneficiaries. This is very important if we intend to talk about a sustainable development, which will be also inclusive. Third bullet point, balanced growth. Again, according to the Hellenic Statistical Authorities and the Eurostat data, there are acute regional disparities. We can see demographic contraction, an aging of the population, but also urbanization trend. So this is a period in which the rural areas of Greece are being deserted. So are we to use such a tool to address these important challenges? It's very important if we want also to take care of sustainability. And the fourth issue that the tragedy of Tempe unfortunately shed light on is the absorption of these resources to empower, to strengthen public administration. We cannot just talk about absorption of resources. This is not what is at stake. I can see Mr. Matzoufas, Mr. Skalkos here in front of me. These are the people who are responsible for the European programs, partnership agreement, and the recovery funds. We may discuss about absorption, but you know what? In my view, this is a discussion which certainly, on the one hand, it is important, but it is not the main discussion we should have right now. So the question now is, will we benefit from this unprecedented opportunity to consolidate institutional memory, or are we just to, again, try to absorb the money, the resources, use this in view of the elections, and the absorption being a credit for the government? And again, the shortcomings and the structural problems of this country will perpetuate. So I would expect here to put in place an agenda which will provide an answer to all these challenges. I don't believe that the plan that the government has been implementing has been responding to the challenges, but certainly we have still some time to redefine our policy in order to address all these challenges and therefore all the crises that need to be addressed. I mean, the energy crisis, the pandemic crisis, and the healthcare system crisis, inflation, and of course, critical infrastructure, including the railway network. So I will stop here, and hopefully we will have the opportunity to dwell on all these issues later. Thank you. Mrs. Mariano, with your double hat, you are familiar with both the European and the regional reality. Mrs. Mariano will speak in English, and you have the floor, madam.
Very much. I'm sorry that I have to speak in English, although being 100% Greek.
It's working language.
But I worked so long and for so many years abroad, so the terminology is not easy for me to come. So it's going to be in simple English. So just to say that the European recovery and facility has really come as an extraordinary tool to face extraordinary situations. And the fact that we had it, and it came, it really gave the opportunity for Europe to do something collectively and to go out to the market together to fund this tool and make sure that we could really face together this problem of the pandemic. So that was the purpose of the exercise. And the whole operation was extraordinarily and with a lot of money. It was the first time that we had so much money focusing on saving Europe out of this difficulty we were entering. At the time, we had only the COVID pandemic. The war came afterwards. So this was a good thing. It was a good thing that it happened. What was less so, according to the analysis that we have done from the Conference of Peripheral Maritime Regions, is that it a little bit disobeyed or ignored some of the major principles that we have, which is really complementarity for the investments with the policy which has been there for many, many years, like the European cohesion policy. So we felt that the facility was made easy with 100% funding, quick with the 2 years of operations, and directly managed to the member states, right? It was like giving a check to the member state, getting out of the money out of the union to the member states to actually operate immediate infrastructure or other projects towards digital and green economy, which are the same objectives with the cohesion policy, which was running for a longer period. We would have liked to have more consultation in the beginning for the national plans, so everything works together for all countries, I'm speaking about, not just for Greece, but for all countries, because we asked all countries whether this consultation took place, and it wasn't. So for us, that was a missing opportunity, so that in the end of the day, when you come down to actually implement the projects, that you are not fighting, because at some stages, they were fighting to which program they would submit their bid. So that was a little bit not the easiest way to go around, and I think that was a bit a missing opportunity. Now, will this instrument stay or go? The jury is out. There is strong opposition for this to continue from northern member states, because that was made for a reason, and once the reason is out, then we continue with business as usual. However, and you very rightly ended with that, and I think the discussion is going to be effectively as to what we can keep out of the method used for the recovery fund to the only, as we believe is going to remain, investment policy, which is going to be the cohesion policy for the next MFF, so the MFF being the European budget, which is already being negotiated now, as you know, since the midterm review will come out, it's already delayed, it was supposed to come out in summertime, it will probably come out September, October. There it will give the color a little bit of what is going to be in the future the framework for the financing of investments in Europe. Will we keep the facility as it is now, repeat the operation? Will we keep only cohesion policy as part of the new budget? Will we use the method and the flexibility, because the recovery facility has been quite flexible as a method. So will we also keep that for the next generation of the investment policies, which for us will of course remain, and we hope with a strong financial envelope, the cohesion policy. Now, one other element I wanted to bring about is something that we are investigating in our organization, is to find out what has happened with some of the unspent across Europe, which is more or less around 50 billion uncommitted, and is somewhere. So that was the 2021 amounts. Probably now we are looking into the 2022 to see what exactly will happen, because we have seen certainly a lot of shifting from cohesion policy into other policies to treat emergencies. So there is no problem to treat emergencies by a policy which is recognized and has the facility to do it, since we try to facilitate that for responding to crisis. The question, however, is cohesion policy a long-term policy, or is it a policy responding to crisis? I think it's a fundamental question that we need to address, because the recovery is to address crisis. The cohesion policy is to actually have a long-term investment opportunity for all those involved. And that's the main exercise, because investments we will need, crisis or non-crisis, for Europe altogether, because the disparities exist. The former speaker said it the same. The disparities exist within countries, between regions. And the problem that we have also as cohesion policy is there is a stagnation. We had a lot of, in cohesion policy, a lot of development taking place in the Central Eastern Europe, and now we have a little bit of stagnation in the south, like Spain, France also, less so really filling the gaps. So a lot of the enemies of the policy say maybe it's not working, since your aim, your end result is not met. But I always say, and we always need to think, if we didn't have the policy, would those disparities be even greater? So it's things for us to say. It's not easy to justify in macroeconomic terms. You cannot calculate that. But a lot of speakers and a lot of researchers are saying we need to really add to the macroeconomic debate a bit of the other debate, softer mechanisms that could really address the added value of such an investment policy for a long period. One other thing that I wanted to mention to you, not a lot of people saying that, you know how the facility has been created. You know the negotiations that took place, because the facility has grants and loans. At the beginning, there were more grants than loans, and then the Netherlands and others, they wanted this to be changed into more loans than grants. What is fascinating is that the money that was taken out from the grants, it was for creating, supporting SMEs for the post-COVID difficulties, and supporting health issues, which of course remain a big issue. And all of a sudden, of course, we thought we need to do something about it. Oh, okay, well, let's get some grants out of the cohesion policy for that. I simplify. But that is to say that sometimes the negotiations of our masters at the member states level, when it comes down, it's really, needing what we took out of, and then in the end asking it from the policy which is already there. One thing I'm always saying, and we went to meet Commissioner Hahn as an organization, who is the responsible commissioner for the budget, and he's preparing, as I said, the midterm review, is to actually say to him, please don't consider cohesion policy being like an ATM. It's not like a pot of money for everybody to use. So because I think it's important that we put this in our minds. The two instruments are for investment. The one, it was an extraordinary means to actually face extraordinary circumstances. The other is a long-term policy, which is there to fund investment for over the years. So I leave it to that, and then we can come back eventually to how the complementarity of the two will be the best rather than the substitution.
I will come back to the complementarity and also to the financial effects, macroeconomic, and not only that. I turn to Mr. Allen. Dear Chris, based on your experience in the EU and your experience regarding the Greek economy, the Greek development, and the Greek state of play, let's call it like that, your initial remarks, please.
Okay. Well, first of all, I think it's an important time to have this discussion. I think it's really difficult to get a perspective after a tragedy. but it's very important to do so. Actually, last week I was in Brussels, and I think it was interesting to see where things stand. This is a moment of a lot of uncertainty, a moment of danger, the war in Ukraine, the uncertainties in the international banking system. I think what's very clear is that this is a time for Europe to stand together and to see things through. And I think this is tremendously important for us all. And I think that's also the case actually in terms of the recovery fund. I think one of the issues now is actually time. We're now in year 3 of a 5-year process, and it's now necessary to get this done. I think that in Europe as a whole, the recovery fund has been a great success, mobilising 800 billion worth of investments. About 5% of EU GDP has been very significant. It's been very significant politically, and it's also been very significant economically. It certainly allowed us to avoid what looked like a recession, an inevitable recession, after the war in Ukraine, after the energy price shock, and with rising interest rates. In Greece, I think the Recovery Fund has been very successful in supporting a very fast recovery, almost 6% growth last year. And I think most significantly, a very big increase in investment, 11% increase in investment last year, more than a third increase since before COVID. A big reduction in employment and a big reduction in unemployment and increasing employment. It seems to me that Greece's plan was based on an actual plan, the Pissarides report, and that Greece clearly has been very successful in implementing. Greece is amongst the top 5 countries in terms of implementation, alongside Spain, France, Portugal, Croatia. And I think that the plan has involved many significant reforms. I think some of the important ones, actually the ones which are going to be reported in the next set of milestones on the judicial system, speeding it up. For instance, perhaps important to Patras, the fact that now the framework for development of marinas has been modernised so that money and new investments can go in. I think that another significant point of the Greek plan has been the loans fund. This has been extremely successful, and I understand many other countries are looking at it and want to implement it as well. So far, I understand there's been about 2 billion worth of loans signed for, which is leveraging maybe 5 billion of investment, 2.5% of GDP, tremendously significant in terms of keeping growth going in Greece. Of course, not everything has been perfect, and that's clear. We had a stakeholder meeting in November, and there were certainly some concerns about getting money through to SMEs. This is being addressed through the EIF Guarantees Fund, maybe ultimately 2.5 billion worth of guarantees. And last week, I understand the first 250 million set of guarantees was agreed and signed by Eurobank. But this has certainly come later in the process, and one has to say the European Investment Bank and the bureaucracy was also an issue which was important there. Look, the next challenge is really Repower EU, trying to improve the energy performance of the economy. Greece is doing very well in terms of renewable energy. It's above the EU average, 22%. But in fact, the target for 2030 is 45%. So it's almost a doubling of the Greek share. That is going to need, in particular, new investments in energy storage, and Repower EU is potentially can do that. And it also needs to look at new power sources such as hydrogen and biomethane. So this is the next step. And by the end of August, the Repower EU will have to be component will have to be agreed. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Allen. Θα σας πάρει τη θέση σας, τη σειρά σας ο Υπουργός. Έχουμε μαζί.
We're going to be, now we have with us the Deputy Minister of Economics. I was at another panel of the same conference. Yes, I know. But, you know, because with technology, we want to have you physically at two places. Yes, maybe with a hologram. So, where do we stand today? What lies ahead? In practice, if I'm not mistaken, out of the 32 billion, slightly more than 11 billion has been given out in grants or loans. Loans have been accelerated, shall we say, to a certain extent. We don't know how much. And what's the plan in terms of the revised national plan, which has to be submitted by the end of April? Okay, so starting with the implementation course. As regards the grants, we now have a large wave of tenders that have been issued, and they are going to finish in the next few weeks, I think. We have a very large wave of tenders, and in the next few months. Now, as you know, preparing a tender in Greece is a difficult process, especially given that we did not have, and we couldn't have, mature studies on a public investment plan that was developed kind of suddenly. Very mature studies cannot be conducted and just kept in your archives, because you might need them in the future, because they will become obsolete. So you need to have new tenders and leading to new mature studies. So this is the state of affairs at the moment. Now, as regards loans, yes, we've been much quicker than we had thought, we had planned. And this is actually why we applied before the deadline for this, the expected deadline. And I think it's the only case where this has been done. We've got almost 12 billion in submitted investment plans, out of which about 4 billion in investment plans corresponding to about 2 billion in contracts have actually been signed as contracts. These investments have already started. And given we don't actually examine how much the banks disburse and what the businesses want to get from this money. Sometimes the banks want to start with seeing the banks want businesses to start with their own funds. But in any case, at the moment, we have underway 4 billion in investment plans through this tool, and the only safe thing to say is that we've got the money in contracts, which means that they can be dispersed whenever a company needs it. It's not like the other programs when, like, the investments would start and they would get the money in 3, 5, or even 10 years later after the investment. So the advantage of the loans, as we have set this up, is that the money, the investment decision is taken at the time of the decision for the grant. This was over time a problem of this system because someone would apply for an investment, and this creates a right to a state subsidy. If you start the investment without having secured the state subsidy, which was basically the main way in which things were done under the development laws, it wasn't actually certain that you would need the investment because you might not have succeeded in the application. So how would the subsidy act as an incentive if it was unsure that you would get it? So if, as happens with the loans, when the decision is taken, it's like one package with the financing decision. This is used in the best way for taxpayers because it's part of the investment decision. Now, what do I think will happen in the future in this respect? We are ready, as the tenders are finishing, over the next few weeks. We're ready to send the next request for payment. The reformation milestones, apart from some minor details, have been completed. The investment milestones have been largely completed. Some are just waiting for the tenders to finish. I'm slightly anxious about a few cases where we might end up with appeals, but overall, we are amongst the first countries that are proceeding to request for payment, so that's good. So as regards the entry of the money into the real economy, the impact will be gradually increasing. Today, we will see the mass injection of cash into the real economy because the loans and the grants, the subsidies, have already matured now. So to give you a comparative kind of figure in the NSRF, listen, we've got the NSRF for the last period for 2014-2020. So the first money injected to the real economy was in 2017. Mr. Skaltos, in 2018. Yes, there is a lag that's not really a lag. It's the way in which this whole system operates. Now, with the recovery facility, we started with the preparation time of the NSRF. We started from scratch in July 2020. When this tool was established. So from scratch, we had to design a completely new thing and then to bring this to the market. So here, we had two contradictory objectives: to spend as quickly as you can, but at the same time, to avoid having problems with quality, which you usually have if you don't have due preparation. And then we had the absolute deadline of an abrupt end. So the recovery and facility was like we had the sudden death thing. So this is on the 31st of August 2026. So these are the confines of what we do. So we disbursed some money very quickly, the vouchers for for children at schools. But of course, the things that are more productive, because the vouchers for children at schools, it's a very good a tool on a social and functional level as regards education. for teachers as well. But essentially, you're buying imported goods, which you're handing out to children because we do not mass produce such products. But an investment in production in a large factory, for example, in Kilkis, with batteries in Kilkis, this needs to give incentives for something completely new, not that I'm giving money to something that would be made in any case. So you need about a year and a half for the company and the investment to mature and to be able to start. And this is what was done. It started through the loan tool. We had the investments in the construction and manufacture of batteries in Kilkis. Thank you very much. I want to finish with the first remarks with the general manager of the EOV Financial Foundation for Economic and Industrial Research, Mr. Vetas. So, first of all, we are talking in a specific framework here. There's the tragedy at Tempe, which makes us all think about infrastructure and incentives in the public sector. We're in the pre-election period, so we're discussing the fiscal policy to follow, and there's a danger. We see that the financial markets abroad are restless, and this is to be expected, but it's kind of sooner than expected. So how you use the resources that you have, the significant resources for the Greek economy, is an important task. As the Deputy Minister said, yes, this is the plan that we had said, more or less, and this is a good thing. It's good to have this kind of course. I just want to say a couple of things that have to do also with the European dimension of this venture. I believe that this is very important. Some kind of were of the opinion that this is going to be a final program, but there will be like some sort of continuation. But this is a huge discussion. We need to see what Europe can give us and what we want, what makes sense for us. So I think the first thing that was said, and I think I need to underline this again and again, because we've seen a lot of EU money come into this country, and the footprint they've left is positive, but not as much as it should be. So these resources are not the main fuel of the economy. They are the catalyst for the economy. In this sense, it would perhaps be useful at the Ministries of Economics and Development to have a structured observatory of what these resources are used for, what they attract. And I continue saying that we already see that part of the increase in investments that we have might indirectly be attributed to the recovery, to the RRF. So a remark within this remark, I want to say that at a study we did at the EOV, looking back at what's happened in privatization in the MOU era, we see that when we have an investment with privatization, this seems to create investments in irrelevant areas just because it kind of gives it creates a feeling that there's a better business environment. So I think we should agree that we can't expect to live from the Recovery and Resilience Facility over the next few years. It's a lever to boost an economy and to allow it to improve over the next 4 or 5 years on quality characteristics. And I think it would be good to think about the characteristics of our economy that create problems, because going back in history, in 1981, when we then entered the then EEC, which we started having some European money coming in. Our country was the 10th to enter, 5 years before Spain and Portugal. And no matter what comparison we had then with Spain, with Portugal, Ireland, Cyprus, let's not talk about the Eastern European countries, we were ahead, obviously. Gradually, irrespectively of the governments, the policy, when we were doing well and when not so much, over the 40-plus years that followed, we are at the lower end of this list. And this includes extroversion, competitiveness, which obviously affects the trade balance. And an economist would say that what's important for production is a product of two things: productivity, which no matter how you measure it, we lag in this. And the second is participation in the labor market. And this is not an abstract term, and we're not talking about unemployment. We are amongst the worst in Europe in supporting women and participating in employment, and this has an effect on demographics, and in supporting the young people in entering the job market. So all these things are things which the RRF should support as part of a wider policy, not over the next 2 or 3 years, but in the long term. And in practice, we will see the results because the problems are accumulating. That's the one thing I want to say. The other thing is that a sense of urgency. The time frame we have now is quite small, 2 or 3 years, I think. So the negative demographics are not going to be solved by saying that we're going to reverse the brain drain when other countries are competing. So what we're talking about now, about how Greece is going to grow, is the same discussion conducted in other countries. So we need to see how we need to draw people in, and people from other countries as well. And let's not forget the public debt. This will be an issue, especially when the financing cost is on the rise internationally, and we need to hope that we will have a very specific kind of debt, to a debt that passes through the markets. We don't always have to be dependent on this. So we need to make reforms, changes now. And it's very good that we see the money coming in, that we're in line with the reform milestones. But this needs to be supported by the broader policy. So I want to say a couple of things about the European aspect of this venture. In a weird way, half of the job has been done. So half of the job was understanding that we should not leave Europe to take on another crisis within the crisis of the pandemic. So we said that we will not leave anyone behind. And for example, those who are more weak, like our economy, will get a larger share of the resources, provided that they come up with a plan. And we came up with a plan. So we've done half of the work there. But saying that it will be easy to solve our problems with more loans, because these are also loans, European level loans, but they're loans. So for us, it's beneficial to have subsidies as much as we can when we're weaker, but we are borrowing funds on a European level at some point in maybe a couple of years or in 5 years. But the question will arise, which is the entity that is borrowing? At the moment, Europe is borrowing, but the guarantee for the loan is kind of common. So we are guaranteeing this loan, Spain, Bulgaria, as much as Germany and Holland. We see that this loan, this borrowing, although it's on an upper tier loan is becoming more and more expensive. So the RRF is bringing us closer to the question of a common fiscal policy, and we need to see how we can be in the core of this. These are very significant discussions. It's very important for Europe that this step has been taken. It's very important for us that this step has been taken, but we should not believe that we are at the end of the process. We're at the beginning for them and for us. So the next fiscal cycles in Europe is indeed a great discussion, and it's very interesting. We're not going to conduct this conversation now. So just 2 or 3 minutes on the last round. Just a couple of things. Is the RRF a complementary tool for the strategy involving, I mean, apart from the fact that in itself it has a regional character, does it form part of a policy for complementarity? And second, is its success measurable? Where do we need, what's our success target? We need to finish successfully with all milestones and objectives in this case. If we finish successfully with all milestones and objectives, the money that once you've taken will stay with your country. So that's the main point. That's the first level of success. The second level of success is to have a very different quality of result compared to previous EU programs. This exists as a design aspect of the RRF because out of the 60 billions in investment that we want, about 45 billion is for private investment. So if we manage to have about 40 to 45 billion of private investment through a European tool in say over 4 years, 4.5 years. This is the real time we're talking about. So this changes the quality of the result of EU tools. The third point is reforms. And the government is aiming to go ahead with other reforms in the stage of the revision, despite the fact that this requires a lot of negotiation and continuous friction with the European Commission, but say maybe not friction, but we will have to talk a lot with them. But reforms are a key because we know about some reforms that we need. It's needed them since the MOU era and even long before that. But even now, there are a lot of sectors in which we need reforms in this state. And these are not possible without money. The comment I want to make on this, because I've been following this issue of reforms for the last 30 years, and I've studied this a lot over the past 20 years, or many years anyway. Reforms, to be able to be pushed ahead, require financial resources. When you want to push ahead a reform without any money, to force it in, shall we say, not violently, but by imposing it politically, shall we say, this very quickly exhausts the capital that we have for reforms and drastically limits the reforms that one can support over time. So we can't have imposed reforms because this means few reforms with a high risk of failure. Reforms that can be financed at the same time means many more reforms in this in the political time that each government has, and a much lower risk of being upturned because you have the ability to create alliances for the implementation of these reforms and to stop them from being overturned later. So Europe wisely chose, after the MOU experience, to conduct reforms based on cash, on money. And for me, this is the key to the overall success of the RRF. It's not just the quality, the audit system, and that's better than the previous programs. It's obviously the combination of reforms and resources. Thank you. Thank you very much. Yes, I have to comment briefly because Mrs. Mariano talked about this and Mr. Vetas. The overall European developments in the fiscal framework and cohesion. And because today we're at a very critical juncture, because the RRF has led to the start of this discussion, and negotiations have already started at a European level for the fiscal framework for 2024. And as I said in the beginning, and we see that in this discussion, sometimes we think about that, we forget the elephant in the room when we're talking. And the elephant is in what financial and fiscal environment will we be living through social cohesion. We don't want the future of Europe to be a strengthening, a contraction of cohesion, or we don't want a new fiscal framework that will not take into account all the crises of the last 15 years and the pandemic, giving the ability to member states, where required, to. I would like to remind you that the president of Syriza, Alexis Syriza, a year ago, at the end of 2021, he submitted a comprehensive proposal to the European Commission for the new revised fiscal framework. If we move back to the practices that we followed years ago, which Greece paid heavily, more than any other European country. So this is a discussion that makes no sense. So that's one comment that I want to make. And I think that we need to have this discussion talking about the real terms, the political terms. We are clear on our part that Europe has to learn from its mistakes, to learn from the experiences of the last 15 years, and to reform this entire framework. Yes, as we said, we talked about the new financial risks we're facing now, the liquidity and access by businesses to liquidity. This is a top priority. Money is becoming more expensive. Will we take this into account? This also has to do with the management of the administration of the RRF. We can talk about this for ages, but yes, I know because I've managed EU programs for many years and I like this discussion. But if we just talk about how we are going to manage this program, I don't think that we are addressing the real issue of what we need to do now and what the challenges are. And talking about the RRF, we need to see exactly how this new framework of high inflation, of extortionate energy costs, high money costs, and restrictions in the international markets, how will Greek companies and Greek SMEs make the most of this environment? Yes, there are disbursements, and this is done well, to be fair. We've had good disbursement of money, EU money, to Greece. But what will happen with sending this money out to market? 90% of this money has been dispersed, according to our data, to large corporations. This is what happened in the past, and this is what led to the crisis. Is this a model we want to follow in the future, or will we broaden the access to financing to everyone? Because this does not only have to do with social justice, so providing access to everyone and equal opportunities and limiting inequalities, but it has to do with financing financial to be able to have financial results. We don't just want to have investments. We don't want to see investments that we would already see to be more beneficial to large corporations. Yes, that too, but we also want investments which in another case would not have taken place at all. We want investments that will be good for the whole of the country. We need to have balanced growth. I see the governor of Western Greece here. What will the region of Western Greece do with the money from the RRF after 2026 when we do the review? Will it show a change in the production paradigm at a local and regional level? Will the plan and the implementation of the program take into account the particularities of the region of Western Greece? It's different from the regions of the Aegean Islands or the delignitization areas in Macedonia. Will all this be taken into account if we want to talk about actual effectiveness? Yes, I believe that the program, although now the stagnant resources are very high, based of those that the country has received from the RRF, I believe that by 2026 the program can go ahead and we can absorb this money. But will we restart the discussion about the money that the country has received over the last 40 years from the old European comprehensive programs and the impact that all these interventions the impact that these interventions had in the Greek economy? I believe that this is what the RRF comes to highlight. It's a new program which is very important with a balanced approach that needs to be followed across Europe. It's a program which, as Mr. Vretas commented, yes, it has to be a long-term policy for Europe. It shouldn't be stopped after 2026. But knowing that to be able to continue this policy and address the conservative voices heard in the heart of Europe and in the European North against those policies, this policy has to be financially and socially acceptable, so financially and socially effective. This is a success criterion, and this is at a European and regional level and as regards national added value. This is what we need to do. If we just see new imports and worsen the trade deficit, I believe that effectiveness will be limited. I'd like to stop here. Yes, I think that we're going to talk much more about this.
You with three messages. I think when we speak about investments in the future, to actually keep in mind that to have investments, we need to have what the EU strategic direction is. And so far, and you know the Sovereignty Fund is coming up now, and there is a proposal the Commission is coming up yesterday to actually make sure that Europe is autonomous. Energy, REPowerEU, investments will follow this kind of strategic direction. I think it's important in our future debates to keep the big picture. The big picture is that. The second point that I mentioned to my intervention, I'm going to mention it once again, is the governance model. It's not something that it's really additional or beautiful to say. It is the essence of anything that would really bring investments on the ground. Cooperation between Europe, member states, regions, socioeconomic partners. There is never going to be investment if there is a piecemeal approach between a little project here, a little project there. We have the big picture, we have the plans, we have the agreement with the regions. They know best what investments they need to do on their territories. So this is important. Governance for any future cohesion policy, reforms, or anything you want to name it, this has to happen within the partnership principle. And last but not least, message, budget. Because all this is going to be wishful thinking unless we have a budget that meets these requirements. So far, we have get money out of loans, so we need to repay those back. Everybody is supposed to be speaking about own resources. Nobody speaks about that. The whole recovery facility needs to be paid back by own resources. The Commission will make a proposal on that. I don't know what's going to be, but there is no great appetite on the subject. So if there is no own resources, let's not fool ourselves, it's going to be GNI. 1% of GNI is going to do everything we are talking about here. Oh my God. So this is important. I said it yesterday, I'll say it again, the debate has started. We are on the forefront, and of course the governor of Western Greece knows that because he's a very good member of the association. We are working with the institutions to make sure that this cohesion policy will be there in the future, will be there with sufficient funds. Because all the other things that I hear about are very nice, but unless we have the longer cohesion policy which goes with this partnership principle from the top with the big picture to actual implementation on the ground, the rest of it will be a piecemeal, little here and there kind of approaches. So I invite all of you to actually work with us on that subject, keep these three principles, because that's where we're going to be going. There's no other solution to that. You see, the big picture, the governance, the funding, the appropriate funding. And that's what brave people would need to be taking brave decisions. Thank you.
Mr. Allen,
okay,
your understanding.
Since I just have two seconds effectively. First of all, I would say that the Recovery Fund certainly isn't the only EU funding coming to Greece. And I think clearly the cohesion funds are very important and need to play the relevant role, which is a regional role and a structural role. And looking at how they are implemented is important. I do think that we've learnt some things from the Recovery Fund, however. One is that it makes sense to link reforms with investments. And secondly, I think this performance-based approach that not only do you have just a plan of things that you're going to do, but there's actual timelines built in for the funding, which, in a simplified form of funding, has a lot to say for it. And it seems to me that that might be a useful model for future funding.
Possibly.
Because it certainly speeds things up, reduces the bureaucracy, and ensures that there is a set of priorities and the investments, and the two are linked together in a very clear way. And that's a big plus of the Recovery Fund approach, performance-based approach.
Thank you, Mr. Allen. Κύριε Βέτα, εκτός χρόνου και εκτός θέματος, ξέρετε πόσο πολύ αγαπώ να μετράμε.
Mr. Vetas, it is, of course, interesting to measure the footprint including of Recovery Fund. And, of course, when you measure these, one thing is to consider the current situation and then the use we will make in the future. So, frankly, as far as the Greek provinces are concerned, there's no clear footprint as a trend. So Mr. Leloudis said that we need to do something. And then the regional observatory was established. What do you think? I suppose that you are referring to our agreement, to the agreement we have reached, that on a semester basis we will publish a report, and of course, not all data will be longitudinal. But I do believe that indeed we have to measure. We have to measure because there needs to be a continuum when it comes to policy implementation. So I am delighted to start this cooperation with the Regional Observatory. Now, if you're fine with my question, with my answer, just give me 30 seconds to make some remarks on the other things. Now, first, considering that here a representative of the government, of the European Commission, and of the opposition are here, allow me to say this. The programs we have been discussing need to be continued if we want to have successful results. So we need some guiding principles, and orientation. For those of us who are here, we want to continue, for example, invest, and we intend to continue attracting investments. The capitalization, the continuation is equally critical as absorption. On the other hand, at the same time, strategy means choices, and choices were made. Even in the case of reviews, no matter how we increase the number of beneficiaries, not everyone is entitled to receive grants. I mean, grants will be given to those who deserve it. This needs to be crystal clear. Otherwise, we will not be able to help economy. The minister has rightly pointed out that money is an ally when you want to implement reforms, but it's also it's an ally, but it's also a tool, right? So the will to do things is a conditio sine qua non, and there's no doubt about the need for further reforms in the future. Last but not least, my dear friend Chris may partly disagree with what I will say now. This is a European program. We want to converge as far as our performance is concerned with Europe, but Europe also has its issues. Systematically, for example, it lags behind China and the US when it comes to productivity. We have failed in including migrants. So for Europe to become one of the most dynamic areas in the world, in some sectors, we may need to make different choices. We do have some institutional safety clauses are here as a country compared to other countries. So we need to keep that on board. Thank you, and thank you all for participating. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We are here to proceed with the proceedings of Regional Growth Conference, and during this panel we will talk about regional growth integrated contingency plans, especially in Achaia, but also in the greater region. Together with me, we have three speakers who are quite familiar with this issue, have a long-standing experience, both at the central national level and at the regional one. So I would like to grasp this opportunity to thank Mr. Thanasis Kontogiorgis and Mr. Dimitris Skalkos, Secretary Generals both, but also Mrs. Christina Alexopoulou, member of the Parliament from Achaia. So in the next half an hour, we will have an opportunity to address regional development and the plans drafted and partially implemented today, the initiatives taken by the regional stakeholders, and also the vision for the years to come, laying the emphasis on, of course, our region. Because, of course, during this panel, we will start from a more central, let's say, discussion. Let us now focus on the regional level. Now, I would like to start with Mr. Kontogiorgis and ask you, Secretary General Coordination, Presidency of the Government, Hellenic Republic. Now, when it comes to these contingency plans, what about their monitoring and how local government authorities may go hand in hand with the national government in order to bring about the necessary peaceful coexistence and cooperation which is necessary? Thank you very much, Mr. Pefanis. Thank you for your question. This is what I was thinking earlier, and I suppose that it is difficult in the aftermath of an unprecedented tragedy to discuss issues which may sound purely political or issues which have to do with a planning about how we may improve governance or regional development, especially when we need to rather go back to the very essentials. That is, what is the mission of a national policy to ensure safety in everyday life, in transport, etc., while at the same time also promoting accountability. And the sense of responsibility and accountability needs to characterize all of us. And all the decisions we take, the choices we make. And I'm thinking of course, the political leadership, the public employees, depending, of course, on the degree of responsibility that we all have. And I'm saying that because, in quite a tragic way, we have renewed interest in these issues. And at the same time, we need to focus on education and training, on selection of the human resources, etc. We need to discuss all that because we can see that decisions taken may have a dramatic impact on our lives. Now, when it comes to your question, Mr. Pefanis, in 2019, we found ourselves in a particular position where there was a dissemination of the tools of regional development back then. But we found out quite immediately that there was a close relationship between central government, the central state, and regional and local authorities when it comes to strategic orientations and also the cooperation for their implementation. We also saw quite immediately that the regional authorities were not prepared enough, not only to appropriately and adequately absorb funding, but also to plan and design in a more appropriate fashion. This is why, over the past months, the government has launched a process in view of the review of the recovery and resilience plan with specific single interventions that will have to do with the regulatory context, with a view, on the one hand, to appropriately allocate competences between the various tiers of governance, while at the same time, both for municipalities and regions also adopt a benchmarking system and some prototypes and processes which will be helpful for the regions and municipalities to comply with the needs of the double transition. And we have also added some tools which will probably develop in the forthcoming months through the fund, and this has to do with the prototyping of the regional development plans. Then Patras actually started that, launched that. We have traveled across 6, 7 regions, and in this case also we found out duplications and overlappings. So we need to remedy all that in order to prioritize public policies and priorities of public investments, and for our overall orientation to be that we need to specialize, need the competitive advantages of every region in order to have annual action plans in the framework of which the state will cooperate with regions in order to mitigate regional disparities and to promote development processes. So we need to correct all the flaws, to remedy all the flaws when it comes to governance in order to optimize results. Thank you. Thank you so much. Now, I would like to ask Mr. Skalkos this. We have seen a series of the Agrafa or EVIA or the IOROS regional development plans. Now, what are the situation in your view? What are the needs? Now, I will start with the needs, thank you, and then I will tell you what exactly we do with the development plans. Adding, actually, to what Thanasis said, because all development plans are being drafted under the guidance, under Thanasis's guidance. Now, we need to acknowledge that we have fully realized the concept of territoriality. After the economic recession, the pandemic, etc., we are now experiencing asymmetric crisis. So depending on the territory, on the territorial resilience, we can see disparities. It is not by accident that of course, there are regions which lag behind as against other regions. It's not by mistake that regional and intra-regional disparities are aggravating. It's not by mistake that there are the mid-income regions, and I can see Mr. Petrakos here. He will probably confirm or disagree with what I'm saying. We know very well that the development process is accelerating when the necessary resources are in place. So we have to start bottom up. That is, to start from the local economic and social needs, and on that to build our policies. The cohesion policy has seen a mainstreaming of territoriality over the past years, although funds are earmarked per region. Now we have the ITIs over the past years, the integrated territorial investment. So it is up to us to define the requirements. Coordination anticipated by Mr. Kontogiorgis is also very important, as well as monitoring. So once we have the plans, how we will monitor them, we need to put in place a governance model. But what is my main concern for the forthcoming months is how to strengthen the institutional capacity of the local stakeholders to implement the actions which will be provided for in the development plans. Besides the fact that funds do not reach the regions that are in desperate need of them, and this is a failure we should probably reflect upon. We are talking about ITIs, so ITIs should be implemented by municipalities mainly, and NSRF 2014-2020, the municipalities implement more than 3,100 projects with 42% of the NSRF projects, and the absorption currently finds it difficult to exceed 30%, just to provide you with an example. So all that are concerns. We need to discuss, to think about all that, and once we address that, we may implement the Agrafa project, the Ion Oros project. We have the natural disaster restoration project with Elia and Evia, which is also very important. Again, I would like to remind the excellent job done by the analysis. And of course, there are resources apart from the NSRF resources. So we need to ensure the right coordination and complementarity between tools in order to reach the territories which have not been reached by the cohesion policy. Thank you so much. Thank you also for raising questions for the second round. But let me now focus on the local level. Mrs. Alexopoulou, according to your experience from Achaia, what is your take when it comes to the necessity of these contingency plans with reference to the strengthening of the local infrastructures? Thank you. Good morning. Good morning to all. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to thank you for having me here, and I will explain to you why I say that. Thank you. In the aftermath of a tragic experience of our people, and we cannot but take on board this truth, which has shaken us all and has shocked us all. I said thank you very much for your invitation, for having me here, because I'm here not in my capacity as an MP, but mainly as a person coming from Achaia. And what you're asking has to do with the extrovert regional development. If something lacks in Greek provinces, this certainly is extroversion, which can point out the real needs, the real problems, but also the real progress. This is how we may improve processes, improve operation, remedy shortcomings with a view to functioning on an equal footing one with the other. Our objective should be, of course, to meet our objectives, to improve the quality of life and to upgrade the quality of life of our fellow citizens. And at the end of the day, we don't want Greece to be limited to Athens, but the central plans to be implemented at the same degree in the provinces, in the regions. Some weeks ago, the Prime Minister came to Achaia, and after a hard job done by Mr. Kontogiorgis, as far as I know, he announced 80 projects for a budget of 3.7 billion euro, and this is eloquent when it comes to the situation, the progress in our region. We are now talking about a development perspective of our region, which did not receive the funds it deserved. And although we had to manage unprecedented crisis, but we were called upon to address in a targeted way, we spared no effort to work for the benefit of our region. So allow me to also have recourse to my capacity as a civil engineer. It's very important to realize how important these projects are, because climate change, the natural disasters, the environmental situation which has changed, impose inevitably a change of course. An activist said that unless we do what is impossible, we will be confronted with what is the unimaginable. And so we need to ensure that our infrastructures are able to protect us from natural disasters. And these 80 projects announced by the Prime Minister will partially help Haya to mitigate this risk. And I am sure that we will be in a position to talk overall about a situation which will be protecting us against extreme conditions. But of course, there's room for improvement. Much needs to be done. And if we want to embark upon the path of self-criticism, allow me to say that we are not self-confident enough. We do believe that, I believe that the resources are there, the willingness is there, the tools are there. And what has been seriously concerning me is that, well, what matters is not only receive the money, but receive that money when you're ready to spend that money in a quality fashion, not in an emergency, only when you can spend them appropriately. And we are adequately prepared to spend that money, to be ready when you're ready. And there are no emergencies to address, which sometimes may, because they are emergencies, have a high cost we cannot endure. And I cannot but acknowledge that, of course, money is not the most important thing. Human lives is what matters most. We have seen the loss of human lives in our region in the past. This cannot be tolerated, cannot be accepted by our people, not anymore. And allow me to make a political comment. I believe that this is the Prime Minister who can change this country, who, thanks to his team, gives a meaning to the day after and paves the way for the solution of the problems before they arise.
Yes, that's the main thing. You need to get the money whenever, at the time it's needed. There's no point if we're talking about things needs now and then we get money years later. So, Mr. Kotogyorgis, I'd like to ask, thinking about the next few years, this is not something that's going to finish now, this procedure. What are the targets? What tools and institutional and financing tools are you planning to use? And taking advantage of the relationship with RRF, how can the reforms in the RRF help for acting as a catalyst for growth? What Mr. Skylakakis said and Mr. Vetas implied is that the reforms of the RRF are a self-commitment of the Greek state overall. As Mr. Vetas correctly said, we need to have collaboration on some issues. But because we've had systematic collaboration with the European Commission then and now during the revision of the plan, we are continuing with that commitment. And it was a successful collaboration because it meets the chronic problems of our country and adding reforms or showing insistence in this, if they have a result in the daily lives of citizens, is connected to the fact that these ensure the continuation, especially through the RRF and other policies. This is why there's a thought now. We saw the multi-leveled governance tool, which was part of the first phase of the RRF. We are planning for these things to be boosted. So we want to see more in the second part of the multi-level governance. As I said, in the regional authorities and the municipalities, we are boosting their administrative independence. We have some penalties and we have scores about how municipalities and regions meet some criteria. So we need to have set objectives for circular economy, digital transformation, green transformation, energy efficiency, climate change. So what we're doing now is, in collaboration with the regions and the ministry, we are planning in a first stage these plans which mainly concern the mapping of the situation so that everyone knows in the central government and the regions where there are overlaps, what they need to keep, what they need to do away with, and then to go and look at the value change, the competitive advantages, the inequalities that exist in some sectors apart, despite the progress made so far, and to insist on the things that can keep the new generation in the regions and change the mix of our policies. So we need to move to a second level, and this is perhaps a sort of help. Although our National Recovery and Resilience Fund is not the tool dedicated for regional policies, but it can form a channel for such policies. So we hope that through this procedure to have a gradual consolidation of financing tools, so the NSRF, the regional funds, the Adonis Treaties, the RRF, how do we use these? And as regards the governance, we need to head to the monitoring of these plans. The government, together with the ministries, especially the Ministry of the Interior and the Ministries of Finance and Development, need to be able to see the implementation and the application of these plans. Yes, this is a large challenge, and these are ambitious objectives to be implemented. Yes, from the moment all 13 plans are implemented, when we have the new regional authorities, we will have a collaboration again, so that vertically, as we have the plans for the ministries, to have common synergies with the regional authorities, so that through specific milestones we can map all the things we need to do. So to return to Mr. Skalkos, you said a couple of interesting things, that we're living in a perma-crisis, is the first thing you said. And the second is your reference to a term that we're used to, the ownership of the programs. So I'd like to ask you, how do you ensure in an environment of crisis, how do you ensure that the regions that need them will get the required infrastructure and secure the ownership of the program on a local society level? This is a very difficult question to answer, because when we're planning on paper, this is what we're talking about. Now that we need to give resources to the local government and we need to give independence to the local government, we need to give programs to the local government. But we often see that the local government cannot horizontally do all these things that we want. I don't know if I should be saying this now, but maybe we should talk about customized approaches. So when an authority can implement, they should have a different treatment to fast-track them, to give additional resources. On the other hand, we are obliged to trust the local administration. Through the NSRF, we give extra funding to the regions. We have provided for increased funding through the urban plans to the municipalities. And we are committed to helping everyone in the local government to boost their ability to have the ownership of their programs and to be able to implement these programs through a series of various tools. We also have a new program through the technical assistance of the NSRF for boosting the weak beneficiaries. Some of these are regions or municipalities to be able to use external consultants to fast-track the licensing procedures and a various series of trainings and other things. The ownership issue is important. As a general comment, which we might discuss in the next panel on cohesion policy, as a country, I would say that we need boosting of ownership of our programs. The European Commission is setting the right priorities. Nobody could disagree with the priorities of the green transition or the digital transition. But it's important to be able to have differentiation, not to stick to the procedures, but have a performance-based approach. And meanwhile, to be able to have each region to create its own program and change it quickly. As it was rightly said before, the resources have to be given where they're needed directly and not delayed. So we want ownership. We want this from the European Commission, and as a central government, we are willing to assign ownership to the extent that we can to the regions and the municipalities of the countries, but at the same time, we need to secure that this ownership will bring the desired result. So giving incentives and giving a strict framework for the monitoring of the program, as Thanasis will do, and us too, we want to boost their ability to meet the high standards set. I fully understand. And success has to do also with taking initiatives and starting initiatives with innovative action. So, Mrs. Alexopoulou, keeping this in mind, I know that last May you had organized a working visit to Achaia of European ambassadors. I'd like you to talk to me about this initiative. So you did this. This was an initiative. What is the importance of this action and of extroversion for the region? Again, the key word for me is the trigger for growth, which is extroversion. If you do not highlight your competitive advantages and you do not do this in a way that you will make them known to those who might be interested in investing in your region and contributing to its growth, growth does not mean that we think that we're doing things well. But we need to join forces, and this always applies. So the rationale of this visit, as the president of the Switzerland-Greece Friendship Association, I called the Swiss ambassador and the Polish ambassador to come to Achaia. We had working visits with the region of Western Greece, the Chamber of Achaia, the University of Patras. So we're talking about authorities. We would like more. We would like the municipality of Patras as well, but it was we did important work there, and now we have the first results. Because, as I say, if we do not highlight our competitive advantages ourselves, and we do not tell those who you want as your allies that you want to collaborate with them to go ahead, there's no point doing this on your own. Even if you could, you would have done it already. So for me, the key words are extroversion and synergies. We should be extroverted. We should collaborate to go a step ahead. So overall, the key word is synergies. I saw that everyone talks about collaborations in all these programs and coordination and collaboration from the central government, the region, the individual authority that will have the ownership of the program to manage our objectives, which are extroversion and growth. Thank you very much.
Καλό μεσημέρι. Καλώς ήρθατε σε ακόμη ένα πάνελ του 11ου Συνεδρίου Περιφερειακής Ανάπτυξης. Ένα πάνελ το οποίο ουσιαστικά μαζί με τα προηγούμενα δύο κλείνει μια ενότητα που έχει να κάνει με τη χρηματοδότηση των έργων, την κοινοτική χρηματοδότηση των έργων στην Ελλάδα και γενικότερα, και μια κουβέντα που θα γίνει από εδώ και πέρα και με πολλούς και διαφορετικούς τρόπους και σε ευρωπαϊκό επίπεδο και σε εθνικό επίπεδο, και μια και είμαστε σε περιφερειακό συνέδριο, και σε επίπεδο περιφερειών και τοπικών αρχών. Είμαι εξαιρετικά ευτυχής γιατί σε ένα θέμα που είναι δύσκολο, έχει 40 χρόνια ιστορία και αλλάζει συνέχεια, έχω μαζί μου ανθρώπους που κλήθηκαν είτε από την Αθήνα, κυρίως από την Αθήνα, είτε από τις Βρυξέλλες, να διαχειρίζονται τα κονδύλια των κοινοτικών πόρων, να διαχειρίζονται, όχι οι ίδιοι, να ηγούνται των αρχών που ήταν υπεύθυνα για την κατάρτιση των προγραμμάτων και την εφαρμογή των προγραμμάτων. Για παράδειγμα, το 2014-2020, αυτό που λύγει τώρα, είμαστε στο νησιν 3, και τη διαμόρφωση των επόμενων. Είμαι ευτυχής που ο κύριος Δημήτρης Κάλκος, ο Γενικός Γραμματέας του ΕΣΠΑ, είναι μαζί μας. Ο κύριος Γιώργος Γιαννούσης, ο πρώην Γενικός Γραμματέας του ΕΣΠΑ και πρώην Head στην DG Regio, στην Κομισιόν, που σημαίνει ότι έχει πάρα πολύ καλά την ευρωπαϊκή προοπτική του θέματος. Ο κύριος Αλέκος Κρητικός είναι ειδικός σύμβουλος στο ΕΛΙΑΜΕΠ, αλλά είναι πρώην στελεχός μας στην Ευρωπαϊκή Επιτροπή και πρώην Γενικός Γραμματέας Εσωτερικών, άρα είναι μέσα στην ιστορία του ΕΣΠΑ, μέσα στην ιστορία του κοινωνικού χώρου, ένας άνθρωπος που έχει δει και διαχειριστεί καταστάσεις.
And Mr. Georgos Petrakos, who is a professor of regional development at the University of Thessaly, and a person who knows, and also a Secretary General, right? Before me, former Secretary General. Correct. Correct. So you were the ones who had to implement this project and who had to do this not easy job. 17.8 billion euro from the European Union. According to the last NSRF fact sheet, 26 billion overall, and 22,000 projects were implemented in the programming period which is about to end. In the case of Western Greece, 1,700 projects were financed, and financing is close to 450 million euro, out of which 360 approximately came from the European Union. So the issue is not that the money is considerable, but let us discuss about its footprint. And we should think that all the road network, for example, was financed by the European Union. And given the title, consider the title of this panel, how will the day after be like? Mr. Skalkos, please start this round. Well, thank you very much. The composition of this panel is quite intelligent. Thank you very much for that. Mr. Korkolis, unfortunately, could not join us. Well, no problem. I mean, we would benefit from his input, but you know what? Frankly speaking, NSRF has common strengths and strong points and weak points, so irrespective of the leadership of the ministries, all of us have been involved in implementing NSRF. And let us also remind the programming period usually lasts 7 years, and so the institutional memory is what matters actually, because there may be change and replacement of the political leaders in charge of implementing it. So allow me to talk about the cohesion policy. Mr. Papageorgiou, you anticipated that. This is a European policy for territorial and social cohesion. Is indeed a very important policy that absorbs 1/3 of the community budget. It is certainly a common European policy favoring not only the most disadvantaged or the less advanced regions or the cohesion countries like ours, but all the European regions. Of course, for the less developed regions, the cohesion policy is very important. The programming period 2014-2020 has helped the regions increase 2.6% their GDP. Let this suffice as an example. You talked about the road network, but then we have social actions, we have unemployment. More than 66 billion euro were disbursed from 2002 to 2017. Our country would have been would have been lagging behind without the cohesion policy. But of course, cohesion policy is not a panacea. It cannot replace the overall economic policy of the European Union. And considering also the multiple crises we have been experiencing over the past years. Now, in terms of contingency, Greece has taken steps backwards, and now it lags behind when it comes to the financial figures. So, although before 2008, Greece seemed to coming closer to the most advanced countries, now disparities seem to aggravate, and therefore the situation seems to have reversed. Certainly, we need to change. The situation needs to change. We need to bring about change. A discussion was launched about the cohesion policy after 2027. Our country, as other member countries, join this discussion with specific positions. There's no doubt that procedures need to be simplified. The architecture of cohesion policy is too complex, too complicated, and this is also to be blamed for the delays in which funds reach the state government. So we need more agility, we need more flexibility, we need greater ownership of our programs, and this is something we pointed out during the previous panel as well. Allow me to insist on this. And this is not a matter of fear, and because we are all Europeans and in favor of the European Union, I suppose there are no Euro-skeptics here, and because we also are lovers of the cohesion policy, we may level the necessary criticism. So let me say that the mitigation of regional disparities and inequalities and convergence, which was the very initial mission of the cohesion policy, has been only partially met. So this is something we need to take stock of. We need to acknowledge, and we need also to be pragmatic and realistic if we want to bring about change in the future. And if we want to strengthen the cohesion policy, on condition it is reviewed and reformed. Thank you very much. Now, the discussion about what does not work in Brussels and in the European capitals will be my first question. I would like to dwell on what is happening today for the first round of remarks. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So my first intervention will try to give some key figures, key data about what changed in the cohesion policy from the very beginning of the European cohesion project to today, because I believe that it's useful to keep this in mind to understand how this can develop after 2027. First of all, obviously, this is not like a historical retrospective, and I can't do this next to Alekos Kritikos, my good friend, who in a recent paper has provided a reference document on the history of cohesion policy in the EU. Yes, so what I'm going to say is that the cohesion policy started with the financing of projects. So absorption was easy, we'd say. Greece would prepare a hydroelectric plant. It would go through the first phases, would be submitted to the European Commission, and it would just get the money straight after, and a project after that, and another after that. So this approach came into conflict with an emergent trend of the Commission since 1975 to see a need for programs, for synergies between different programs. So this approach, programs-based approach, gradually started gaining ground without, however, the first approach being lost completely. So fast forward to 1985. So then we've got Delors, who represents the French school of development thought. It's the era of planning for development. In France, you had the Commissariat du Plan. In Greece, we had the KEP. These are the development authorities. The banks conduct growth studies, and they see the promising sectors. Come and invest in these, they say. But these programs are not just the synergies of different activities, but these need to come for all the sectors, the agricultural sector, the regional sector, the social sector. So in Crete, for example, we don't want only olive trees, we want avocado trees. The social fund needs to train those people, and we also need to build the airport to export the avocados. So we move ahead to these programs, which are they kind of help growth, but it doesn't stop there, the programs-based approach, with the involvement of many different funds. In 1989, this evolves, and all programs are based on this approach. So we did away with the approach of individual projects, and we'll see this come into play later again. So what happens then? We have only programs, and we reach 1993 and Maastricht and the Cohesion Fund. Spain had noticed that they would have a pure contribution to their budget if they didn't have any money. So this takes us back to the approach, a programs-based approach, and we have a new element for these projects. These resources, the European Commission says, will be given to the environment of the trans-European networks. These are priorities. So this is a challenge for me, as you understand. I need to comment on this. How compatible were these two objectives? So trans-European networks were aimed to aid in the transport of goods across the European market. On the other side, we didn't want environmental pollution. A posteriori, we saw that through the traffic, the transport of these projects, we saw that this caused environmental pollution, and now we turn to local production and consumption. So in Lisbon in 2000, we saw that Europe needs to face globalization. How will it address it? By becoming a society and economy of knowledge. So we're going to leave aside simple production activities, making T-shirts and etc., and to the third world, and we are going to provide added value services and products. Very good, but this policy does not automatically bring new resources. So the EU says we need the cohesion sources to use for this policy. So we see that up until now, the funds for the cohesion policy were given in solidarity for convergence of inequalities, and now they're given for the convergence of cutting-edge Europe with other cutting-edge areas in other areas. Yes, and we see this today as well. Yes, we'll see this in other times. So this is why I talked about this. So now, as regards the procedures, what happened there? In 1985, the programs introduced some highly significant elements. The multi-annual planning, the comprehensive nature, and also the monitoring committees. And this, for me, is fundamental. And I will be very sad to see this go in the future, because monitoring committees help with transparency, because otherwise each authority would get credit and do whatever they wanted with this credit, and they didn't have to report to anyone. Now, twice a year, they need to report on what they're doing. So moving ahead, in 1999, the Commission Santé. Perhaps some of you remember this. This actually crumbled, and we had a feeling that the European Commission bore responsibility for this. And the European Commission, after this, kind of distanced itself from the management of the programs. So the European Commission said, I don't want to know what the Italians are financing. I want them to bear the responsibility. I will just monitor what's happening. And I won't monitor as the European Commission, I will set the standards for monitoring by the countries. So I will be a very distant manager of this process, and I will have very limited responsibilities. So I've never been a proponent of this approach of minimizing the EU's responsibility. And I don't see how the European Commission would not have responsibility when the Italians, for example, paid for Elton John's concert in Napoli with the EU funds. No matter if you participate in the procedure or not, you bear the political responsibility. So the regions in this decade now have to choose their priorities between the priorities set by Europe. So again, we see the element we see a continuation of the element with the EU defining priorities, and then each of us chooses what they need in their case. So this continues up until the 2008 crisis. For Greece, this caused an upheaval in Europe too. I was responsible for managing these programs then on behalf of Greece, on the side of Greece, and I could see the Troika come here and ask us to pay for social work. For example, getting unemployed to pick up cigarette butts from parks. And I said, can we do this in a more organized fashion to get young people? And the answer was that it's not fast enough. We need to channel money to the market to avoid social collapse. Okay, these are valid concerns, but we need to understand what's going on. So we exited the crisis, and then we had COVID. So this relaxation of what Europe required from Greece was generalized, during the crisis, was generalized due to COVID. And now the resources were channeled to anything that was needed to support societies during the COVID era. Again, we saw at the beginning of this a short-sighted approach, which was integral to the European cohesion policy, that we're not going to use new resources, just make do with what we have. But due to Macron, thanks to Macron, Europe realized that there was a danger of a collapse of the total social structure of Europe, and the RRF was established as a reply to this crisis. And of course, it's the very important milestone of European integration and cohesion if we don't do away with it as a unique exception, and if we don't have anything to follow this. So this period, as did the period of the crisis in Greece, highlights the role of the General Directorate of Financial Affairs, which has a new approach. It's not the Delors approach, which favoured cohesion as a principle for European integration and in itself explains why we need cohesion policies. Now we see that money is not enough. We need reforms. And I agree with this, but I'm afraid that some proponents of this mean not that the money is not enough, but that we don't need money. We only need reforms. And I disagree with this. We need reforms. Reforms alone could be promoted, could be imposed by the European Commission in the previous programming period as well, without the need for a crisis or for COVID. On the contrary, what we had been promoted in the programming period, in the previous programming period, we had the supplementarity. So independence, essentially, of procedures. So when you distance yourself from obligation, from the responsibility, someone else comes and says, I'll tell you what to do, and you won't be able to have any independence without my approval. So this is the situation so far, and I stop here. It's useful to think about this when we talk later on about what's going to happen after now. So acting as a devil's advocate, yes, reforms are needed, but reforms need money. So how is this going to continue in the future? There's no way around this.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Papageorgiou. Allow me to correct this. Epimetron publisher is your publisher, right? Yes, thank you. Thank you very much. Now, what can I say after what Mr. Giannousis said? Now, I will try to make an overview in order to contribute to this discussion. So, the co-fighter, Giorgos Giannousis, very rightly pointed out these two cohesion policy eras. The RDF up to 88, the big reform with the Mediterranean programs in the meantime, and then the second period which is still ongoing. I wish that today this is the beginning of a new cohesion policy. I will come back to that later. The cohesion policy, which aimed to mitigate inequalities, had started even before 1985 through the social fund, the rural fund in favor of disadvantaged rural areas, or the less advantaged, the more disadvantaged, the European Investment Bank, which of course had an impact on reducing regional inequalities. Formally, of course, officially, this policy was consolidated by the cohesion policy, but as Jean-François Draveil writes, the ERDF at the beginning was somehow European and somehow regional. Somehow European because it would not intervene in national policies. As Mr. Giannousis said, it was financing a list of a project the countries had selected. The eligible regions were the ones of the national system, so no, Brussels had no say on that. As a result, this was the impact. It was also, according to Traverse, somehow regional, because regional and local authorities did have no participation. Everything took place centrally, nationally. So the capitals were interacting with Brussels alone. And then in 1988, this drastically changed, but not out of scratch, because in the meantime, the Mediterranean programs had been implemented, which was a triple answer. First, they answered, they responded the issue of the then memorandum, the review asked by the governors with deviations from the competition rules, and the Commission answered with the integrated Mediterranean programs, which also managed to address the problems of the enlargement of Spain and Portugal. And second, to also make a rehearsal of the Delors-inspired reform. This is how we saw the Mediterranean integrated programs as a precursor of the reform. Of course, at the beginning, there were other programs, the out of quotas program, which were an attempt to express that trend in the DG region, to introduce the concept, the notion of planning. And this is how we reached the reform of 1988. December 31st was, and I had the honor of chairing that committee. So December 31st, 88, we had the approval of the new context, according to which the eligible regions would have been defined according to European criteria, regardless of the national state aid lists. So cohesion versus competition. Second, multi-annual planning, and of course a remarkable amount of money, and also the Mediterranean program-related methodology, which was used in a more extensive way. But I have to say that the programs out of quotas took very long time to be implemented. So the delays in approving the programs. There were difficulties in planning as this was conceived back then, but we did not took that into consideration. And this is how, at the beginning, the situation was simpler. I mean, the general regulation back then was 15 pages long. Today, it is 150 pages. The Commission would add without omitting, without removing any pages. As a result, the system is quite rigid and quite complicated. Now we have 7 programming periods of 7 years, which last 10 years. We have multi-annual programs with the N+3 rule. Once the program is approval, the implementation of program starts a couple of years later. And this is, I mean, and to that, the governments are not to blame. The European Commission also is has some kind of rigidities and also some reluctance to take on responsibilities. And this is how we actually reach a point where there are complicated mechanisms that provide for the famous boxes that need to be ticked in order to finalize the situation. I don't remember whether it was you or another minister, Yorgos, when you tried to explain what those boxes stood for. Then a minister said, "Oh, it is up to the boxes to decide, and not to me, who am a minister." I mean, just to say in a descriptive way that the system, as it was forged, it was quite bureaucratic. However, this, having said that, we need to acknowledge that regions owe much to the cohesion policy. The increase of development indicators from 1888 to 2003 is very eloquent. However, the crisis has shown that this policy did not render local and national economies more resilient. And now we expect this resilience from the reforms under discussion. Now, what is the lesson we have to draw from this the history of cohesion policy. No. Well, I don't mean to say that history repeats itself, but certainly has much to teach us. So we had the first period up to 1988, an experiment with the integrated Mediterranean programs. Proportionately, we could think that when it comes to the organization today, that role is played by the RRF. So although the old process providing for the old revisited regulations and SRF, a novelty, a new ingredient has been introduced, in this case, RRF, which started from scratch, actually, to bring about a new situation, intervention on the basis of a single project, no distinction between regions in disadvantaged or less advanced to advanced, and financing according to criteria, however, which do not take on board regional inequalities, although they do favor the less advanced regions. I mean, if we compare the money received by countries like ours from structural funds and the RRF, the percentage, you will see that the percentage is close. But at least we avoid the divisions of the European continent. And this is very, very important. It's important not to have to make distinction between we and them. The recovery fund reaches the deliverable without having made this distinction, and this is very important for the sense of belonging and the feeling of solidarity. So RRF is a single fund. Delors back then wanted to amalgamate and to unify the fund, but he failed to do so. And this is why the three funds have been the case for so many years. Now, we do have a single fund, a project-based implementation. We have the reforms implemented. We have funding, not per region, but per member state. What do we lack today? We don't have a partnership. We don't have a plan and approach to mitigate regional inequalities. And this is important not because it only mirrors the need for solidarity. It is a universal request, a claim, as it were. So if you want me to dare making a forecast, well, the new programming period after 2027 will certainly borrow more characteristics, more aspects of the RRF-related methodology than the one of the cohesion policy, which needs to be left behind, on condition that, of course, this is enriched with a partnership, a planning which will ensure increased synergies between interventions, and certainly also the inequality decrease based also on the principle of accountability. Yes, certainly we will have this discussion in the second round. And I would like to have Mr. Skalkos' opinion on what is happening today, during the second round, of course. Now, Mr. Petrakos, from the scientific perspective, my feeling on the basis of, according to my experience and my knowledge, we are not good at measuring the results, and therefore we cannot have, at the end of the day, a widely accepted policy in order to evaluate whether this money, this project is worth, I mean, not on a case-by-case study basis. Of course, the hospital is worth the effort, but generally speaking, I would like to add this parameter in the discussion, and you have the floor, sir. Thank you. This is quite an interesting question. Allow me very quickly to say this. As you know, the cohesion policy, what we call as NSRF here in Greece, covers some categories: infrastructure, social goods, services, entrepreneurship. And there are studies to evaluate their results in place for that. And there are the ex post reports of the European Union, which also have the same objective. Whatever has to do with infrastructure, be it healthcare infrastructure, education or transport infrastructure, there are visible and tangible results with an impact on the everyday life of citizens. When, however, there is also the impact on the productive system, and here result may be less visible. And the reason is obvious, because, of course, what was the opening up of markets in the European Union had to do with the Greek production system, a more traditional, restricted one, and certainly this was subject to greater pressure. So probably, in this respect, the results were not the desired ones. Something which we tend to disregard are what we call the multipliers, which means that there are some resources earmarked in an economy, and where does this money end up? For example, in Achaia, payments are made, and then what? If you adapt the regional multipliers at the national level, then you will see that some part of that ends in Attica. A big share of the NSRF resources go back to the net contributors. So the latter's participation at the end of the day is lower than the one initially projected, if you follow the flow of money. Now, going back to the cohesion policy, it addresses a series of challenges, and therefore it needs to stay up to date. Point number one, when the cohesion policy was launched, the key word was convergence, which of course was gradually withdrawn afterwards because it was considered utterly unfeasible, and it was replaced by a more general term as cohesion is. But if you think about 30 years of cohesion policy, if we go back to the 90s, for example, versus the 2000s, you will see that although remarkable amount of money has been spent, we have not managed to achieve convergence, neither cohesion. In Northern Europe, there are some advanced regions with 100,000 euro GDP per capita, and we in the South are close to 10, 15, maybe 20,000 euro GDP per capita in Attica or South Aegean. In other words, there's a high number of regions in the East, in the South, less developed, and fewer regions, but important regions, in Western and Northern Europe with signs of excellence and high growth rate. So this is the first thing we need to take stock of. The inequalities at the national level have yet to be addressed. Half of the Greek GDP is generated in Attica, just to take an example. In Europe, it's the same. The same applies in Europe. The metropolitan areas, the northern region especially, are the ones which generate most of the GDP. And of course, they are also responsible for the consumption Right. Yeah, well, I'm thinking of the productive system. You know, GDP is supposed to measure the productive potential of a region or the added value. Now, the second important thing are social inequalities. 1 out of 5 European citizens are at risk of poverty, and this is a European average. And this is not a problem of the European South. And of course, here the situation is much more serious, where 1 out of 3 is at risk of poverty. And 20% is the relevant percentage in France. So generally speaking, social inequalities. Now, if we go back to the 90s when the single market and Maastricht were launched, back then there were a series of scientific studies according to which beware, this is about to come. Single market means competition, unequal circumstances. This means that some systems are doomed. And this, to a great extent, happened in Greece, where the productive tissue has been seriously undermined. Now, the second important challenges are what we call the mega trends. Now, what is already here, actually, it's not a trend, is globalization, technological revolution, climate threat, energy transition. All those trends mainly threat the weaker regions, and up to 40% of jobs available out there. This is not something we can disregard. This is not an academic discussion. This is reality. Therefore, these are the challenges we need to address, and allow me to add yet another one, that is, and let me word this as the European public goods. We have been talking about the need to complete the European market. We do that according only in the sector of competition, but telco has not been completed. Other public goods like transports have not been finalized, and these are fundamental public goods for the European citizens. Energy networks, just to take an example. These also have not been completed. Now let me come to the last period. And this certainly has to do with the cohesion policy. A lesson we have drawn is that Europe managed to intervene, learning from the mistakes committed in Greece through the RRF, the Next Generation EU, by simplifying regulations and especially borrowing money. And this is watershed. This had no precedent because in reality, European bonds were the loans, the community loans, which are here to stay. Now, if you consider also the financial prospects, well, I would say that yes, the discussions are progressing, but the discussions are whether we will start again punishing countries because of their debt, or whether we will ensure a smoother transition. This is not sufficient anymore because the challenges for the European Union are so daunting that we need to finalize the European integration. We need a European budget to address this challenge, and in my view also tax integration, in order for the European Union to be able to resolve the problem of the big corporations which have make use of tax havens without paying the taxes they are supposed to.
Thank you, Mr. Petragos. Okay, I've got two key questions for you. First of all, you talked about the cohesion policy, and you said that talking about countries that fared worse than us and now have moved ahead in performance, which means that we too are making a mistake because they all talk to Brussels, and there's something wrong in the model used by Brussels. So if tomorrow morning, based on our experience over the past few years, you had some changes to recommend for here and there, what would they be? You give me the more difficult questions. Yes. I'm not saying, I want to correct this, I don't think that, that I said that the countries that were doing worse than us are doing better. Yeah, I'm talking about the percentage of convergence. Yes, it's the same with other countries, not only for Greece, but not. What I wanted to say is that a policy that started with a rationale of having the less developed regions catch up with more advanced regions seems not to work. It worked for some years up to the 2008 financial crisis, but it ended abruptly then. So the less developed regions have a significant lag, which means the cohesion policy was not designed on a vacuum. Obviously, it is part of the overall European choices, as Mr. Bertraco said. You talked about fiscal integration and a common energy market, which is a timely issue, lots of things. So, by necessity, when Europe has not clarified the fundamental choices it's to make in the years to come, the cohesion policy cannot function more effectively. Is this the same for all countries? Because even if the southern countries have made more mistakes, they need more infrastructure. This is not financed by the cohesion policy. I'm not saying if this is right or not, but do all countries have the same needs? Because otherwise some countries will lag even more and some move ahead even faster. So this is what you see when you're talking with Brussels. Yes, obviously. Obviously, every country sets its own priorities. We cannot use a one-size-fits-all approach. I mean, an NSRF is designed differently in each country, depending on the needs each time. In any case, and we should not be afraid to use this word, gradually, Europe at this phase, because it's following circles from 1886, we are at a very tight spot. So we need to see why we're here. It might be very good to have very strict confines to be imposed, but if we don't see where developments are taking us, the economy is motivated by incentives, so it's good for the European nation as we envision it to be, to give the right incentives to countries to adapt to the coming changes. Obviously, the top priorities and reforms, the RRF that we talked about. We want all this. We want these reforms. I'd say that I'm not going to talk about previous governments, but this government sometimes actually adds its own reforms apart from those requested. But the problem is much more fundamental. It seems that these policies are ambitious. Innovation, as I see, innovation is a complex issue that cannot change things from one day to the next. So it requires an institutional environment that can adopt these changes so that the funds can be properly allocated. If we don't have this institutional environment, if the public administration or regional authorities cannot catch up, these resources cannot reach specific projects. As a result, the only kind of state that will benefit is a state that has the right infrastructure to absorb resources. So it's not that we are doing things wrongly, but the cohesion policy as it is in place now, benefits more the more advanced regions. How can we change this? I would say that we definitely need to increase technical assistance with EU funds given to states and for these reforms to allow us to get quickly this capacity of public administration to absorb these resources. And I do not shy away from the question. I mean, we're talking about the end of the era of large-scale projects for infrastructure, for the road access. Yes, they're being largely completed in countries, but we also have the rural network that needs to be modernized. We have room for investment in that. There are issues that are not addressed by the cohesion policy, such as the maintenance of all these roads. Yesterday, someone talked about the condition of bridges in the country. This cannot be done under the cohesion policy. It would be amazing if we could, but there are things that we would like to see under the cohesion policy. But the main issue is, I know that I'm taking up a bit of time, but we need to see what we want to do with the cohesion policy. I see two different approaches and directions. The one is a cohesion policy of the crisis, which is what is promoted now by Europe. For example, it's relaxing the framework for states to support their economies. So if a state does not have the financials to boost companies with financing directly, as in the case of Greece, the EU says, okay, you can use money from the cohesion policy funds. So we're moving away from long-term strategies, which we are talking about, which we are saying that we need to have, and we use the NSRF and during the crisis, during the pandemic, and this allowed us to support the Greek economy. But we need to see if the cohesion policy will just fill in the gaps or it'll be a long-term strategy. So at some point we need to see its relationship with other tools. We talked about if we should have a single fund or not. At the moment, we have different tools, different funds, different initiatives. We are lost in the procedures. We knew about all this. We'd been discussing about all this, and the RRF comes and makes us take a close look in the mirror and to look at the elephant in the room, because the RRF can handle why can the RRF use the EU funds better than the cohesion policy fund? We need to clarify who's responsible for what. Europe, I believe, has a large investment gap, which perhaps is in a way handled by the RRF. There's a big gap in production transformation, which perhaps is covered by the cohesion policy more so with its new form. And there's a big gap in business liquidity when there's a crisis, and there businesses have to be supported to survive into the future. So this is the remaining gap. We're trying to cover this with some patches, but when we clarify what Europe wants to do with each of its tools, and then to see what synergies we can have, this is another fundamental aspect within this, I think that the future will be better for all. So, to finish on an optimistic note, Europe always changes following a crisis. For reforms to go ahead, we needed to have a crisis, such as the petrol crisis that led to changes in there. The Ukraine crisis might now lead to the common energy market. The pandemic led to the RRF. Perhaps now this is the starting point for making the changes. We have a short time frame. We can't be talking about this in the next decade. So we need to revise the EU budget. We need to see what we're going to talk about, and through the negotiation, we'll see if we will be more optimistic or less. So, in a minute, one change. If you could make one change tomorrow morning, a doable change, what would you propose? as regards the cohesion policy for the next European period as a country? Or regarding the model of the cohesion policy, as if you were Europe, as Alekos Kritikos said, Europe will continue the course of the past. If there's a second RRF, a second common neutral debt, it will again be handled as it handled this one. The question is, if there is no second RRF, if not, I believe that one option is that this approach will be done away with. And I don't think this is very likely. The second option is that the cohesion policy will be inoculated with this approach. And the third option is that it might the approach of the recovery fund might use some of the resources of the cohesion policy. So some of the resources are going to be transferred to a different directorate. In this way, so there, I think that the third model is the one to bet on. If I were Greece, yes. I'm happy because after 40 years, I can express my opinion as a citizen, not as Greece or as Europe. But I believe that Greece should take the brave decision to suffer the pressure of the clients of these funds. So every time these people come and request more money, and Greece has to be bold enough to do something different with this money. The first thing is it needs to consolidate its public administration. I can't imagine anyone thinking that through new jobs this problem will be solved, all with training. Do you believe that if we hire 200 people and we get them to be responsible for a train station, they'll stop acting like those up to now who use the service phones to talk about their little affairs, etc., and sexual affairs, etc. So what we need to do is to have new structures. Thank you very much. Okay. Yes or no? More or less RRF tomorrow? First of all, what Mr. Skalko says is very interesting, that now with the more advanced regions are favored by the current cohesion policy conditions. Let's see in 1 or 2 years what will have happened with 12 billion of the RRF. So if it's a matter of demand by the private sector, and we'll see most of it, about 70 to 80% will be in the area of Athens and around Athens. So this is interesting. And the persons responsible for this bear the fruit and the obligations of this approach. So as you said, we have a European perspective on this, and I want to note that what the new approach should not have cancellation of the responsibilities of the European Commission, which is now being replaced by transnational committees. So I believe that the EU should maintain its position as a transnational instrument. Yeah, sorry, I need to interrupt you. Yes or no to more RRF? As a forecast, increased resources. The cohesion policy cannot manage things on its own. So in the next programming period planned, we need to include in the cohesion policy more resources to support fiscal integration in the EU. Second, we want a results-based approach and not a procedures-based approach. For 3.5 years, we've been designing a program covering 7 years. It was launched in January 2019, and the Thessaly program, where I was involved, where the EU, the European Commission launched it in September 2020. We need to do away with all this red tape. You can't be planning a 7-year program over 3.5 years. We don't have any time. We'll be going to get kicked out. Thank you.
Κυρίες και κύριοι, καλώς ορίσατε στο...
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the 11th Regional Growth Conference organized by Peloponnesos newspaper. My name is Gogo Katselli. I am a journalist at ERT and Eleftheros Typos, and it is a pleasure and an honor for me to participate in this institution, which allows us to discuss the problems and challenges at regional level, but also the policies that need to be pursued with a view to promoting its development. Today we will talk about the future of food and the role of the agricultural sector in food resilience. And it is important, especially in this period when the war in Ukraine is still ravaging, which of course, endangers, jeopardizes the food safety, and because, of course, there are phenomena of drought which have been affecting cultures and crops. Now, all that imposes a new approach towards the agricultural sector. Thanks to the input of our distinguished guests, we will see what are the main barriers to be removed, but also the steps that need to be taken in order to ensure food resilience. Let me introduce our panelists. Giorgos Stylios is a deputy minister at the Ministry of Rural Development and Food. We will travel to Italy, where we will meet Mrs. Alessandra De Senin, Secretary General of INSOR and partner Biker, Cultura della Relazione. Mr. Christos Tsandila, Senior Researcher at Elgo Dimitra, Mrs. Evi Lazaridou from New Agriculture, New Generation, and Mr. Nikolaos Pavlonasios, President at the Pan-Hellenic Association of Young Farmers. Now, I would like to have an introductory remark by each and every one of you, starting with Deputy Minister. Good morning to all. Thank you very much for having me here. I'm glad to be here in Patras, at the University of Patras. It was here that I finished my PhD thesis, so I'm very moved to be here, actually. And I am also delighted to be participating in a conference which aspires to promote regional development, focusing on human beings, of course, because human beings are those who can bring forward development and can reinvigorate the primary sector and agriculture. As you rightly pointed out, the food safety is a top item at the agenda. To manage, to ensure that, we need to have production. We need to have cattle breeders and farmers who will work in our regions and who will provide us with quantity-wise and quality-wise produce, safe food for consumers in Greece, in Europe, and why not in the world. So we need to rethink the strategy put in place to date. Because in the past, of course, very easily, we could have corn from Ukraine, we could have cereals from or other products from South America very, very easily. This was not at stake. This was not an issue some years ago. However, now a top priority is to guarantee food security, and we have managed to ensure that for the time being. Yes, we'll elaborate that in the future. Thank you. Now, let us give the floor to Mrs. De Senin for some introductory remarks.
Κυρία De Senin, μας ακούτε?
Hello.
Γεια σας, σας ακούμε.
Yes, we can hear you. Please proceed.
Good afternoon.
Θα θέλετε να μας κάνετε ένα εισαγωγικό σχόλιο?
Would you like to make some introductory remarks before passing to the questions?
Okay.
Could you please proceed with some introductory remarks?
Well, good afternoon to everybody. Kalispera. It's a pleasure for me to participate in this conference. Thank you to invite me. And I'm very sorry not to be there with you in Patras. First of all, I would like to introduce the two organizations that I have the honor to representing in this conference. The National Institute of Rural Sociology and the Major City of Europe. The institute was founded in 1959 and since its establishment has played a primary role in the socio-economic studies of agriculture and the rural sector. It was the first to identify the economic importance of the human factor with the farm, and in 1976 identified typical products as a fundamental element to increase the value of most farmer production. It began study on typical products, inspiring protection and safeguarding certification system. Major City of Europe is a European open and independent community of European local and regional governments that cooperate with academia, public and private organizations in order to promote the development of new services for citizens and local business. What do these two organizations have in common? The awareness that today for organizations that want to create value, it is fundamental to develop the ability to share ideas, experience and skills. Of course, a key connecting element is the food system. We know that the food is produced in the rural areas, but it is consumed mainly in cities. And in one way, we must think about how to improve the sustainability of the food chain. That is the core of the European project Farm to Fork.
Thank you very much. Να προχωρήσουμε στον κύριο Τσαντίλα τώρα.
Ευχαριστώ, κυρία Κατσάγη. Καλησπέρα.
Thank you. Let us give the floor to Mr. Tsandilas now. Thank you. Now, as an introductory remark to what we will discuss today, I would like to present the framework that has to do with the food production, that is the primary sector. Now, first and foremost, when it comes to the UN, the United Nations Organization, I believe that the primary sector has to do with 3 out of the 17 important SDGs of 2015. First, zero hunger. So this was the target of the UN up to 2030. So good quality and high quantity food. That was the first objective. The second SDG was climate action, SDG 13 of the UN. And it is very important to take that on board because all our activities are affected by this objective. And the third development goal, which is inextricably linked to the primary sector, is the SDG number 15, that is the life on Earth, which has to do with all terrestrial, land, and water ecosystems. Now, very concisely, where do we stand when it comes to these SDGs, and especially food safety? In 2022, and these are figures published recently by FAO, the Food Agriculture Organization, 2.3 billion people were living in conditions of hunger or at risk of hunger. According to the demographic forecasts, by 2100, the population of the Earth will have multiplied. So we need to get prepared because we will need to increase by 80% food production. When it comes to Europe now, thankfully, things are better here. So instead of having the problem of hunger, we do suffer from obesity. I am a typical example. If we have a look at the number of calories consumed in Europe and in Africa, or the protein grams, for example, don't mean to tire you with figures, but you will understand that there are great differences. But here the problem is the quality production in food and not the contrary, the opposite, that is hunger. Now allow me just to say, when it comes to the primary sector, that the only products in which we are more than self-sufficient and we can export is olive and olive oil. As the minister, the alternate minister, has anticipated, we are self-sufficient regarding other foods, but we are not in a position to export them. Now, the food crisis and the Ukraine, of course, war has extremely aggravated the situation, and on top of that, there is climate change. So, the primary sector needs to try to eliminate hunger, according to the UN SDGs, taking on board the developments in ecosystems and in the climate. Thank you very much. Allow me just to make a comment. Well, eliminating hunger sounds to me unfeasible. Well, you know, some SDGs have already been met, but these are our compass. And these are not simple development goals. They have an impact on our programs. You know, the PAC, the Common Agricultural Policy, are affected by the extent to which we have been meeting these SDGs. Mrs. Lazaridou, could you please introduce your organization? Thank you, Mrs. Katselli. Thank you very much for having me here. Now, I am the Chief Executive Officer of New Agriculture, New Generation. It was established in 2018 upon initiative of the Stavros Niarchos Foundation with a view to helping agri-food supply chain through the development of HR and the support of small entrepreneurship, especially in the provinces. So, having said that, we have supported more than 30,000 people over the past 5 years, and with several success stories. We have the privilege of really witnessing the most visionary Greeks and the most talented Greeks working in this sector. Now, I fully agree with what Deputy Minister and Mr. Tsadilas said. Right now, the major challenge is how we will feed by 40% more people by 2050, who will be in need of more food by 70%, with an expected increase in arable land, which will be much lesser, when 68% of the world population will be living in cities. This is a great challenge that has to do not only with the limits, the boundaries of Earth, and whether we will be in a position to reverse the trend, but also has to do with our survival. The world food system is not sustainable currently. It does contribute to the greenhouse phenomenon by 30%, including logistics, which means that for it to become a climate neutral, great reforms need to be pursued, and changes need to be pursued also when it comes to food, not only production, but also consumption. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'd also like a comment by Mr. Kolonosios. Thank you very much, Paul Ignatius. I represent the Pan-Hellenic Association of Young Farmers. It's institutionalized by legislation. We were established as a body in 2003. We see that at the moment in Greece, unfortunately, young farmers are becoming fewer and fewer. And actually at European level, this is happening. If we look at the level at European level, if we look at the figures on European level, for each new farmer, 10 leave, unfortunately. So 10% of European farms are managed by people under 40 years of age. So this is a bad situation, and we are trying to give incentives to young people to become farmers and to try to produce things for their land, but unfortunately we have many problems such as training, the lack of financing tools, and much more. That's all. So let's move on to the questions, starting with the Minister. So an issue you faced over the past year was that of food security. We saw that you established a recording of basic farming products. We had from the beginning assurances that Greece is at no risk of food insecurity. How did you manage to overcome this obstacle, given that we had the war in Ukraine, the ports closed down, and given the climate crisis as well? What policies did you follow? First of all, we secured other markets from which we procured what we needed for production. For example, animal feed from other countries. We had a lot of imports from Ukraine and Russia at a higher cost, yes, definitely, compared to the past. Then we took advantage of our strategy for common agricultural policy for the next programming period. We have a financing tool, which is a connected grant for products such as soft and hard wheat and corn, etc. So we told farmers, you'll get more subsidies if you cultivate these crops, so annual crops. We made the most of the available land. There's a program known as greening of agriculture. So this gave farmers the ability to cultivate crops and at the same time get money in the intermediate year between cultivations. With these options, and setting other priorities in collaboration always with the producers across the country and giving them incentives and training them, we managed to have the supplies, the stocks that we need. Of course, due to the climate crisis, as our Italian friend said, we are always committed to our strategies for the Green Deal 2020-2030 and to the strategy for biodiversity and the strategy from farm to fork, which through these strategies we have a set of actions that help present guidelines and the path that can be followed. Are these enough to manage any new crisis? It depends on the size of the crisis. What will it be? What will need to be done then? Definitely for the first time, Greece and the other European countries had to handle such crisis. We've talked about this. We've talked about this contingency. We had a ministers' council and we had an OECD meeting in Paris last year to discuss the food security of various countries. And we agreed that we should have collaboration, open collaboration between all countries, and to undertake common actions at a European level and internationally. So food security is a top priority. Mrs. Desanin, we saw a lot of European countries faced an unprecedented drought. The war in Ukraine caused a concern about the lack of staple agricultural products. What practices should farmers follow to secure their food security of the country and the resilience of the food industry?
Pandemic and the ongoing war have highlighted the fragility of the economic and social system in several European countries. The primary production is guided by biological cycle and not by consumption or commercial criteria. Italy, like other European countries, has transformed itself from a country with important agricultural production to a country focalized on the food transformation. The problem is that this happened without a strategy. Transformation must not happen. They must be guided. Despite all the progress in the food safety, engineering, and biotechnology, the role of the farmer is still irreplaceable. He is the only person capable of supplying people with their basic needs. A farmer is a manager of key resources like soil, water, land, and of the plants and animals upon it. The farmer is also important for the protection of the territory and for his distinctive knowledge, skills, experience. Its products help to promote and increase the attractiveness of the territory. In order to increase the resilience, we need to develop a medium-long-term strategy vision that can guarantee food security. When we talk about food security, I think it is fundamental to have as a reference the definition that was coined by FAO during the World Food Summit in 1996. Food security exists when all people at all times have a physical and economic access to the sufficient, safe, and nutritious food that meet their dietary needs and food preferences for an active and healthy life. When we spoke about the food security and resilience, we need to connect this kind of a concept.
Σας ευχαριστούμε πολύ. Είναι μια προοπτική που
Thank you very much. This is something that we've all thought about. So let's move on to Mr. Tsadilas. How can the production sector and plant production contribute to avoid the risk of food insecurity? I'd like to say that it is now time for people to understand what for many years, in my opinion, is not seen in its true dimension. And I'm talking about the downgrading of the primary sector over time, which is usually seen only on financial terms. We talk about it being a small percentage of GDP, 3 or 4% over the past few years. So it's a small part of the economic activity in the country. And I fear that this affects, over time, the policies implemented and the priorities implemented in this country. I believe that at the moment, we are giving the best possible reply to say that we should not see agriculture in this light, because we want to examine the growth in the industry, because we see that it has self-value. No matter how small its financial contribution to GDP, we cannot live without food. So the priorities set should not be only financial. After this, I'd like to say that the agricultural sector, if it could be combined, to talk in financial terms, with other sectors of activity, the secondary sectors, so with processing, and especially if connected with tourism, which for our country is the largest sector, could provide great added value to the agricultural sector itself and to the other sectors. So why are we waiting for the agricultural sector to provide almost all food on the planet? About 98% is created from plants, animals, and sea catch. So we heard before that to increase production, we heard the percentages that we need to increase food production by 70% by 2040, 2050, to 80% by 2100, and that we don't have much room to expand the land cultivated. But I'm afraid that this is that we've overcome the limits set. So we have a need now to intensify agricultural production. But this means automatically that it needs to follow some rules, because otherwise we'll fall upon the other priorities set by sustainable development that relate to the climate and natural resources. So we have to find a way for this intensification to be sustainable. But the issue is can we do this? Can we have sustainable growth of agricultural production? Yes, we can, under certain conditions. So here, science, technology, research have a lot to offer here. So we have cultivation systems, what we call smart agriculture, carbon agriculture, precision agriculture, organic agriculture, methods used to increase production at the same time protecting our natural resources and the environment. This is very important. We need to focus on this as we should, because I'm afraid I come from a background of agricultural research, and I think that this should be a top priority. But, dear Minister, I think that you need to improve a bit in this sector. So I hope that with the bill you're discussing now, you will give some prospects for this. Now, as regards Greece, when we're talking about this effort to increase primary agricultural production, we should not do this without considering its inherent weaknesses, which are the small parcels of land. This, I think, this is a fundamental issue. Small parcels of land. The second, sorry for interrupting, but with improvement plans issued now, it's for the first time people are given the possibility to buy a neighboring land with a subsidy. It's a small step in the right direction, yes, but the average parcel of land in Greece is 50,000 square meters, whereas it's much bigger in Europe. And about 70% of farms in Greece cover less than 20,000 square meters. So we need to see the creation of collectives, associations, work groups, whatever, this is a political issue, but we can't move ahead without this. Any progress, any technological advances made cannot be applied to such small units. Then, let's admit this, the technological level of the primary sector of our country compared to other European countries is unfortunately very low. Then another issue that I need to mention, and we'll finish with this, the issue of the protection of agricultural or farming land. We are kind of we are not doing justice to farming land when we use it for other uses, such as for energy generation. These things should not be contrary to each other. We can cover the needs for energy generation, so PV panels, obviously, this is what I'm talking about. But we can use completely barren land, not farming land. Okay. So we need to connect the primary sector with processing, precision agricultural, but in an eco-friendly way. So moving on to Mrs. Lazaredo. Over the past few years, we've noticed that eating habits have changed. Consumers are more aware of health-related issues and environmental issues. So I'd like a couple of words on the new consumer trends and what do consumers want, actually. Yes, over the past few years, we've seen a large change in consumer behavior. We're becoming more conscious in our choices. We're seeking more healthy foods, having in mind to see that these are ethical foodstuff, if they contribute to local society. So this trend towards local, traceable, original and ethical and transparently produced products is great. So by 2050, revenue from sales of these products will go over 180 billion US dollars. So this is an great upwards trend. The recent EY trend showed that over 57% of consumers seek more healthy products, and 45% seek sustainable products and local products. So all these things are things that we will see. Okay, one question. We see this, but we're at a time when inflation, especially on foodstuff, is very high. So will people continue, given that they've got limited revenue, will they continue buying such products? Yeah, definitely we're seeing a period where mid-price products will become fewer. This is always what happens during such crisis. So we will be left with the very cheap and the very luxury projects. So we need the global food system to change from farm to fork, etc., and the EU system. So we need high-quality products, nutritional products, and that will help combat climate change. We do not have a luxury to do otherwise. We need to have a comprehensive plan. And perhaps here, using tools such as short supply chains, local production, collaborative vehicles such as creating competitive economies of scale, all these will help production on a local level and bring costs down. As you said, we are faced with a situation that's unprecedented, but we do have tools and methods which we need to use in this direction. And as consumers, we need to think about our own footprint through our food choices. We in Greece are champions. We're in the top list of food waste. And most are not from hotels and catering, but from households. So we need to see our choices regarding animal protein. Now forecasts say that by 2035, 22% of proteins consumed will be from alternative sources, cellular cultures or plant-based. So we have to look at our choices, say the flexitarian diet, which is an option where we have a limited intake of animal protein and more plant proteins in daily eating. This is perhaps the most sustainable way for us as consumers to help in a little bit to the solution. So yeah, so we need to be more sensitive to this issue. Mr. Polonasios, how can farmers use the tools given by the new common agricultural policy towards this end of securing food production? The new common agricultural policy started this year. It's a difficult policy facing a lot of challenges. As we said, we have the Green Deal, we have Farm to Fork, all these things. We are obliged to include these things in our lives as farmers. We don't exactly know yet how to do this. We have no application guidelines on how to use these. Our capacity to get information is limited. And I'd like to make a comment to the minister that we need to have more information to farmers regarding the common agricultural policy and what it gives to farmers and society. So it's a policy with a lot of challenges. And of course, we will do our best. We will try to do our best. We'll continue producing. And as we all know, our country has amongst the top quality products in the world. And what Mrs. Lazarizou said before, I can't even think about it, that we will eat cellular meat and protein. We need to support people in production. We need to support farmers because, unfortunately, our farming land is becoming derelict. It's left by everyone. We don't have any security for the future for young people to go to the villages and become farmers. There are a lot of counter incentives. We need to have training for young farmers. I mean, it's not like 200 or 300 or even 350 now hours of training. It's for a young person who wants to become a farmer. They have to go to a school, a special vocational school, where they can study for 2 years at least to get the green certificate, as they do in other countries, and to register with the Young Farmers Project program. Young farmers protect the environment, the water, soil, and manage food that we have, that we eat without training. How can they do this? Unfortunately, this is a great disadvantage in our country, and we have to take a serious look at the issue of education. As I said before, the new Young Farmers Project should come in every year, new ones, and we need to have improvement plans every year as well. So we need to have new programs for farmers with the maximum budget, the 100,000 that is allowed by the EU, to have new farmers included in programs immediately so they can start working. As we're running out of time, I'd like to move on to a second round of questions with very short answers. Mr. Stelios, you heard what Mr. Stelios said about precision agriculture and all that. What actions do you promote in this direction of the application of technology? So overall, the comments are in the right direction, and you understand that we are faced with a triple challenge. The first is that we need to produce more products, which will be, in theory, more of higher quality. The second challenge is to have respect for the environment, to reduce our carbon footprint, to produce these products with eco-friendly ways. And the third challenge, if I understand correctly, is to have farmers who are trained through with in-depth training to face these difficult conditions. So we try to give incentives to producers, to farmers, to cover these and their needs and meet the challenges. The incentives are: we're building a system at the ministry. We did away with the physical folders. All applications are submitted online and they are evaluated online. In this way, we've managed to accelerate processes and to organize the whole procedure of applications and calls so that interested parties can know when a call is out, when it closes, what financing they can get, and to build their business plan. We've set criteria for all calls. We want increased, we've set criteria for scoring. One criterion is training by technical vocational schools, universities. You get more points for training and education. And then, as regards the programs per se, we prioritize things like financing for renewable energy sources to reduce the cost of production and achieve economies of scale. And I'd like to stress this so that Mr. Tsantilas can hear it. In terms of highly productive land, the percentage of land that can be used for renewable energy sources is just 1% of arable land. So with a decision voted in by our government, this percentage has dropped to 0.8%. So we're trying to use land correctly. We want renewable energy sources. We fund them with about 55 to 60%, but we don't want this to be to the detriment of production. So what I've said, we want to do away with diesel in the production model of the country. And that's where we can talk about smart agriculture, precision agriculture. We have centralized programs for building smart agriculture and precision agriculture. And in this way, we will be able to see exactly how much fertilizer we need, how much water we use for production, and not just to create an environmental burden needlessly and other problems. So technology can be used as a solution. So to give you, sorry, I have to stop you there. I was recently at the OECD summit in Paris, and outside there was an agricultural machine which can be used for vineyards, and you can use it remotely with a drone. You don't even need to have an operator. This is all very nice, but we need the financing tools. But there's farmers need to buy them with their own funds. 230 million. There's an open call. It started on Wednesday. It'll be open to the 16th of May. It started on the 15th of March. So this finances with 55 to 60% such efforts for anything needed. and we're here to support you. So let's move on.
Let me now give the floor to Mrs. Desanin. The cost of production has skyrocketed, as we have seen. Over the past 6 years, many farmers abandoned their parcels. Cattle breeders have stopped breeding. So what are the measures that governments need to take in order to reverse this trend? Can you hear us, madam?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
The problem of abandon of rural areas is a long-standing problem. The data of the last census on agriculture published by the Italian National Institute of Statistics show a continuous decrease of the number of farms. The data show that from 2010 to 2020, the number of farms in Italy has decreased more than about 30%. But if we look at the data from 1980 to 2020, the number of the farmers decreased more than 60%. We see the same phenomenon in many other European countries. The phenomenon must be addressed with appropriate policies, because an anthropized territory, when it is abandoned, will not return to the previous state. The risk of land degradation and uncontrolled biodiversity loss is very high. Must be developed the capacity to carry out socioeconomic analysis. Is very important to assess the impact of the change on the rural world. I think that is very urgent to promote and incentive programs in order to improve the competitiveness of farm and territory, promote exchanges, promote the development of local products, promote the interaction of the food production and food chain with cultural heritage and local tourism sector, in order to block this decreasing with this phenomenon. Investing means spending, but it's not enough. We must change the reference models and develop the necessary skills. Other key issues, I think, is the farmer age. The growing use of technology requires farmers who have a broad knowledge and entrepreneurial skills that can maintain mutual beneficial relationship with other farmers and associations and companies, be visible on the network, the international network, manage, analyze, and evaluate the information produced by its companies or available or the network, like the big data. The farmer, thanks to the use of the technology, will have the opportunity to identify or create new market spaces that will allow him to increase the value of his product and of his brand. The census data tell us that farmers in Italy under 40 years old are only the 13%. This is a worrying data, because we know that technology, the digital transformation, can accelerating the green transition and is fundamental in order to realize the agriculture 4.0. Finally, I believe that data analysis can help companies and countries, companies private and public, to identify new opportunity, know and understand of what exists and, above all, imagine what a territory, a city, a network, or an organization could express. I like to explain this concept with a metaphor. The observation of the sky by the Babylonians first and the ancient Greeks then led to codification of the zodiac and the constellation. With their imagination, these peoples created value for sailors, pilgrims, and many other people. Let's now imagine the data as a stars shining in our territory and draw new value for the future generation.
Σας ευχαριστούμε πολύ. Το μοντέλο πρέπει να αλλάξει. Συμφωνείτε όλοι σε αυτό.
Yes, thank you so much. The paradigm needs to change. Greek farmers need to be more competitive through programs. Now, Mr. Tsandilas, very concisely tell us how Greece and Europe may guarantee smooth food production. The first thing to do is, for the state, to upgrade the primary sector. So to focus on the primary sector, on agriculture. Second, I believe that we need to redesign the primary sector, considering the recent developments. And we need to take into consideration, first, the problem of the small size of parcels, apart from the collective entities we mentioned. Maybe we should also intervene on the hereditary law, as in other countries, in order to reverse, to change the problem of small size of parcels. In the UK, for example, according to the legislative framework, land ends up concentrated in a single farmer's hand. So this is something we should copy here. Third, spatial planning is very important. We need to know the exact location of agricultural activity. It's high time we did that. According to the law, since 2001, delineating arable land and arable activity was provided for. And if this is the case, agroclimatic zones need to be delineated. Greece has a range of microclimas within the Mediterranean one, and we need to register all that. If we take those necessary steps, we need to restructure our crops, considering the most recent data, which, according to our colleagues here, need to focus on smaller quantity but higher quality. So small value chains but emphasis on quality. Please wrap up, says the moderator. Now, considering all those aspects, we are confronted with a challenge to address, but we do have great potential and possibilities thanks to technology. Thank you. Mrs. Lazaridou, every day you are in contact with the leading figures of the primary sector. Do you believe that Greek farmers are in a position to produce the products of the future? Well, look, certainly we need to use technology, we need knowledge, and we need young people. This is necessary. I agree with what the previous speakers have pointed out. Now, currently we have 2.5% farmer with fully fledged agricultural training compared to 30% of the European average. So we lag behind the other European member states. So great differences, and we need to catch up. The young people need to be equipped with the necessary support and knowledge to use technology, because technology gives solutions. And let me give this example. Even when it comes to the renewable energy sources, there is a technology called agrovoltaic, which is starting now to be used. in this case, PV is not in contrast with culture. Sometimes it can even protect against specific extreme weather conditions. So technology may give rise to technological solutions. So we need training, we need investments in education and training, but also private initiative. The private sector and civil society needs to invest in this support. We all need to spare no effort because our farmers need to be aware, be familiar with technology, and also attract more young people. Many young people have been attracted, have come back to the rural areas. And apart from farmers, they need also to be entrepreneurs, and they know very well what is expected by a modern farmer today. We need to support them, we need to stand by them, and as I said, to turn the primary sector a career of choice for young people. Thank you. Let us now give the floor to Mr. Pavlonasios from the production. Mr. Pavlonasios, we have talked about financial instruments, etc. Well, this is something we keep on hearing but not seeing. Well, you young farmers, what are your proposals? How are you to address this new situation in the agri-food sector? Now, look, this is a difficult juncture. I mean, if we start with the cost of production to the promotion of a product, the situation is very, very difficult. When it comes to photovoltaics, Mrs. Lazaridou, there's no network. So this is yet another problem. Yes, but there are batteries, says the minister. Well, this is about being a producer, a prosumer of energy. Well, Minister, the cost has to be taken on by farmers. Minister, well, there are batteries, and these we have been subsidized batteries for own consumption, and the excess of energy generated may be given back to the grid, just to let you know. Okay, we are cautious, let us be cautious, says Mr. Pavlonasios, but good to hear, good news to hear. Yes, please let your members know, says the minister. And for the microloans, microcredit fund also to be active, says the moderator. Please, Mr. Pavlonasios, wrap up. Now, look, in our country, Greece is performing in technology and innovation, but we find it very difficult to catch up with the average. And usually, instead of upgrading quality, we tend to sacrifice quality. This is an evil in our country. We have great practices in smart agriculture and in precision farming. What will be part of our strategic action plan is consultancy services. So we need to put in place a system that will provide advice about all these best practices and the knowledge from one farmer to the other. So an exchange of good practices. This will be a separate chapter of our action plan. And hopefully all this advice will go to the benefit of all farmers, which has not been the case to date. I mean, not everyone is convinced about whether this advice will work or not. Hopefully they will work. And we are also expecting the AKIS program for the know-how transfer. We need to wrap up, Minister, says the moderator. There's a program of advice, Mr. Pavlonasios rightly pointed out. We are expecting the results. We will be in a position very shortly to give for free advice to our farmers. We subsidize the establishment of working groups who for free will provide consulting services to farmers. 14,000 young farmers were subsidized this year to take the first step there to start their farming.
Σωστά.
Ωραία. Πρέπει να κλείσουμε.
There are some comments off microphone. Mr. Pavlonasio says, well, Minister, a success story is not the 14,000 farmers, but how many out of them will keep on this career? Thank you so much, says the moderator. We have run out of time. Please stay tuned for the next panel, entitled The European Vision for Resilient Rural Areas. Thank you very much for listening.
Καλησπέρα.
Good afternoon and welcome. So, following the previous session, which I had the honour to attend, we'll move on to a second sector of agricultural development and rural development, talking about the long-term vision of Europe and how growth can be achieved through the interconnection of cities and rural areas. With us, we have the Deputy Minister, Yorgos Stylios. Thank you very much for being here today. The Deputy Regional Government for Development and Innovation, Mr. Zaimis, Mrs. Partsalidu Maria, who's with us online, who is Associate Professor at the Aristotle University of Thessaloniki, and Mr. Athanasios Petropoulos, who's a representative of the Geotechnical Chamber of Greece, the Department of Peloponnesus and Western Greece. So here we have Mrs. Partalidou online. So before starting, I'd like a brief comment on something you would like to talk about now as regards the vision, the European vision for rural areas. It's a challenge that concerns us all, now and in the past. In many seminars, fora, meetings of ministers of agriculture, where there's a trend with people leaving rural regions for cities, and there's a second trend that someone spoke about earlier on, with lessening of production of farmers across Europe. We had a drop of 16% in the last decade. And unfortunately, the forecasts for the years to come to 2040 are for a reduction of up to 60%. So from 16 million of farmers across Europe to go down to 4 to 5 million. As you understand, this is a warning sign for all of us. We want to have people in the region, in the rural areas, with good living conditions, with quality of life, with a source of income, and we want them to produce the food that we will use to feed consumers in our country and across the world. Mr. Zaimis, what's the role of the region for the development of rural areas? We know that the national policy for agricultural development is horizontal, but the long-term vision and the policies of other funds ask for synergies and collaborations for results. So rural areas are not just agricultural development, but other policies to be combined. We heard in the previous session about the tools which the new Common Agricultural Policy will have for smart agricultural development. But I know that your region has a strategy for smart specialization and other strategies which in combination can help in the development of the rural areas. So I'd like to welcome the Minister to Patras for another time, because he's been here quite a few times in the last 3 years, and we've always had meetings of essence. So I'd like to say, regarding your first question, that after 42 years in the EU, where Greece was the 10th country to join the EU, many things have changed. I remember in the 80s, where the main problem was how to limit agricultural production and the agricultural sector, because we had a high percentage of farmers in relation to other EU countries. So in 2023, after a series of crisis, financial, energy, war, etc., we're talking about this again, that Europe should have a minimum production of farming and a modernized farming sector and kind of farmer businessmen. We're not talking about the traditional farmers of the 90s. We want to see them as modern entrepreneurs, highly specialized. So the problem is not just that they left the rural areas to cities, but that agricultural production left Europe. So the policy of boosting agricultural production to third countries in Asia and Africa, this is now being gradually contained to have a minimum food independence and autonomy in agricultural products in Europe. What we are trying to do is, first of all, to change the attitude. So forget about the traditional farmers who suffered waking up at 5:30 in the morning and returning deadbeat from fields with high risk because of adverse weather, with limited knowledge, with just some agronomists to consult them, with a high risk, with exposure to the old agricultural bank. I think that the model we follow today is of a young farmer using strategic plans about their crops, when they're going to sow, when they're going to harvest, and trying to do all this with mechanical means, using machines and not just your hands, to have smart spraying with drones, with other tools, with software systems telling you where and when to spray, and of course with a robust accounting firm where you already know where you're going to sell, how much you're going to sell for, trying to achieve a sustainable and profitable company. So we support this. And as you said, with RIS, with the modern tools, we're happy to see the development law. This was a great initiative of the government. We're happy to see it include agricultural development plans in the financing solutions. I would like to ask the government to have a look and to review the budget of €1 million to review this upwards to €3 or €5 million and to accelerate procedures. But in any case, these are the tools we are using, and that's the direction we're heading to as a region. Okay, we're going to move on to Mrs. Partalido, and she's going to talk about something different in the agri-food sector and rural areas. Women farmers and women in the rural areas have a transformative role for sustainable. Can sustainable farming and just farming be achieved with the support of women? Can women act as innovators? I know that you have great research interest in this, and I'd like to hear, what role can women play in rural areas? Good afternoon. Unfortunately, I couldn't be there in person. Thank you very much for the invitation. So I just want to start with a side comment to reply to your comment about the vision set. For me, rural areas, yes, we want to see them robust, flexible, sustainable, but not only financially sustainable, but socially sustainable. And my vision is that we can handle all these issues through an interdisciplinary approach with serious political decisions and democratization of public expenditure. And as you rightly said, talking about women farmers, the prevalent perception is that farming is basically a profession for men. Men are farmers, they hold the land, and usually in 99% they have taken over from their fathers. And they are considered, men are considered to have the appropriate physical and administrative skills. And of course, the industrialized model of farming contributed to this. So this kind of boosted the male identity of the farming profession. And when we saw women enter agriculture, it was because they were married to a farmer or similar things. So I'm happy to have listened to the previous panel, the discussion about this. Even if she got land from her father would continue to take the decisions. But women as the heads of farming units or as entrepreneurs in agri-food are highlighting some different ways of entry into this sector. And this is of crucial importance because we're talking about a changing face of agricultural land, and you know this better than us, through the application of the initiatives over the past few years. And today, I believe that the women are seen as the saviors, in a sense, of farming land because they have a different approach to environment, culture, ethics in the framework of post-production in agriculture. I don't know if I have time. Yes, later on you can tell us more about this, because I want to return to this issue in relation to the role of women in social innovation. But now I would like to ask Mr. Petropoulos, who knows very well the problems in the area, and I would like to ask for his opinion. So after three crises, financial, health, and energy crisis, there is a view that people living in rural areas have not suffered an impact so much as in cities. Do you believe this is true? Good afternoon. Thank you for inviting me, you and the Peloponnesus newspaper, for this excellent conference, which over the past few years has become an established institution in Patras. And we all follow this conference with great interest, because it presents useful tools. So there's a bit of an urban legend in the cities of our country that farmers, people living in rural areas, were less affected by the three crises suffered by the countries: the 10-year-long financial crisis, the 2-year-long health crisis, and recently the energy crisis that changed everything. But the data of the National Statistics Service of Greece for the last 10 years show exactly the opposite. We have fewer farmers. As the minister said, farmers decreased by about 200,000 from 700,000 in Greece, and especially in the region of Western Greece, we have 25,000 fewer farmers. Now, as regards families, the number is greater because there are some family-run farms in the region. So when the male or female spouse stops being a farmer, they all go to a city or abroad. We have such cases in our region. A second finding, and this is quite alarming, is that we have a great abandonment of arable land in the region of Western Greece. Based on the data we've collected as the Geotechnical Chamber of Greece, 600,000 square meters were left uncultivated, and we have 1.2 billion euros were lost from farming households based on the data we have, which have been published. In this decade, we've lost 162 million euros. So this is all negative. But in this terrible climate, we do have some hope as regards the figures. Over the past 2 years, we've noticed an increase in the import-export balance. So for the first time in our country, after 30 years, we have more exports of agricultural products than we have imports. This can be read two ways. The first is that during the pandemic, we decreased imports. Obviously, in the summer, when we have 30 million tourists in our countries, or 20, depending on what figures you believe in, we have increased needs for animal products, and because of COVID, we had no imports. But there's a second way to read this, that there were some dynamic products that increased exports, and these include two products that are cultivated here in our region, oil and vegetables and fruit, especially strawberries here. So what's our vision? For our region, our vision was set by the greenhouse cultivators. So there's a great increase there with 135 more greenhouses now. And again, this is dominated by strawberries and by leafy vegetables. What did these people do during the crisis? They collaborated. They made associations, synergies. So when the Russian market closed in 2015 with the customs problems that they had with the EU, other markets opened up. So they increased their extroversion. And when they had to invest, they created processing units in the area. And recently, as a geotechnical chamber, we see a lot of innovation there in collaboration with the University of Patras and other scientific authorities. We see great innovation in agriculture. So a vision was set by these people as synergies, entrepreneurship, innovation, and extroversion. And I believe that this should be our national vision for the primary sector. So I'm going to return to the Minister. We see that entrepreneurship in the primary sector has grown in needs. We know that Axis 1 gets the lion's share from the program, but Axis 2, regarding development and regional programs and entrepreneurship, has increased needs. So what do you believe should happen from now on as regards entrepreneurship and its interconnection with the agricultural sector? Okay, just to make a note, the Common Agricultural Strategy bears with it some funding. So Greece is the only country in Europe that has managed to have the same budget compared to the previous period, 19.3 billion euros. In other countries, this has dropped by 8 to 10%. So this budget, this cash that we have, is divided into two axes. In Axis 2, we've increased the funds compared to the previous programming period by about 10%. Axis 2 has to do with development programs, where we issue calls from the ministry. We have applications by producers to be funded by 35 to 65% to produce. So a program that you know, and it's known across the country and in the regions, is LEADER program. This program has local features, it has collaborative features and innovative features. So the management and planning and organization of this program has been assigned to the regions, so that in this program we can meet the challenges of each region. So we see the challenges of each region. We use this program. What else do? We create the infrastructure for people to be able to stay in rural areas. What are these? So rural roads, irrigation works, water supply works, and another infrastructure axis that has to do with access to the internet, broadband access in the remotest areas, to manage to make the most of programs and tools such as smart agriculture, which we've included in the RRF, and extroversion. With these tools, we give people the opportunity to those operating in rural businesses, and we give them the opportunity to stay in their area, and then I can then talk about financing tools for them. As I work, I've worked for more than 20 years in a local action group dedicated to leader programs. Definitely, these leader programs were flexible. The financing reached double the figures from the initial financing. The Ministry of Rural Development greatly supported the regions through the regional development programs. For the first time in 2023, there's a period where we're implementing the current programs. Now we'll see new calls which were given to us with overcommitments, and we're building a strategy for leader for the new programming period. So it's a very challenging period, but we will continue to claim more for our region, because leader programs do actually bring in money from the horizontal agricultural development program of the region. Yeah, one comment on this. You said that we're formulating the next leader program. Yes. That's it. Together, we are formulating it. We're giving farmers the opportunity to voice their opinion, to tell us what they want, so that they're eligible in the calls. And I think this is very important. And you've got a huge project to implement as a local action group, all the local action groups, to have this dialogue, to have this interaction, to reach to create innovative calls and have innovative, substantial results. Yes, as what you said is very important, that the European Commission is promoting approaches that are dedicated to specific regions, with consultation with the local community, which can decide for their vision for their region. So I'm going to move on to Mr. Zaimi. So spatial approaches are also provided for in the regional program. 8% of the regional program must be allocated to such tools, with integrated spatial interventions such as urban regeneration. And there will be the corresponding leader programs that will allow the areas to be supported by the regional program as well. I know that the governor of Western Greece is also very in support of this. So I'd like you, from your position, to tell us your view. Should they be supported? What other targeted policies can we have in this period?
No doubt, Mrs. We do agree, and no doubt that, of course, the mountainous areas of the Western Greece region need to be included. These are the most disadvantaged areas. But let me come back to your first question, your initial one. What we need to do, first and foremost, is to change our mindset, to understand that today's land entrepreneur, this is a term I would prefer to farmer, needs to be a youngster, with a university degree or without, who will start a job after having studied thoroughly what they want to do. And we do have the entrepreneurship support mechanism, which for free provides advice in terms of a business plan, and sales to young entrepreneurs. Entrepreneurship is not an easy task, and one needs to be adequately prepared. And again, I would like to repeat the importance of use of technologies. And no matter what land you will opt for, whether it will be a plain or a mountain, you need to be truly trained and familiar with the technological potential. There's a plethora of instruments. LEADER is one of which, and I know that the ministry and every government has been doing what they can to facilitate things. But you know, as I said, it's not only about LEADER. It is the development law, it is the REIS, it is the Kenotomo, the Innovate project, especially when there is also a manufacturing aspect. Usually the production goes hand in hand with packaging or manufacturing, and in that case there are more financing instruments one can leverage. I know that it's not very easy. It's easier for a farmer to sell cash their production bulk rather than manufacturing or processing their and label and package their product, sample that to the supermarket. I know that it requires more time, but the, of course, profitability will be multiple, will be much higher, much more significant. And so we need to take that into consideration. Greece cannot possibly compete against a labor-intensive Asian or African country where bulk production will be cheaper. So it's the only way forward is to focus on smart farming and on quality production, and mainly invest in young people. We have taken so many initiatives. There are the protected origin products, which in any case have a priority. We also participate in exhibitions and fairs for fishing products, strawberries, etc. We have tripled the number of fairs. The region participates together with farmers and producers, etc. Well, our job is to facilitate the entrepreneur and farmer. And allow me to conclude by insisting on the need for lifelong learning. Well, one may have set up a company and should never rest on their laurels. One needs to reskill, to upskill, and in this respect, we have come up with a mechanism of labor market skill requirement mechanism, and so any investments we may make, either directly or through the Greek Manpower Organization, OIF, or any other public authority, training will be targeted so that our farmers may be, let's put it simply, better than the Dutch one. Of course, we have nothing to be jealous of about our Dutch peers. The same goes for women. There are psychological barriers rather than true barriers. Women have nothing to fear, or they should not feel as competing against men. This is just a psychological, as I said, barrier. So it's a beautiful journey, but one needs to be passionate about it and to be well trained. Oh, thank you. I grasp this opportunity to go to Mrs. Partalido. Women living in rural areas may feel as they were a second-rank or second-class citizens as against the women living in urban areas. Apart from technological innovations, can we talk about social innovations? Can we possibly implement actions to strengthen well-being in the rural areas? I mean, we all recognize that we need agricultural produce, but very few people actually decide to go and live in the rural areas. Can you hear me? Yes, of course, loud and clear. Well, let me answer to your excellent question. The discussion is very, very interesting indeed. I wish I were there with you physically, I mean. Allow me just to say that it does not only take passion for a woman, a young woman, to be involved in agriculture, because we women know very well that despite various financial programs, and we try to promote women's participation, still there are barriers when it comes to decision-making positions, leadership positions, and sometimes even the sexist environment in which sometimes women need to find themselves, and they end up being underrepresented in associations, cooperatives, and the other decision-making bodies. So allow me to make that clear first and foremost. And there are urban legends. Some of them were anticipated. We love talking about the opportunities in the rural areas, but then one may wonder why our youngsters do not become farmers. Well, this is, again, an urban legend. We know that there is social tension, there is family pressure exerted on the youngsters. It's even difficult for people to find a partner when living in the rural areas. The job of a farmer is not as romantically described earlier. As it is, it still requires many working hours. However, there are solutions, and innovation may be an answer to that. And here lies also the concept of social innovation. We have been talking about technological innovation. We have been talking about organizational innovation lately. We have launched a project about social innovation. And by the way, we mean innovations aiming to promoting the agricultural communities and farmers' well-being, which is quite a challenge. And how have we done it? We have focused on these very communities, discussing with them what it means to achieve well-being in the rural areas. Are we talking just about economic well-being, or also social, psychological, and etc.? And I don't know whether I have time to provide you with some examples. Well, certainly we are interested in listening to examples, because all the examples also help convey the message to our audience. Thank you. For example, this is a concern to many European countries, is, for example, mental health of farmers. In Belgium, for example, operational groups who have been established, the focus groups have been set up, in the framework of which healthcare professionals and mental health professionals try to identify differences in the farmers' behavior when, for example, they discuss professional matters and other problems. I mean, they are particularly trained and specialized in mental problems of farmers, or, for example, also visitable farms, which actually are not innovative in terms of technology. What they do is that they open their doors and they also employ the mentally ill, for example, or the people from the autism spectrum. We know that it is very beneficial to be involved in agriculture and cattle breeding, apart from taking care of our food, are also a powerful tool for well-being. So there are plenty of examples. The problem is how can we disseminate all that information? How a farmer in your region may find out about these practices, for example. What will be the institution or the authority able to communicate all that. I mean, we at the universities have been launching a series of pilots, but I have been wondering to what an extent all these research activities reach those in need of them. Well, certainly this will be the object of another round of discussion. Allow me, however, to give the floor to Mr. Petropoulos and ask him about these success stories of businesses in the primary sector which have constituted best practices. And so please, give us some examples. Let us not stick to theory. Let us pass to deeds. Great. You're right. I was looking at your audience, and as far as I can see, I noticed the absence of farmers, which makes us feel safe, by the way, because we are saying some things which sometimes may not be true, and we are all to blame, of course. I don't mean to embellish the situation or to make any disclaimer and refuse the responsibility we need to shoulder. I'm here as a representative of the geotechnical chamber, by the way. Are we happy with the life in the Greek rural areas? Certainly not. Are we happy with the contributions of programs like LEADER? My direct answer would be yes. In my view, at least in the 25 years in which it has been implementing in Western Greece, yes. Are there bad examples? Are there cases in which people took the money from LEADER, setting up businesses belonging to other industries? Yes, of course, but they are the minority. There are very good practices of people who were subsidized thanks to these programs, thereby helping their family, their household, their community thrive. And this is the general picture we need to focus on. What I mean, in Western Greece, there are two good practices. First, the Kalavrita region, area, and mountainous Navpaktia, where LEADER programs were put in practice, and over the past 25 years, a great comparative advantage was created in those areas. If you go to Kalavrita, for example, you will find a number of tourist businesses which bear the LEADER label. They were set up under LEADER, and this is how we retain people there. This is an area of Greece which has not shown a decrease of their population. Thanks to the ski center, though, says Mr. Zaimis. Yes, okay, this is true. But thanks to these small businesses, restaurants, shops, small businesses managed to keep people there. There are wineries subsidized through those programs, and these businesses are sound businesses. They constitute the brand name of the area. So in that case, we promoted the local products. In Western Achaia, there are groups of producers who leveraged mainly the processing manufacturing regional development program to set up packaging facilities. I personally visited recently one of them, which packages products to export to Saudi Arabia or Germany, for example. And I asked the entrepreneurs, why don't we have a cargo airport? And they told me that they have put forward a proposal for the Araxos airport to become a hub for the export of local produce. So this area could become a hub in order to export vulnerable products like strawberry or vegetables. Now, talking about vegetables, in Ilia and Achaia, in Western Achaia and Ilia, they have been experimenting about how to keep their product for longer periods of time in fridge. And in conjunction with the local universities, they have managed to achieve spectacular results. I personally was impressed and surprised at their potential to experiment, because they desperately need it, but there still are challenges here, difficulties. For example, the lack of workers. This is something we know. A second problem we have been confronted with is the rural electrification. And third, the lack of network. I mean, this is a digital era we are living in. The provision of digital services, and in Achaia, let alone in Ilia, we do not have access to the internet. So we cannot possibly implement technological innovations here, can't we? If internet were available, then the cattle breeders would be in a position to monitor their stables and their facilities. I mean, it goes without saying that this is necessary. Across the Ionios road, there are greenhouse businesses, but people are confronted with great difficulties. These greenhouses, for example, cannot possibly fall within the development law. They cannot. They are not in the category provided for by the law. Can I please intervene? Yes, of course. This issue about the greenhouse is very important. We have pointed out to the Minister of Development. I would like to say that there's a PV park of 100 megawatts in Messolongi, maybe the biggest in the Balkans, for 300 beneficiaries to receive low-cost electricity. And this is a flagship project in order to respond to that basic difficulty. And very quickly, let me say that we need to be frank. You say that there are no farmers here. Well, I can see Mr. Laliotis here, who has a dairy facility and knows very well to do his job. We need to be frank. One cannot survive alone with small-sized parcels. One needs to participate with others in the framework of a cooperative. If one is an investor, certainly one does not necessarily have to live in the rural areas. What I mean is that there are different categories of farmers or entrepreneurs, but it is possible to survive and to succeed regardless of the category you belong in. In Greece, we have long-standing tradition with cooperatives, but this is the only pattern. Let us not repeat the mistakes of the past. Here, there are champions. There are companies which are best practices in Greece and in Europe. And this goes for Ilia, Etola, Karnania, and Achaia, and these are the businesses we need to promote and to help. Thank you. I would like to ask the Minister. According to data, we have the lowest percentage of training for farmers. I know that the new Common Agricultural Policy includes actions, related actions. So my question is, we are talking about new technologies, we are talking about extroversion, we are talking about cooperation, but all that requires training, knowledge. The people involved in this need time and need knowledge. If I remember well from the improvement plans, I remember that, of course, the level of the young farmers is much higher than in the past. Yes, this is incentivized. We give extra points if a farmer is trained. Well, much can be done, as rightly pointed out by Mr. Zaimis, participating in groups of farmers. This may be beneficial for their knowledge. We incentivize, we urge people to participate in producers groups in order to be able to rely on their own agronomists, their own consultants. As an indication, these incentives may be the following. We grant more subsidies, a higher percentage of subsidy in this case. I mean, if an individual may receive a 55% of grant, the group of producers may be entitled to 75%. And these are programs which have been largely used by the community. What else can we do? We have also committed to implementing in the new programming period an education and training program financed by the ministry. Moreover, there is Elgo Dimitra organization, who is a training institution and manages vocational training centers in the provinces. I mean, a vocational training center named IEC may be set up in specific provinces and regions and provide and ensure a multiplier effect. These are vocational schools after high school, which provide more practical knowledge, field, hands-on knowledge from the field, from the greenhouse, for example. Farmers there can have access to good practices. And of course, they lead by example is also very important. We may have an emerging young farmer who has attended our seminars, workshops, and uses an innovative cultivating technique in order to cultivate more resilient crops able to withstand, for example, climate change. Be resilient, for example, to the increase or decrease of temperature. So in this case, we have noted that if there's a professional, a capable farmer who earns money, he becomes a role model for other peers. So other farmers are keen to replicate this model, and this is a good thing. Yes, you're right, says the moderator. We have been trying, therefore, to provide good practices, to disseminate good practices, and I grasp this opportunity to say, to talk about the innovation program, which has been at the core of my interest. We have been urging our youngsters, our young farmers especially, together with cooperatives, with individuals, with research institutions, or Elgo Dimitra and other labs, university labs, to create a new product, a product which may achieve better results on the market. This is how we ended up finding out about stevia, for example, or low cholesterol poultry, for example. So there are many, many good success stories that may be also profitable.
So let's also think about entrepreneurship from school times, because, you know, agronomists don't know how to make a business plan. At some point in life, they say, I need to start a company, and they start from scratch. I believe that entrepreneurship in some its forms should be part of the curriculum at the agronomist university, if not at senior high school. Abroad, this is done. So you start training in entrepreneurship from a young age to build at least the basics. So I want to say a couple of things as regards my training and my studies. Recently, I was at an innovation conference in Thessaloniki where a researcher from the medical school presented an app, Happy Go, where it's very cheap and farmers can enter the data used, the animal feed, or their produce, and they can see through a result on the same day or at the end of the week what's wrong, where they're what they're not doing well, where there's room for improvement, what they need to change. And it provides guidance to be able to do what you said, to make their production sustainable. So I just want a short comment. Yes, I will have to ask for apologies for. Yes, unfortunately, I'm confined today. So I'd like to say that we also need to think about humans and Greek farmers, so quality of life in rural areas. So you're coming back to the original issue, to the vision and to the quality of life and welfare in rural areas, how to improve this. But I would like to ask Ms. Spartalidou, in her capacity as associate professor at the Aristotle University of Thessaloniki, how can all this knowledge, all these things produced? We've got a great university here in Patras and a lot of research centres in Greece. And I know that they work a lot on agricultural development, on issues that could be of concern for farmers. How can all this knowledge be capitalized and become projects to help rural areas and farmers? So before I reply, I'd like to make a correction. It's the Department of Agronomists, not an agronomist university. There's one in Athens. And the second thing is, I don't remember who said that, but my child, she's in the second grade of senior high school. They do take business courses at school, and they created a virtual enterprise. Yes, it's been long since we were at school, that's why. Yes, and it's a school in a rural area, and we're very proud of our senior high school, because I live in a village, not in Thessaloniki. So you talked about how to bridge the gap that between universities and the market and practice. Of course, over the past 10 years or 8 years, I'm at the university, but I also worked in local government, in the development directorate, and in leader program development company, and I know how useful all these things that are produced by the university are in practice, all the knowledge produced, to see it transferred to the end users. However, the role of universities is not that, in my opinion. Our primary aim is to prepare the new generation of researchers, the new agronomists, who will be able to take on action in the field. So to transfer knowledge from research institutes to farmers, we need to have, I think we talked about this at the beginning of this session, at last, we need to establish the ACTIS, the Agricultural Knowledge and Innovation System. We need to apply best examples. We haven't, for example, mimicked the Irish or any other European country. Greece is at the bottom of the list of European countries. It's in the very last position of all countries in this system for the transfer of innovation in agriculture. So there's we've had a lot of problems in our negotiations with the European Commission. The minister knows about this Although as a work group, because I was honored to be on the work group, from the onset, we had stressed the importance and complexity of this issue, but I believe that we should have first set this system, and I believe that no action will succeed unless we set up the system, which in essence will act as an intermediary between knowledge and action. And it will set some issues in which consultants will be trained. So the training categories for farmers, because training farmers in, for example, an amphitheater for 7 hours a day over a week, I don't think that that's the most effective way of doing it. No farmer, none, be it man or woman, will continue in this way. They'll just get it to get a certificate. But using other tools, this we have the theoretical background as the Agricultural Applications Lab. We have a lot of good practices which we have described in our strategic plan. We have discussion groups between farmers, peer-to-peer learning between each other. So a good farmer gives knowledge to, or an older farmer to a younger farmer. So we have demonstration plots. These are innovation tools, and these are part of the artist system. And we need to have training for consultants. I think that these mediators of innovation cannot just attend seminars on pruning, etc. They've learned about this. They need other skills, soft skills, networking techniques, communication techniques, conflict management within the teams. These are the modern issues that we need to address. So to finish, in this ARCIS system, we see the participation of everyone, not only the universities, but also of the market, young farmer groups, consumers, because all this aims to bridge the gap between the city and rural areas. So there's feedback. There's a closed loop. What we have today is not a knowledge and information transfer system. So to sum up and finish with this, for this to work, we need to have a knowledge depository, because all this knowledge generated at the universities has to be hosted somewhere. And this should be accessible by everyone in a way with popularized information to allow the agronomists who will act as mediators to disseminate this knowledge in the best possible way, and slightly differently to what's happening at universities, and with a different kind of language. Okay, so I know I'm using up a bit more time, but heading to the end of the session, I'd like a last comment, and I'd like to return to the European vision, to the policies promoting local governance and leader-type programs. And I would like to ask Mr. Petropoulos to tell us what these new leader programs give. And we're talking about smart villages. We talked about smart cities. Now we're talking about smart villages. So what added value does the leader bring for rural areas through such actions? Smart villages are the future. They are the reply to what we discussed before, bringing quality of life to rural areas, which is an overarching objective over time for Greece. We have a comparative advantage compared to other sectors in the primary sector. We have the only common policy in Europe, the common agricultural policy. So we jointly decide on some strategies to apply in rural areas. One of these strategies, ongoing since 2016, is smart villages, which follow a completely different philosophy than that followed up to now. When we're talking about villages, we mean not a community in the sense of the administrative boundaries. So it might be a smart village of 10,000 people, or, for example, in Tuscany, in Italy, there's like just 50 people in a smart village. So it's not like an administrative unit, but it's an area in the countryside. And why is it smart? Because we apply innovative solution and innovation. The definition of innovation is something new applied in a certain area that's never been applied before. So smart villages is a solution because we focus on these villages and we want to make them attractive, improve the quality of life for the people who live there, and boost entrepreneurship. So we want to give work to these people, and for example, we need internet access. As we did in Kythera, where we used this as a pilot case in 2020, we provided access with a C-track program. We gave access to people with mobility problems to beaches. We used special bracelets for health tracking. We used we made accessible roads and villages. We created digital services for citizens. We've improved the road network, electrification. So we focus on a village to make it attractive. We don't aim to boost a little bit of everything in the area and a little bit of everything for each village, but we follow a comprehensive approach to one village to make it smart. So this is the future, I think, as regards quality. Apart from entrepreneurship, apart from the benefit, yes, new jobs in the area, but also great focus on quality of life, because at the heart of the strategy, we should have those who live in rural areas. And I think that all of us here does not have a contrary approach to this. So a very quick comment, Mr. Zaimis. I think that the quality of life in the region of Western Greece is much better here than in Athens or in other large cities. There's still a lot of room for improvement, for example, with access to schools, hospitals, or raising a family. But I insist our first objective should not be subsidies, because this is what destroyed agricultural production, especially tobacco production. But we need to build business plans to see that they're sustainable, to find customers, to find clients. You don't start a business without having clients. So then start with minimum seed capital. If you can't do it on your own, join an association and then see how you can include this in a financing program. So this is the logical sequence of events. And of course, you need technology. You need drones. Over the next 10 years, it's not possible to do anything without drones. Hydroponics, minimum water consumption, systems for spraying, how much you need, if you need to spray, etc. Tracking weather, all these are simple things. We need to start this process. We need to train young people, and we need to let them open their wings in entrepreneurship. So, Mr. Minister, let's close with a comment from you. We've talked a lot about innovation, and what we're talking about is how we're going to bridge the gap between rural areas and cities. Yes, this is a priority for us. So first of all, I'd like to say how I understand innovation through two questions. What else can be done? No matter what we're talking about, primary production, education, trade, and in what other way we will do this. So you understand, and we all understand, that it's a complex issue. We need not only infrastructure, easier access to broadband internet or safer road access we also need definitely primary health care, education. So it's a field and an area in which we need to collaborate with different fields. In terms of the Ministry of Rural Development, we do have tools and calls and for money. We have the cash, we have the financing tools through the banking system with which to secure the financing and liquidity and the working capital needed to set up a business to achieve quality of life and have entrepreneurs in the area which will have sustainable, profitable businesses. So I'm going to end with a summary of all this. I want to take a takeaway lesson of synergies, collaboration at the level of funds, regions, or authorities, and with this vision, I hope that we will manage to achieve everything. Thank you very much.
Γεια σας, καλησπέρα. Ευχαριστούμε πάρα πολύ που είστε εδώ ή είστε από το σπίτι ή από το γραφείο και παρακολουθείτε τη συζήτησή μας.
I am Giorgos Evgenidis from STAR, and I have the pleasure, after thanking the organizers, to have Mr. Avramopoulos with us, former European Commissioner, Migration and Home Affairs, Foreign Minister of Greece, and of course former Mayor of Athens. It is something that you have forgotten. When I'm asked what is the most prominent period of your career, I would answer when I was a mayor. Well, I am tempted, if I have to ask you, the political development, but I will leave it for the end. Our discussion focused on rebranding Greece. Nonetheless, that these days, after the Tempe tragedy, we cannot talk about rebranding, but because we are always we do face problems all the time. Well, yes, you're right. First of all, I need to say that our meeting was differently designed, and there is a very heavy climate in the atmosphere, and especially when memories are still vivid. Well, we hope it will come someday, but the lessons learned is the question. We won't talk about what is happening. We are talking about the head of a train station, but we need to have a deeper discussion. This drama actually is representative of problems of decades. Structured vice versa, we have the central authority, then we have the state mechanism, and we have the party state, bureaucracy, and then that is what complicates administration. Before 1981, the most important factor in a ministry was not the minister, but the general director. As it is the case in Cyprus, we had the administration, and of course we had some control mechanism, so checks and balances, to put it this way. Yes, so we have responsibilities that need be awarded. Unfortunately, accountability is not always the case. A lot of people try to change that. And in 2004, we said that we will have to reintroduce the state, to reorganize the state. It was an inspiration by a university professor back then. Since I come from the institutions, I am well aware how the system operates and what the problems are. The drama we are experiencing this very moment should bring us closer to understand our responsibilities. We need to understand what accountability means. There are reforms introduced. Let me open a parenthesis. Prime Minister talked about a conflict with our bad self, but one might say, since we have elections in 2, 3, 4 months, okay, this is something said by me, a journalist, but when this comes from somebody who has governed for 4 years, it's too little too late. I would say that one might say so, because after an experience of 3 or 4 years, we have seen a lot of developments. Well, the bad thing would have been if he didn't say anything after 4 years. Experientially, in the long run, everybody becomes better and understand how to govern. We have seen changes in the past years, reforms because of the crisis, financial refugee, or health crisis. All these we have experienced have made us promote reform. But what happened recently is not just another push. It is the highest degree of responsibility, and people now are angry. If we look what we have said into what we have said earlier, people want to feel safe. This is a responsibility of the state. Safety. I was a commissioner in the field of safety. Since you use this kind terms like that, is a fundamental right. If you don't feel safe in your country, you cannot do anything. You cannot work, study, dream, and you can neither build a family or create a family. That is why we talk about safety. And a lot of Greeks try to have fun instead of focusing on important. Since you talked about convergence of political forces, I hear that, but this is directly linked to the model of governance of the country. If we want to have solid governments or cooperation governments. In the past, we had a cooperation government, a coalition government in the past. I'm talking about the three-party and two-party government, Samaras, Venizelos, and before that, Papadimas government. It was the first government which was I was invited to cover as a journalist. I remember that back then we had three parties that have to communicate, and they had concluded to allocate jobs for their members. But this is not cooperation on how to do things. Well, before we reach that point, I need to tell you that for decades before that, and this is a quite interesting remark, every time we changed government, we changed the hospital heads. When I was Minister of Health, we had the case that we allowed people to have a career as heads of hospitals, but change hospitals. And we had reactions because we have the case, some people waiting for their party to be elected in order to get a position in the government. 10,000 people wait to be part of BODs in various organizations. I remember back then the incident with Klathmonos Square, where we were invited to protect civil servants. Then we have some people with temporary jobs during the governance of a party. Well, Greece does have a problem, and we've been having that for decades. This is because we have party perception prevailing, red tape and groups. They get power from the party. When we have party prevalence and red tape together, we have corruption. And because in the past, in 1981, when the general managers were sent home, then we had secretaries generals replacing them. We had good and bad of them, but they were the institutional factors of the system. A remark. We have young children here in the discussion. Most of them work or want to work in the public or private sector. In the private sector, nonetheless, as I work, we are assessed by various factors. If I am popular or if I bring information which is correct. I have a lot of indicators based on which I am assessed. In the public sector, there is no kind of assessment, and now we experience the employee to assess the employer, and then we have people smiling at each other. And since they are invited to actually assess each other, employees, employers, and employees, that produces corruption. And with the experience of tragedy in Tempe, I think that in 2023 should have an assessment form against what sought by various groups. The other day, during a protest for Tempe, demanded the abolition of assessment. Well, I'm not even a professional politician. I come from the society. Well, I have a background. And I have decided to fight to make Greece better. The progress we have made is not enough. The visions you share with people, when they come into practice, they find barriers described earlier. So we should change that. The facts make us and the obligation vis-à-vis citizens and young children that see a dark horizon ahead, because that does not, the country does not secure a future, the future they dream of. As a European Commissioner, I visit Sweden. I find an email at my hotel. 40 doctors from Greece want to see the Greek commissioner. I arrived at 11 in the evening, and I would leave noon next day. After meeting the president and prime minister, I say, I would be glad to meet you, but next morning I have some meetings. But I can 6:30 in the morning, telling myself who could actually accept that. And I ask them, how long have you been here? 8 months, they say. Are you that many? 150 doctors, Greek doctors, 700 nurses. When did you come? In the past years. But we have insurance, good money, the best conditions for the children. and they were everywhere, and either climate conditions difficult for Greeks to tolerate. Only in London, I was told, only in London we have 5,000 Greek doctors, and Germany has a lot of Greek nurses. Why did they leave? Why the population is decreasing nowadays? Some years ago we were 11 million. Now we are about 9+ million in Ilia. 3 years ago, we had 280,000 inhabitants. Now we have 138. So we have our specialized personnel fleeing abroad. We have people working in hotels in Berlin. They have studied tourism, and now they offer their services in Berlin, in Germany. And some of them are left. That brings, so the conclusion is young Greeks flee to find a better future abroad. So our system sends them away by killing their dreams. What do we do, in other words? Wherever we are, as I told you, the most creative part of my career was when I was a mayor, because I didn't have any party interfering. I was always based on the institutions, and I had good people around me to support my vision. So we had to work hard, and I tried to avoid involving parties in that, as it is the case. These things, nevertheless, can change, and this government is the government that can do that, because Mr. Mitsotakis himself is a reformist mind. Because in the last 17 minutes we have described a very dark reality. Well, we are sincere. Yes, we are quite realistic, but I believe nonetheless that in the last years we are making an effort to take steps forward. Please tell me, what do you believe are the main challenges for the next government, irrespective of the party? If you had to list 3 priorities, which ones will they be for the next government? Institutional transformation of the state, transparency, and accountability. The rest are assessed by the society and you, if they happen or not. The modernization of the Greek state, digital transformation, quite a big deal. Needs made us to take some steps forward, but we need to do a lot of work yet. In red tape, we see that some steps are taken, positive one, but there are some things that skip our attention, like indicative of the accident at Tempe. In the north, for example, we have thousands of trains circulating on a daily basis under more difficult situations, and nothing has happened. So we need to have technology assisting us in order to replace the human hand and mind and avoid corruption. Let me tell you what I want to ask you. I need to tell you that digital transformation, well, all of us do use GovGR for simple cases. Tourism is moving forward, and I was surprised by Thessaloniki or Athens, where we see a lot of tourists. In November or February, we had a lot of tourists visiting us. We do some things well, but we had a pandemic of 2.5 years. The national system, health system, showed some resilience because of the way people behave, and of course it also showed its limits. We live in a society with high taxation, unemployment falls, but money is enough for young people to live properly. Okay, we have heard an increase of the minimum wage, but with 750 euros, do you lead a life, a proper life? Well, if you compare yourself to European countries, no. Unless you compare yourself with Bulgaria or Romania, yes. But of course, we see that the cost of life is similar to the European level. I think that tourism is a savior. I am the founder of tourism, of the Ministry of Tourism. So what do we need? Increase or improve the services offered. Safety. Imagine a crisis in the Aegean, a conflict. Who would come to Greece? Greece chooses to create a safety environment, an environment of stability in the Aegean. But in 2020, we were on the verge of a war. We had the incident at EMEA, and back then we started an initiative to support certain things. Well, I recently heard someone asking, how can we combine external policy with the earthquakes in Turkey? Of course they are combined, because if we combine these two, we can promote a dialogue between our peoples. I am of Eleftherios Venizelos' school, and the Prime Minister himself. Why do I say so? Because unless we walk down the street created by this incident and follow the conflict path, the wealth resource available right now to us, like tourism, will vanish into thin air. And that will be to the detriment of the economy and all of us. We haven't succeeded in the primary sector. Quite recently, I visited the area of Pinios. We have there areas full of water, but wasteland. In strategic planning allowed some other areas, arid ones, to become tourist destinations. So we could learn from what Mr. Konstantakopoulos have done in Ilia and do it elsewhere. But what we do here today is not just another meeting, but to allow Athens and the region focus on Western Greece. Patra, in the past, was one of the strongest urban centers in Greece. In the last 30 years, experience a constant crisis. The locals, nevertheless, try their best to improve conditions? Don't we need more concrete incentives for people who want to live in their world?
I come from a city of Karditsa. I come from a village near Karditsa. 3,000 or 4,000 people are living there. If you go there during the winter, the image can be really frustrating and disappointing because there are mainly old people or people having stores working with the area, and young people, 25, 30 years of age, 35, which are the more productive ages with a dynamic in the long run, they either go to Karditsa or they go to Trikala. They don't want to believe that they don't want to work there, do jobs harder like the primary sector, but perhaps they lack incentives, tax incentives or insurance incentives, productive incentives. And since you have a big, rich European experience, it's not that there are no tools. There are tools. There is budget, there is financing and regional policy in Europe. But the issue is how regions on their own may they develop initiatives by submitting programs that they can be financed by the European Union to see growth. Again, some examples, because I love examples. When this forum took place in Pyrgos 3 years ago, I was one of those who have encouraged back then all of you, and the then Commissioner on Regional Growth and on big infrastructure projects, Corina Kretsu, came along. We crossed the Peloponnese, we went through Arcadia, and then we followed the pathway from Andritsena to Olympia to tell her, reaching there, that this area, that it took us 1.5 hours with 5 tunnels and 5 bridges, it is 25 minutes. Is the European Union ready to finance such a project that will change the geography of the Peloponnese? It is. Yes, it is. We discussed that with some local actors. Nobody took the initiative to draft a program, and this is the responsibility of mainly the regions. Okay, Patras Pyrgos, yes, there is that example here. Yes, you're right. But regions must collaborate between them. The region of the Peloponnese with the region of Western Greece. The Peloponnese may not be unique, but always under any empire, the Ottoman Empire and the Byzantium, it could be one space. Their own network would help the Peloponnese to that. I remember, and mainly the dwellers of Achaia, I remember that, and of Corinthos and of Ilia, that we were going up and down, the small images with Virgin Mary at the side of the street, dozens of dead people each year in the past. This has happened 50 years ago. In 1981, Greece, that was on the verge of its European era, this should have been the priority back then. Portugal back then, I had visited Portugal, had 6 kilometers of motorway. Today, it has the more dense motorways in Europe with a proper, smart and sound management of the EU funds. So Europe may help, but it will not do it alone. We must analyze priorities from here, from the central government, and from the regional governments, because what do regions say? It's up to governments, local administration in Greece, following the fragmentation that it suffered through Kallikrates. To me, many errors have taken place in the name of a reform that should bear the signature of a minister, a reform without resources. Yes, without reforms and without logic. Even families were separated. This was done with no measure. Why? It was done abruptly. So talking about reforms, they should be rational, based on the growth potential which exists in every coin of Greece. Our mountains, our seas, our land. Greece is an ideal land. It's not a coincidence that thousands of years ago, they came from different points of the territory of southeastern Europe and they settled here. Our ancestors, why did they pick this land? I'm saying so because it's high time we took big responsibilities. Growth is ahead. Growth, which is amongst the title of this conference, should not just be a motto or a slogan, behind our discussion, but it should be a strategic planning. And that is why it takes the vision of policy, the implementation of politics, and the institutional remembrance of the institutions and of the administration. What have been saying? Okay, he's a civil servant, come on. No, I know the public sector, I know that we have brilliant civil servants, but they have been annulled by the one-party system or the multi-party system and all these flows of the public sector. The drama that we lived in Tempe should lead us towards that. It's not just about the commented person of one station. This is a part of the tragedy. We should talk about what led to an error, this station responsible person. We are coming to the end of our discussion. I will narrow it down and allow me now a question that is not fully related to our discussion, but it is quite relevant to what you described in this half-an-hour discussion that we had. I can see you more frequently here in our country. You have limited down your different trips. Have you taken decisions about whether you're going to be a candidate in the national elections? Well, I said that when I came back from Europe. I come back to my homeland and to my political birthplace, which is my party, of course. Living in Greece, I would like to tell you that I was not appointed there. I was proposed and I was chosen by the European Parliament. The commissioner, you must know that the commissioner doesn't represent Greece. It represents Europe, the European institutions, and I had the most powerful portfolio because when it comes to migration, terror, war against drugs, etc., this fell under a Greek person's hands. Then I had Schengen zone. Following this European perspective, the prior experience in the local administration, the diplomatic experience, and my hat as a minister, this condensed experience is pretty helpful to me right now to be more frank and more direct and more ready to claim once again the vote and the relationship of trust by the Greek citizens. Now, yes, we have been talking about Western Greece, but this is my birthplace. I first saw sea in Ilia, because it was the village of my father, and 30 kilometers below the village of my mom. We discussed that with the minister, and I told him that I would like to serve my homeland, my birthplace. I will be waiting for the final results, a matter of these days, to get to know where we're going to be. So either Athens or here, we will be frontliners, along with all others, to take it a step further. It's something else. You know what? I'm not a hard liner of any political party. I have my ideology, but I have always believed that democracy is the art of partnership. It presupposes dialogue and negotiation. Lately, the level of politics in Greece is quite low, and there is an incompetence of dialogue. This word dialogue is very important and should be a part of our political philosophy so that our birthplace can take a step further. Thank you so much, Mr. Avramopoulos. I wish you all the best. I don't mean to interpret the Prime Minister, but I believe that your wish will become true. Thank you so much. Thank you indeed. Ladies and gentlemen, hello. Hello from Patras. My name is George Constantino. I work as a journalist at Action 24 and on the webpage libera.gr. We are all here, guests of Regional Growth Conference. Myself, I would like to thank personally the organizers for renewing the invitation to me. And secondly, I would like to deeply thank my dear guests who are with me in this session, a session that is taking place in a cloudy conjuncture under this lens. Allow me to say, prior to me presenting the guests, that it is of paramount importance to design about the major topics of the future, and this to happen on a stable ground, stable foundation, having as a main criterion the deterrence of errors that will put at risk the sound implementation of things. To my left, I have Mr. Dimitroyannis, Vice Regional Governor of Western Greece. Hello. Hello. Thank you for the invitation. Mrs. Ioli Christopoulou from Green Tank. We shall talk about issues related to skills, green or not, and what comes first. Hello. Thank you so much for the invitation. Next to that, we have Mr. Stathopoulos. Stathopoulos, you're right. He's the president of the BOD of the Green Fund. Thank you so much for the invitation. Next to Mr. Stathopoulos, we have Mrs. Susan Nielsen. She is human capital development expert and green skills expert by EFT.
Here. Thank you very much. I'm very pleased to be here and have been invited.
Mr. Angelos Sotiropoulos, member of the Observatory of Sustainable Development of the Institute of Alternative Politics, and with us together, last but not least, to begin this discussion following the reverse order, Mr. Konstantinos Aravosis, Secretary General of the Ministry of the Environment and Energy. Hello. Hello, thank you so much for the invitation. Hello. Hello, Mr. Sotiropoulos. Hello, thank you very much for the invitation. I'm glad to be here. Allow me to start with Mr. Aravosis, who is with us over Skype. And I would like to ask you, Mr. Aravosis, the following. An introductory remark about the topic of our discussion. We will talk about green transition as a prerequisite of sustainable development. There are similar areas or areas that are like your topics in the ministry? Yes, of course, it's exactly as you said, Mr. Papakonstantinou. In green transition could play a critical role forests as well. And from a research that has been conducted at the European level, the contribution of forests and of eco-activities related to forests in the GDP of our country lies quite rank in the EU. So what is of paramount importance and what policies that we have started to implement during the last years will lead towards this direction is about forests to be able to become a hub of sustainable financial development for the region and for the area in which they are. And this is the goal for the continuation of the discussion. Later on, we can get into details vis-à-vis this parameter. Okay, I will insist on that. Please be a bit tolerant for the sake of our remote speakers. Mr. Sotiropoulos, an introductory remark from you as well. Thank you. Good. Thank you very much for giving me the floor. First of all, let me to say a few words about the Observatory of Sustainable Development of ENA, which is active since October 2019 in matters of sustainability with a plethora of articles and interventions in the public sphere related mainly to the environmental protection. We believe, as an observatory of sustainable development, that the biggest endeavor and the biggest challenge that we have is climate change. So we have set three challenges related to that. First is adaptation, mitigation of climate change, Or should we continue as we're doing right now? Then continue today's linear model, or shall we go to a circular model of the economy? Overall protection of biodiversity in the environment, or protection under terms? And of course, under terms of financial sustainability. And I leave it here for the time being. I wish us all the best. Yes, good. Mr. Dimitrogiannis, what about you? Are there any fields, are there any sectors that are involved? We can see many different challenges. So I would like at the regional, at the local level, for you to tell us what are the challenges that exist during this time period. A very good question. Thank you for that. First of all, allow me to welcome others who came from outside the region. The transition of our era shall create conditions of change for the financial data and for the social data, and transition to what we believe as green. That is, the way towards green transition has two strands. First, energy strand, which is a challenge for the totality of the country, so for regions and different dwellers. The second is the leverage of growth. That is, the second pathway is how we can highlight green entrepreneurship and circular economy. Furthermore, there are three big challenges that are fight climate change for the country and the regions, environmental parameters in different actions and projects, as well as tackling issues that are related to the daily life, because sometime we neglected daily routine. So the region of Western Greece is facing the same challenges that we're going to elaborate on, same challenges like the totality of the country, but we must focus on another type of model and strategy. Furthermore, I believe that the region of Western Greece covers as a case study many more things, and this is a guideline for the main regions of the country. Good, and you pass me the ball to go to Mrs. Christopoulou, because this discussion, which is not an actual one, has started after the reference to previous deeds, but it seems, based on the actual data, that this is of paramount importance, and it's very meaningful besides the part that pertains to the background created with different developments in the financial sector. You're dealing with environmental policy, so please talk to me about this interlink, about this new taxonomy, and how does it affect and create perspectives, or it alleviates perspectives. Thank you so much for the invitation, and thank you for the question. Obviously, we are in the most critical decade about whether we're going to make it or not, and there is nobody that could be left aside in an effort to achieve sustainable development. Now, here, maybe to reply to your question, I would argue that we can go some step backwards. In 2019, in November, a very important announcement has taken place before the Green Deal is announced by the President von der Leyen. The European Central Bank announces that it will cease investments in fossil fuel from the end of 2021 onwards. So the financial system was brought before responsibilities to participate in green transition. This is in compliance with the COP agreement, the historic agreement on climate that took place in 2015. In other words, the financial flows should coincide and should contribute to retaining the temperature in 1.5 degrees Celsius. How can this happen? The one thing is that we cannot name investments as green, when in reality this is a burden for the environment, or there is a gap for climate changes protection, and we can truly name green the investments that will help us to mitigate climate crisis. So we must not talk in vain exactly, and here lies policy. To reply to your question, how we can make the link. The new European regulation on green taxonomy, on sustainable investments, defines the investments that are considered to be sustainable, not overall, through specific technical criteria. Only one investment might fulfill this criteria, and only then, if these criteria are met, can it be considered green, and the bank or the financial institution can get the label that this is green truly. So with the section here, we see this crossroad between economy and politics, provided the bank will help. Yes, since this is quite meaningful how something is characterized that is being considered green, otherwise there is the criticism that you don't participate in the developments in your era. Now, of equal importance are the projects, how they are drafted, the plan, and to what extent this is focused on something. So you're given the floor, you're given the opportunity rather to go to Mr. Stathopoulos to discuss about the projects of the Green Fund, projects that are already underway, or could you please say a few words? What are the future movements that you're going to take? Yes, of course. Let me say that the Green Fund is an institution under the supervision of the Ministry of Energy and the Environment. It is a specific bank with predefined clients. The words bank and clients in brackets so that you can understand the complicated mechanism through which we work. During the last 4 years, in an effort to implement the official government and European policy in practice, we have pending different access projects or measures in 12 different sectors. Sustainable urban mobility, in urban accessibility through the urban accessibility projects to facilitate special needs projects or vulnerable people, electrification, 3 different actions of sustainable transformation, what is widely known as phase out of lignite. Then the program of upgraded protection of forests through the protection for the natural landscape and innovative actions for citizens, obviously, through the 3 most classical and traditional activities of the Green Fund that exist in the 13 years operation, that is urban regeneration through urban remodeling with 800 different projects throughout the municipalities of our country, and obviously through the projects of giving free spaces, parks, squares, expropriations as we know them, and then expropriations that were abolished, we're trying to take them back. Okay, now, Mrs. Nielsen, I would like to ask you, when it comes to the Commission and based on your scientific hat, but also your experience, in what way and to which direction should we focus on as an investment criterion of the banks?
Thank you very much for the question, and thank you again for the invitation to take part in the conference. Before answering, just a few words on the organization I come from, because it might then also actually describe my answer. So I work for the European Training Foundation. It's an agency of the European Commission. What we focus on is job creation and regional growth through support to capital, human capital development. So we place skills at the center. And answering your question, what to focus on when it comes to investment, I would say invest in skills, because skills are the currency of the future. Skills are evolving very quickly, very rapidly, due to the green and digital transitions. And that's why the World Economic Forum, they actually state that skills, they have a shelf life of 4 years tops, meaning we need to reskill and upskill constantly, and that put even more demand for investment in education and training systems. From the EU perspective, they say from the Commission that more than 40% of all jobs in the EU is actually affected by the green transition, and that means skills needs to be in the center. And it's no surprise that this year we have the European Year of Skills, and that is to put extra emphasis on the upskilling, reskilling, to actually live up to the European Green Deal that we just heard about earlier on now. And it's really nice to see yesterday, I'm sure you know that the Net Zero Industry Act was published. And here it's to my pleasure to see there are also plans to follow this act up with investment in skills through establishment of the so-called Net Zero Academies. Similar, the EU skills first approach that is trying to align and foster public and private investment in skills. So investment in brains, that's the way to go.
Κυρία Ραβώση, ακούσατε και την κυρία Νίλσεν, επένδυση...
Mr. Ravosis, you have heard Mrs. Nissel, targeted educational reform. The money part with plans that can promote green transition. On executive authority, are there direct policies that can serve this objective? I will mention more specifically to the examples that have to do with our green policies. We have a Secretariat of Forests. In these new structures, we have all forest services in the country, more than 3,000 people as personnel. The new policy focuses on approaching forests as smart and sustainable. And I will mention how this is linked to investments for the region where forests are. Sustainable forests initially means, as we see it, that it can contribute to the economic development and growth of the area by promoting various jobs, creating new jobs or new jobs, or pertaining the existing ones, those that cut down wood. There are other activities as well, like ecotourism or other activities that until now have not do not appear to have funds or employees. We can identify new jobs via studies, and we will draw these kind of studies throughout the country, and so we will identify new jobs linked to forests that can lead to growth. Since forests are linked to works after fires, we need to have some restoration works. These works are part of a new framework in order to speed them up. There is a new institution of the contractor that will adopt a work in social responsibility via a platform we have created, so they can adopt a work after a fire and use contractors to revitalize the area. So new activities are introduced. Another example is prevention. For the first time, we have prevention works in forests, cleaning the forest in 70,000 acres of a budget of 70 million euros. We will repeat that this year in view of the summer period, and at the same time we start a wide reforestation project financed by the Recovery Fund, where we will have the reforestation of 130 acres for the next 3 years. What do I mean to say? That in the forest we will have people employed in new jobs and traditional jobs by doing works, and in that way we will effectively protect the forest, because people who work there will be the first ones to react in case of a problem, a fire, etc. And Mr. Sotiropoulos, let me ask you, based on the a review of the Observatory of Sustainable Growth. The pace is quite fast in order to achieve green transition or stop the negative impact of climate change. We believe that we are quite slow compared to this phenomenon, not only as a country, but as Europe in general. All studies with the latest ones of the United Nations say that we will exceed one of the critical steps of climate change, which is 1.5 degrees between 2030 to 2040. This is quite close, actually. We are, this very moment, the global society in a multi-crisis environment with conflicting policies. We have the pandemic, which has affected things. We have the energy and inflation crisis. We have geopolitical conflicts. We try to find fossil fuel, which is against the target set, and we see countries with countries of high debt and social inequalities. We are far away, and we need to make haste. We have missed the train, so concession at local, European and global level should be achieved soon. Mr. Dimitrogiannis, what do you think? At the level of region, have you sought these tools that can make a region pioneering in this process, or can the region use these frameworks of finance? Mr. Sotiropoulos meant, even though he sounded pessimistic, he gave a picture of delay, things that we should have done, but we didn't do. So he told us, nevertheless, that we need to accelerate. Why is that? Because the economic model of the country will change. Will change the whole economic model of Europe. There is a geostrategic options. Europe to free itself from natural gas coming from Russia. So we have in Western Greece a case study that allows us to see things. The Observatory of Sustainable Growth has listed Western Greece among the first 30 regions in Europe that will disconnect itself from fossil fuel. We have made steps forward with regard to RES. Within a few years, we had 3,000 investment in RES for small and medium-sized projects. We are the first region in the country which has approved storage capacities, two-digit ones, compared to other regions. The other part of green transition besides energy is that sustainable growth is quite extent. Let's limit it. We had a strategic option, a second one, to reinforce green entrepreneurship by reducing red tape and promoting business initiatives. Western Greece has supported the introduction of more than 200 green businesses focusing on recycling, composting, biogas, or other forms of businesses that support the environment, and our aim was that we wanted to give alternatives to a new economic field. We created a new economic field. We are pioneers in that because these new 200 businesses that already operate created more than 200,000 jobs, so we have accelerated things. So along with that, we have other things, scientific personnel which is kept in the area. Also, climate crisis will have an impact on human activities. We have accelerated our action plan for climate change, the regional ones. We are among the 3 regions that have achieved that, with a difference. We identified 12 sectors of activity. We had taken measures that have been financially calculated, and we have done 12 different plans for each municipality separately in order to help municipalities contribute to climate change. And we have praise from the EU Commission that we were the first region that incorporated the environmental dimension in NSRF, and we didn't have any remarks, or NSRF plan was returned to us. It was fully accepted. Mrs. Kostopoulou, you talked about energy. In this taxonomy, we have natural gas and investment energy. We will say it was a wrong choice on the European part to include investments in gas and nuclear in this taxonomy and consider them sustainable investment. Probably it was the war, the high prices, the negotiating power of some countries, but it was a wrong choice. In Greece, nevertheless, it had some consequences. Well, then Mr. Lofogiannis mentioned about the natural gas, because in Greece we don't talk about nuclear. Well, so there is a proximity, but it's not part of our design. As far as the gas is concerned, after the war, we have set a target to free ourselves from Russian natural gas. Our target is not only Russian natural gas, but natural gas as a whole. And that gives us some other thing to tell you about taxonomy. Well, it recognizes that it is a fossil gas. It is a traditional fuel because it produces emissions, and because we have methane emitted in the atmosphere, so it is not a sustainable option. Well, its taxonomy is not a general approach. In electricity production units from fossil gas, it sets 7 criteria compared to forest sector. all those criteria should be met simultaneously. 7 of them, I won't tackle them in detail, but I'll give you the general framework. This should be built by 2030 to replace other existing units from lignite, coal, or oil. We should have a study that proves that there is no clearer option than this. The company should also bind that by 2035 it is ready to replace gas with new gases like green hydrogen, for example. All these factors in Greece are rather difficult to be fulfilled by a unit that will be built right away. It's a chain of works. Yes, in this way, yes, you have well identified that the taxonomy includes investments in fossil gas as sustainable, but taxonomy also helps us choose to make the greener choices, and I am glad that Mr. Dimitrogiannis mentioned that. We have planning forests and storage. Mr. Stathopoulos, problems. Do we have plans for sustainable mobility and have all citizens participate? Well, we have a lot of problems. In what sense? Greece was among the first countries which allowed municipalities to have tools to have these sustainable mobility plans introduced, but we did it the other way around. We had 9 billion euros committed to this, but 37 months later, the program was still pending. It had an absorption of 2.7% and payments to too few municipalities and no results. That was because of legal reasons and political disagreement. And we had also internal issues in the Green Fund that had to do with staffing, lack of information or methodologies with regard to assessment, etc. of the plans. We proceeded quite fast to change the situation with the chamber to use engineers in order to fulfill the assessment and absorb the money. At this very moment, 162 municipalities, 160 of them has started the whole procedure. 115 have partially be paid or fully paid, and the program, with a delay but successfully, is going to be fulfilled. I will mention to the more successful program we have about e-mobility, which is very successful. We have plans for urban accessibility, compulsory for all municipalities, with a climate law and 2 ministerial decisions that make 262 municipalities to fulfill these projects, because we want to help people with disabilities. be able to move around, people to have access to school, elderly people with disabilities to be able to visit various agencies. After 3 years, hopefully, we will allow all these people to have access of all public and municipal buildings for this sensitive group of citizens. Mrs. Nielsen, green transition has plans, new strategies. We have financial tools. You talked earlier about skills. What are the skills needed, and what does green skills mean?
I'm often asked, so green skills, this is something to do with water management and recycling. And then I say yes, but not only. It has actually to do with everything, because the point is green transition means a structural change of the entire labor market. It intervenes in each sector, each occupation. So we all need green skills. And the green skills, it basically means having the competences, the behavior, the attitudes, the values to think in sustainable terms, both when we work and when we live. That's it. That's the green skills. Of course, then we can divide it further. We talk about technical skills and transversal skills. Technical skills, then we can look at specific occupations. What is the technicalities needed to produce specific things in terms of renewable energies? We have beautiful students here working on food science and technologies. For them, it's specific technologies. That's one part. And then it is the transversal skills needed for all occupations. But my point is, it reflects and interferes with all occupations. Another point I would like to make when you ask about the skills, specifically, we see a need, a trend for technical skills, and I think it gives a new momentum for vocational education and training. So it's not only about skills produced in universities. If the investment plans are to be successful, if the hands that are needed to build the energy efficient buildings, to put on the solar panels on the roof, we need technical skills, and we are lagging behind for that. So my point is, technical skills are really needed, and this is where, again, investments should go if we should divide a little bit.
Ακόμη μία assist για να πάω στο Sotiropoulos.
You pass me the ball to go to Mr. Sotiropoulos. You've heard to Ms. Nielsen once again. She's talking about the need of growth, of new skills. Before you had the reference, you made the reference, and you said that the train is lost, trying to showcase the low rate in implementing these projects. Let me ask you then, this, in your view, low pace, low rate, is it due to the lack of skills? Is it due to the lack of projects? Is it due to the lack of financing? Sufficient or not? Well, at the national level, in my view, it is related to the lack of coordination. Let us have a top-bottom approach. We are a country that doesn't have a strategy for the next 20 or 30 years. There are strategies, but these strategies have no consensus between the political parties, nor a consensus with the stakeholders. So the country needs to have a central plan, which should not change each time the government changes, a plan with a broad consensus. We need some minor sectoral policies that will be linked with this central strategy, but also between them. Right now, for instance, the policies of the environment are not linked to the policies of tourism the way they should. So one is implemented regardless of the other. So by coincidence, they can coincide or they can find one each other. And the same should happen with the policies at the regional level. It's a matter of coordination and consensus in myself. These must change because challenges are too many. And these will accelerate the whole procedure for transition, something that should be done urgently. Thank you. Consensus, he said. Mr. Dimitrigiannis, you talked to us about the whole nexus of policies and projects that you are implementing. So let me ask you, what about your authority? Have you found this consensus either at the level of administration or at the level of society? And whether this consensus was found, whether this is helpful to serve the best for the years to come? We are obliged, each one in the administration or anybody with a form of power needs to work in 4 ways. The central state, second, self-government, 3, citizens, and 4, research centers and foundations. Only having this synthesis, we can meet the challenges that our country has, because here I would like to make a brief reference. Our country is changing the model, and financing that will exist in the years to come will be quite targeted. To put it simply, the European Union, it's high time, it told us that for 15 years we gave you 3 packages of NSRF for infrastructure and development. As you were able to see from Tembi, neither infrastructure nor growth happened here, because 50% of transport on sustainable development should happen through the train, because it was a guideline of the European Union. This didn't happen. The railway was not used. So from that point on, the European Union, based on resources channeled to our country, perceives us as a developed country. The problem starts here. The sectors financed will be different. 55% of resources that we will have, either it is NSRF or RRF, it will be about energy, green entrepreneurship, circular economy, and the protection of human life vis-à-vis climate change. So here, let me stress there must be direct synergy and communication. I believe that regions may talk directly with the government. We did so. I'm very happy because today in the panel I can see 2 brilliant partners. Mr. Stathis Stathopoulos from the Green Fund. You know, the Green Fund in the past was not a big player. Right now, it is one of the most important players of the implementation. Mr. Aravosis, who solved the big question, 95% of forest. What is forest and what is not in Greece? But by way of conclusion, I would like to say that we have the tools, we have the means, we can find the know-how. What we lack is that directly we must prioritize. Western Greece has priorities, we know what our needs are, and that is why we are amongst the first regions that have started launching bids through and calls through NSRF for financing projects. But our objective is similar to the ones of the country. That is, since we have a field of financial, social, that could lead to green transition, and through that we can see assets like growth itself at a local level, but also decrease of unemployment, then we can use all these aspects to achieve the goals. The latter may not come directly. It takes patience, it takes time, because these fields, the fields that we're going to deal with, are new fields for our country. It's not just like other European countries that have elaborated on that, but these are fields that necessarily should be followed. We must contribute to that because it will be a very important weapon to us. So a big mobility, we are saying. Mrs. Christopoulou, Mr. Dimitrigiannis talked about priorities, and since we are in a conference, an institution about regional growth, sustainable investment, should they focus on some specific region, in your view? Well, I don't mean to create any competition between regions. Yes, but now they are the pioneers. We don't have any reason to doubt Mr. Dimitrigiannis. Yes, what I would like to comment is that for sure there is no region that could be excluded from that effort. On the contrary, we must all participate in every region. We must become companions in a road towards a sustainable future. He said that we are in the new programming period. We have too many resources available. I would say this is unprecedented volume-wise, and when it comes to their earmarking for green transition, because out of all funds, it is mandatory to earmark funds for green transition. We're talking about 70 billion euros that will be channeled to the regions and to our country in the years to come if we combine all different funds. So for sure, there's an opportunity. As Mr. Sotiropoulos said before, we need to form synergies and coordination. Allow me, Mr. Dimitriougiannis, please allow me to raise a concern and a footnote of a geographic nature about the lignite regions. Here, we have a specificity that lignite regions have experienced a non-sustainable past. They are a non-sustainable action, the lignite one, both the extraction and the burn, with a cost for the health of citizens and to the detriment of the environment. Following the decision on the phasing out of lignite, now more intensely through extraordinary actions, we must go into the next day, that is designing the future. It's not easy to do and totally change the model. Mr. Dimitriougiannis talked about evolution here. We're talking about the radical change that would take place in the regions. Yes, change takes a management, and then this means also acceptance and adoption. Yes, of course, there is social acceptance quite large in Western Macedonia and in the nearby Megalopolis city. There is a plan right now. There are resources, European resources, first of all, amounting to 6.4 billion euros from the European Fund, from the Just Transition Fund, and from the Green Fund, 127 million euros. So the Speaker, up to 2022, and if I'm not mistaken, another 18 approximately, yes, that will come in 2023. We're talking about 145 million euros from the Green Fund. So we have European resources and national resources. We will see whether this shall suffice, but we have a good source to start design and planning. We must invest in what? There lie investments. And of course, here comes the fair transition mechanism of fossil fuel upon the criteria of sustainable development. And these should lead public investment that will take place and also private investments. So we hope that there will be added leverage of private resources from the Green Fund. Of course, these should be the criteria based on which resources should be earmarked, have a concise, a very robust planning with complementarity of resources, complementarity of different funds and actors, so that lignite regions should go to the vanguard of green transition, redesign the economy, and as Mrs. Nielsen said, we must have green jobs so that this can be the future of these regions. So these are the areas that I would focus on. Mr. Stathopoulos, we didn't talk about electrification, but let us make the link with the previous one, the points that Mr. Sotiropoulos said for the big picture, please. Now, when it comes to electrification, allow me to tell you that this is in between 45 different calls for the last 4 years. It is our pride. What do I mean by that? We have managed within 1.5 years, first, to catch the target set at the European level, which was in September 2022, that is in December, corrects himself the Speaker, to have 300 similar projects. This number was met 4 months earlier than predicted. So consequently, in cooperation with the Ministry of the Environment and Energy, that had the pivotal role of design, the second out of the 12 reasons due to which we got the first installment from the RRF, that is the very short completion of the legal framework and the execution of the call. So right now, out of 306 municipalities of our country that have a finalized plan, 293 have submitted documents and more than 270 have been paid off. All this was achieved in 1.5 years approximately, as the first payment took place in October 21. Nobody believed that we could run that fast. And this is one of the reasons for which the country may be proud at the European level, because it finished earlier than the final landmark and the goal was met. Now, let me take the ball from what Ines Christopoulou said. I agree with her when it comes to phasing out of lignite. It is the next challenge, not just for the Green Fund, which is the financing body mainly for local societies. It is an experiment about which I'm very optimistic. I do not believe that by definition the delay, or that is the small obstacles that existed due to the energy crisis, that many critics have no reply to who would be the one that could have predicted 4 years ago when this effort started that this could take place. I'm talking about the war in Ukraine and the subsequent energy crisis at the world level. I'm very optimistic when it comes to achieving the goals. Quite rightly, you talked about social consensus that we can see whenever we have been to Western Macedonia, the ministry, the Green Fund, local actors. We can really tell a consensus between all political parties, and this has been one of the most beautiful discussions. In Greece, we are excited when it comes to tensions and intense debate, but when it comes to this topic, broadly speaking, there is consensus. And what brings more hope, we inaugurated recently the recycling center in Philota in Amindeo Mountain, in a region that is the last thing that one could have imagined. We're talking here population of young people, which is the biggest ally in this effort, something that, apart from the fact that it is touching, it brings hope for the final achievement of the goal. Obviously, to achieve that, we need the contribution of many different prerequisites and powers. The first samples are very positive. I believe that the next 5 years will judge the future of both Western Macedonia and of Megalopolis, in order to not to say anything further, because we're going towards the end of, we are quite good time-wise, no worries, we're quite good time-wise. But I think that this will be, in the next 5 years, another reason for which Greece will be a pioneer as a country that has the first approved program of phasing out amongst all the different member states. And the critical thing is particularities. Mrs. Nielsen has talked about it. I would like to ask you, in what way can we get these skills? You've heard about different topics related to the Greek example, to the Greek reality, that is about this transition from the older situation to the green reality. So let me ask you, how can we get these green skills, and in what way the European Commission is trying to accelerate that procedure? Thank you.
Thanks a lot. Well, I would state that the preconditions to get to these skills, the skills delivery, first we need to have some robust data on what is needed, the demand in the region, for example, here in Western Greece, and also to have some effective ways to predict the future. These two elements are necessary to set the priorities, so we will have the so-called evidence-based policies. And the EU is arguing, and that's similar what we heard from the panelists, not in the car, but from Ina, that, sorry, that it's important to have bottom-up approaches to solve the problems in the region. So local solutions to local problems, that is evident. And a step further to solve these problems, to deliver the skills needed corresponding to the regional needs, it's the way to do it is to build partnerships. And again, inspired by the beautiful sight here in Patras at your fantastic bridge. I love bridges. I come from Denmark. We are crazy about bridges. And I must say, this is a fantastic one you have outside. And building partnerships, it is building bridges between key core actors that should be involved in the skills delivery. And these bridges, they need to be based on pillars, based on trust. That is fundamental if you want to have skills delivery, if you want to implement priorities, policies, and trust. That depends on accountability, transparency in the policies, trust that the environmental regulations will be implemented, trust that it makes sense to cooperate, that actually there's a win-win situation for everybody to share information and then set the common goals for implementation. Then it's possible to put specific measures where I would say involvement on business, employers is key for delivering good, solid skills. We all know that apprenticeships, work-based learning, that's the way forward. This is something that the EU is financing through different schemes. They also finance specific technical skills through the Erasmus Plus program. Millions of funds are ready for this. And in addition to that, one specific element where EU is also ready to invest, that is the teachers, because it all starts with the teachers. Continued professional development necessary for teachers to have the green mindset, the skills to turn all that knowledge into training programs. This is where it starts. So teachers first, I would say. Thanks.
And the final comment by you, Mr. Sotiropoulos. Build bridges is one of the invitations that Mrs. Nielsen said. What about you? You have acknowledged some flaws. What should be the target from now onwards? The target is to speak on each other and to coordinate. Let us coordinate in 5 specific topics as a country, avoid all the back and forth. Let us not change our strategy upon the change of the government. Let us not be afraid about the course of our country. Everybody should speak out and let us agree in 5 common points. What are the challenges that is? How should we manage them? Let us coordinate our funding tools that we have and the different efforts to what we have agreed and go forward. Avoid back and forth. Stable course, all ahead, with all the omissions and the errors. These should be limited, of course, and we must be self-restricted when we are in power. I would like to thank you all. Forgive me if I omitted anything, I don't know, and forgive me about the time pressure. What is good is that we pass the ball one to each other, and by passing the ball, this means goals. And if Ms. Sotiropoulos could be here, we could play a basketball game. Okay, thank you so much. Thank you. that has ever taken place, of course, and organized until today. We have with us, online, of course, digitally, Mr. Glyn Evans. He is Vice President and Development Director of Major Cities. Mr. Glyn Evans, hello.
And join us here. The weather is lovely. Patra is an amazing place. It's a city to be. It is one of the major cities of Europe. Would like to welcome you and ask you, what are the major cities of Europe? Just a second, Mr. Evans. We can't hear you right now. Could you unmute yourself here? Or is there a problem, a technical problem we need to face?
I'm okay.
Yes, we can hear you now. Yes.
Excellent.
Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Major Cities of Europe is a networking organisation which is made up of cities and regions and people who are interested in the application of technology for the benefit of communities, particularly focused, of course, on the public sector.
So, the title of the presentation, the title of our conversation is Learning from the Failures of Digital Transformation. It's a rather interesting title because here in Greece, when we hear about digital transformation, we consider it as a success story. But you are here, to give us a different perspective on the whole subject and take us steps further and take us where we should be in safety and in a more reasonable way.
Yes, I hope to challenge not only your perspective, but the general perspective on digital transformation.
So, you have also a presentation, eh?
Yes, I have, yeah.
Okay. So, I'll give you the floor, so you start going on with your presentation, and I'll be making you questions, so we make the conversation more alive. I don't want to interrupt you every now and then, so you could please go on with your presentation, and we talk about it. Thank you.
Okay. All right, thank you very much. I'm very sorry I cannot be with you in person. I fully intended to be, but the strikes unfortunately prevented that. Major Cities of Europe is once again delighted to be a knowledge partner for the Regional Growth Conference. My own background is that I worked for over 30 years in local government in the UK, in technology at first and then latterly in change management. My last position was Director of Business Change at Birmingham City Council, the largest UK municipality with over 1 million inhabitants. I'm now Vice President of Major Cities of Europe, MCE for short. Let me tell you a little bit about MCE. It is an independent network of cities and regions focused on innovative change. Our primary purpose is to support and encourage the improvement of local and regional government, performance and innovation. So people active in the network include CIOs, smart city managers, policymakers and academics interested in the transformation of the public sector for the benefit of local communities. So we hold an annual conference hosted by a different European city each year. Last year, we had the pleasure of being in Larissa. This year, we will be in Prato in October. And we also host webinars and workshops. And we currently have 2 special interest groups, one focused on supporting our members in participating in EU innovation programs, the other focused on cybersecurity. Our conferences are well attended and gain very positive feedback from attendees. We have members from across Europe and indeed further afield. Our membership fees, I think, are very reasonable. But our focus is not the technology itself, though we've got IT users group in our name, but our focus is on maximising the benefits that technology can underpin and enable, and challenging the threats that prevent those benefits from being realised. Digital transformation is therefore a recurring theme at our conferences, which brings me to the meat of my presentation. What I thought I'd do is start off by looking at quite quickly at the policy framework that has been behind e-government and digital transformation initiatives. I've chosen the UK because I know that best, but many countries have followed a similar path, as has the EU itself. I'm not sure whether it's a positive or merely showing my age, as I remember the very first policy document in the UK in this area, which was the Government IT Strategy of 1996. And what it talked about then was the transformation of the way government provides its services. And then we can run through these in turn. We've got the 2003, the start of a process that will transform. 2002, first of all, a vision, an implementation framework that will transform the quality of services. 2005, the strategy has a potential for real transformation. Moving on, 2011, again, we're talking about driving real change, delivering public services in very different ways. 2013, the start of a process that will transform, and so it goes on. Transform is a constant message in these policy documents that came out.
Seems like a never-ending road. It's a process. It's not.
Absolutely,
it's not a goal.
Never-ending road. I entirely agree. But if we look at what happens in practice, this is a quote from Jerry Fishenden, who is a well-respected academic and advisor to many UK governments on IT and its application, reflecting on what e-government set out to achieve and what it did in practice. And he described it as putting lipstick on a pig. The intention was you transform the front end by making nice websites, and then that deferred the need to transform the back end, which was really hard work. But the changes to the back end never happened. The back end is pretty much now as it was 25 years ago.
What is the back end? Could you help us with that? Could you define what?
So if you are looking at, say, the taxation process, yes, you can fill in your tax form online, but it's dealt with pretty well effectively by the tax office as it was 25 years ago. There is, for example, no real link between local taxation and national taxation, which is one of the things you might think you might see in any transformation process. The various social welfare benefits are not joined up, so people have to apply multiple times for different benefits.
So that's sometimes it becomes more complicated rather than simplifying the whole process.
It becomes the process of applying, assuming you're technology literate, is somewhat easier, but the process that goes on behind that application is no more effective in many ways than it was a long time ago. So I think lipstick on a pig is probably a good description, but I also think I probably need to be quite clear on what I'm talking about here. Because
yes, that's what I wanted to ask you. So what is transformation? We're coming to the core of your presentation. So, what can we define as a digital transformation? Yes.
Transformation, I think, whether it's digital or any other sort of transformation, is about a complete change. It isn't about putting on the lipstick or putting on the makeup. It is about fundamental change in the way things are done. That, to me, is what I think transformation is about. And I'm certainly not saying that all the initiatives we have achieved nothing. They have. They've achieved things which are beneficial. What I'm saying is that they haven't done that transformation. And because that was what was promised. So I think if you were putting on your auditor's or your teacher's hat at the moment and marking the success or otherwise, and we're talking about more than a quarter of a century of policy intended to result in the transformation of government, I think we can only give it one result.
Yes. It's a fail.
It's a fail, absolutely. So, why is that? I think I've identified three related issues as to why this has happened. So the first of these is that innovation is often restricted by the narrowness of the focus, primarily on the implementation of digital technology. So if you focus solely or mainly on the digital, then when you're running a program, yes, you will go on a very interesting journey. You will spend quite a lot of both time and money on that journey. But when you get to the end of it, the benefits will be restricted. And why is that? I think because if you're going to transform, you need to change more than the technology. First,
it's a much broader transformation, eh?
Sorry?
It needs a much broader transformation, apart from the surface, yes.
So, first you need to be clear about what you're trying to achieve. So the key objective is not to become digital. Becoming digital is not a public benefit in its own right. Becoming digital is part of the whole thing. Transformation is not an end in itself, but there should be concern with the realization of one or more of an organization's objectives. So you need to have in scope everything that impacts on the realization of those objectives. Of course, that does include digital. I wouldn't expect anything to be designed these days which doesn't have a digital element. But it also includes the processes of the organisation, it includes the people and culture, and includes things like structure of and between organisations. Now, I think there we get into the real challenge. So if you're looking at changing people, culture, structure, you will get far more internal resistance to any change than you will if you're looking at putting some digital technology in.
Exactly.
So to a certain extent, to a big extent, the digital bit of a digital transformation is the easy bit.
So we're talking about a social change, practically, isn't it? Or a cultural change, or a behavioral change. It's not just digital.
It isn't just digital, no. So looking at the second general problem is the value case, I think, that underpins the transformation, or more usually does not underpin the transformation. So where there is the most innovation, it tends to be frequently only occurs when it's supported by external funding. So e.g. EU projects, national government. So if you look at Germany, for example, the national government has put a huge amount of money into digitising local government in Germany, or it's windfall money. And both e-government and smart city projects, digital government projects, often lack robust and compelling value business cases. Value cases. What will one look like? This is one that was produced by my own professional body in the UK, the Society for Innovation, Technology and Modernisation, SOCITIM for short. It attempts to demonstrate that online self-service is far and away the cheapest way of interaction from the organisation's perspective. But is it a robust value case? In my view, no, it isn't. So let's imagine your organisation has 100,000 face-to-face transactions and 250,000 telephone transactions a year. Now, implementing self-service might mean in the first year, if you're really lucky, you'll get 10% of those transactions being done online. But will the cost of providing the face-to-face and telephone service have reduced because of that? Well, only marginally at best, because the cost of the service is, until larger reductions take place, unaffected. But you have the additional cost of developing and providing the online service, so overall costs have actually increased. So this is far too simplistic to be considered a robust value case.
Do you think the funding sometimes, or in many cases, is directed in the wrong side of the story? What do you think?
Yes, I think that's true. I think that people who want transformation are not disinterested in persuading others to undertake transformation. If that's your point, I agree. So I think we've got to accept that the public sector has a more complex bottom line, which is why I talk about value cases, not business cases. We're not solely concerned with the profit, or even generally even concerned at all with the profit of our services. What we're looking for is public interest outcomes that have been defined and mediated through the political process. So a digital value case should define the contribution being made to the realisation of one or more of these outcomes. So I think the concept of public value can be helpful.
What is this was my question. What do you define as public value? Yes.
Well, this is not my definition. This is Mark Moore from the Kennedy Business School at Harvard University. So where he talks about really a journey for public officials to go on from being the rule setters, the service providers and social safety to a creators of public value. So politically, economically and social and cultural value. I haven't the time to talk about this in detail. It's well worth looking up. So if you search for Mark Moore, you'll find some very good articles about this. But thinking about public value as the thing we are trying to create through transformation. But I said it's not about the money. But unfortunately, it's always about the money.
That's true. At the bottom line, isn't it?
Here we have our town hall. It gets very fortunate to get some money from the community. It pays its employees, and it delivers services of various types to its community. If you want to do something different, you either have to grow the amount of income you've got getting, which, if you're in a growing area, might be possible, or you have to shrink your costs in some way, which might mean shrinking the workforce, probably a bit more problematic. Or you shrink a service to free up value. Generally speaking, you often look for some money, say, from the EU to fund that service, and that gives you a nice, innovative service delivering to your community. Of course, that money doesn't go on forever. So what happens?
Could you give us an insight for the future? So what needs to be done as we're running short of time? What is your opinion about what are the best practices? What is the best way in achieving digital transformation in depth, not just at its surface?
I think the best way is to realise that we need to have a more comprehensive approach to transformation. So this is a model I developed following my leading the transformation programme in Birmingham and subsequently reflecting on developments elsewhere. We combined oversight activities, which are leadership, management and governance. So, and just to give you an illustration of this, leadership has to be hands-on leadership. We often get the case where a mayor will sign off a project and then is not involved ever again in the project. And therefore there's no real ongoing commitment to the success of the project. Underpinning this, we have thematic activities, benefits realisation, which I think starts at the beginning of a project and runs right through to the end, and communication and engagement. And here we're talking more about engagement. People's lives are being affected, whether it's your own internal staff or the community. In a transformation programme, their lives are being impacted. They have to feel that they are being listened to. Then, of course, we've got the phase activities running through from initiation, visioning, creating the value case, designing the future operating model, creating that future operating model, and then implementation and transition. So, though I've talked about this being learning from the failures of digital transformation, I think this is about transformation in general. This is about how do we successfully implement transformation in the public sector. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Mr. Evans. It was one of the most interesting, one of the most sound presentations we had. We understood that it's digital transformation is about a transformation of society, of culture, of behavior. It's a whole universe of transformation. You made it totally clear to us. I want to thank you, and I wish the next time you'll be here with us in Patras. Thank you so much.
I hope so indeed.
God bless you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ευχαριστούμε πάρα πολύ. Συνεχίζουμε.
Thank you very much. We'd like to thank the organizers and all those working in order to have this exceptional conference. We continue with a next panel. Mr. Glyn Evans told us that digital transformation is more than an app in our mobile phone or a platform. It has to do with an in-depth change of the way we do things as society, state, etc. I wish you all the best. Thank you very much.
Καλησπέρα σας κυρίες και κύριοι. Δεν θα μπορούσε να λείπει από το αναπτυξιακό μας συνέδριο.
In this session, unfortunately, there will not be any interpreting services. Thank you very much.
Νοσηλευτικά ιδρύματα της περιοχής μας. Είναι στο πάνελ ήδη οι διοικητές των νοσοκομείων και στη συνέχεια θα μπορέσουμε να ακούσουμε και τους ανθρώπους οι οποίοι στηρίζουν όλο το υγειονομικό σύστημα της περιοχής μας και προσφέρουν τις υπηρεσίες τους στους πολίτες της ευρύτερης περιφέρειάς μας. Είναι μια συνεδρία που διοργανώνει η 6η Υγειονομική Περιφέρεια. Κύριε Καρβέλη, σας καλωσορίζουμε όλους εδώ. Είναι ο διοικητής της 6ης Υγειονομικής Περιφέρειας, ο κύριος Γιάννης Καρβέλης, η κυρία Σπασία Ριγοπούλου, διοικήτρια του Παιδιατρικού μας Νοσοκομείου Παιδών Καραμαρδάνιο, ο κύριος Δημήτρης Μπάκος, διοικητής του Πανεπιστημιακού Νοσοκομείου, ο κύριος Παναγιώτης Δημόπουλος, αναπληρωτής διοικητής του Νοσοκομείου Άγιος Ανδρέας και ο κύριος Νικόλαος Κοσκινάς, ο οποίος είναι υποδιευθυντής του Κέντρου Υγείας Βορείου Τομέα, του Κέντρου Υγείας Αγίου Αλεξίου ως γνωστόν. Πριν δώσω όμως το λόγο σε εσάς, θα πάμε να συνδεθούμε με την αναπληρώτρια Υπουργό Υγείας, την κυρία Μίνα Γκάγκα. Κύριε Γκάγκα, καλησπέρα σας από την Πάτρα. Καλησπέρα από το αναπτυξιακό μας συνέδριο. Όπως βλέπετε εδώ, δυστυχώς μας λείπετε, είστε μακριά. Αν δεν ξέρω αν έχετε εικόνα, βλέπετε το αμφιθέατρο, είναι σχεδόν γεμάτο. Είναι οι άνθρωποι που προσφέρουν τις υπηρεσίες τους στο υγειονομικό σύστημα της περιοχής μας. Θέλουμε λοιπόν να ξεκινήσουμε με εσάς. Μία σύντομη εισαγωγή από εσάς και μετά να σας θέσω και εγώ κάποια ερωτήματα.
Καλησπέρα κυρία Ριζογιάννη, καλησπέρα σε όλους σας. Ευχαριστώ πάρα πολύ για την πρόσκληση. Νομίζω ότι στόχος του Υπουργείου είναι να συνεργαστούμε με όλους για να έχουμε τις καλύτερες δυνατές υπηρεσίες υγείας για όλους τους ασθενείς αλλά και όλους τους πολίτες και φυσικά καλύτερες συνθήκες δουλειάς και ασφάλεια για όλους τους υγειονομικούς. Ξεκινήσαμε λοιπόν εφαρμόζοντας καταρχήν πράγματα που γίνονται στην Ευρώπη, όπως είναι η ασφάλεια των ασθενών, τα safe hospitals και δημιουργήθηκε ο ΔΠ σε αυτά τα χρόνια της κυβέρνησης του Κυριάκου Μητσοτάκη. Εν συνεχεία δημιουργήθηκε το γραφείο, μάλλον μπήκε στην Ελλάδα, στην Αθήνα, το Γραφείο Ποιότητας Υπηρεσιών Υγείας του Παγκόσμιου Οργανισμού Υγείας, το Ευρωπαϊκό Γραφείο. Άρα έχουμε δύο πολύ ισχυρούς συμμάχους στο να έχουμε πολύ καλές υπηρεσίες υγείας για όλους, ξεκινώντας από την πρόληψη, την πρωτοβάθμια φροντίδα υγείας και βέβαια τη δευτεροβάθμια και την τριτοβάθμια όπως χρειάζεται. Η Αχαΐα και η Πάτρα έχουν πανεπιστημιακό νοσοκομείο, έχουν μεγάλα νοσοκομεία, έχουν καλή πρωτοβάθμια φροντίδα. Νομίζω ότι είμαστε σε ένα πολύ καλό δρόμο και φυσικά θέλουμε να το βοηθήσουμε με θέσεις νοσηλευτών, με θέσεις γιατρών, θέσεις λοιπού προσωπικού που θα τις δούμε σύντομα και βασικά ακούμε. Νομίζω ότι έχουμε επαφή με όλα τα νοσοκομεία και τις δομές υγείας και να μου πείτε εσείς τι θέλετε από εμάς.
Κύριε Υπουργέ, σε μία συνέντευξη που δώσατε σήμερα στην εφημερίδα μας, στην εφημερίδα Πελοπόννησος, στο ερώτημα πώς βρίσκει το υγειονομικό μας σύστημα η επόμενη μέρα της πανδημίας, λέτε ότι βρήκε το προσωπικό μας κουρασμένο και εξουθενωμένο από αυτή τη σκληρή δοκιμασία. Θέλω λοιπόν να μου πείτε, κάνατε μια πρώτη κίνηση αναγνώρισης όλης αυτής της προσπάθειας και εσείς ξέρετε ότι αυτή δεν είναι αρκετή. Πώς λοιπόν σκοπεύετε και να ξεκουράσετε αυτό το προσωπικό, γιατί δεν ξέρουμε τι μας επιφυλάσσει και το αύριο, έτσι. Και βεβαίως να επιβραβευτεί περαιτέρω όλη αυτή η προσφορά την οποία έκαναν.
Σας ευχαριστώ πολύ για την ερώτηση. Νομίζω ότι το ότι είναι κουρασμένο το υγειονομικό προσωπικό το είδαμε σε όλα τα συστήματα υγείας. Μιλούσαν χθες στη Βουλή και έδειχναν τα στοιχεία της Αμερικής, όπου παραιτήθηκαν 330.000 άτομα. Στην Αγγλία πάνω από 20.000 γιατροί. Άρα γενικά ήταν κάτι που επέδρασε πάρα πολύ αρνητικά σε όλα τα υγειονομικά συστήματα η πανδημία. Στην Ελλάδα να θυμίσω ότι είχαμε και μια οικονομική κρίση που κράτησε πάνω από 10 χρόνια, που για κάθε 5 αποχωρήσεις ερχόταν ένας στο Εθνικό Σύστημα Υγείας. Οπότε πραγματικά το Εθνικό Σύστημα Υγείας ξεκίνησε την πανδημία με πολύ λιγότερο προσωπικό. Μπήκε προσωπικό στη διάρκεια της πανδημίας, αλλά η κούραση είναι μεγάλη. Μας ενδιαφέρουν και οι μεγαλύτεροι μισθοί και ξεκινήσαμε ήδη με μια πρώτη αύξηση που ήταν αυτή που μπορούσε να δοθεί στη χρονιά αυτή την πολύ δύσκολη από άποψη ενός πολέμου στην Ουκρανία, μιας ενεργειακής κρίσης. Στόχος μας είναι να δώσουμε μεγαλύτερους μισθούς όχι μόνο στους γιατρούς, σε όλους τους υγειονομικούς. Δίνουμε μεγαλύτερη επαγγελματική, αν θέλετε, δυνατότητες περισσότερης επιλογής επαγγελματικής, που και αυτό το ζητούν οι άνθρωποι που δουλεύουν στο Εθνικό Σύστημα Υγείας. Και κάνουμε κάθε προσπάθεια, δίνουμε επίσης θέσεις μερικής απασχόλησης για όποιους θέλουν από τους ιδιώτες να συνδράμουν στο Εθνικό Σύστημα Υγείας, που θεωρούμε ότι είναι όλα αλλαγές προς το καλύτερο, που δίνουν περισσότερες επιλογές σε όλους να μπορούν να δουλεύουν στο Εθνικό Σύστημα Υγείας. Και σίγουρα επίσης αναβαθμίσουμε τις δομές. Υπάρχει τώρα και το χρηματοδοτικό εργαλείο του Ταμείου Ανάκαμψης, άρα είμαστε εδώ για να μπορέσουμε να έχουμε ένα καλύτερο σύστημα υγείας για όλους και για τους εργαζόμενους.
Κυρία Υπουργέ, τη μεγάλη γάγκρανα που έχει να κάνει με τα ιατρικά κενά, πώς θα την αντιμετωπίσετε? Είναι εδώ ο διοικητής του νοσοκομείου Πύργου. Πάμε στην τριετία σχεδόν που οι παθολόγοι των νοσοκομείων της Πάτρας και άλλων πόλεων μετακινούνται για να καλύψουν τα κενά των παθολόγων του Πύργου. Είναι μια πληγή για το σύστημα υγείας και αντίστοιχα παραδείγματα μπορώ να σας αναφέρω. Τα γνωρίζετε άλλωστε πολύ καλά, γιατί μας έχετε τιμήσει πολλές φορές με την παρουσία σας στην περιοχή μας και έχετε γνώση της κατάστασης.
Να σας απαντήσω. Προκηρύξαμε και πάλι θέσεις για τον Πύργο και ελπίζω ότι θα λειτουργήσει αυτό το σύστημα τώρα που έχουμε και διαφορετικές επαγγελματικές επιλογές. Προσπαθούμε να βρούμε ανθρώπους και να τους πείσουμε να έρθουν. Παρόμοια προβλήματα έχουμε σε πάρα πολλά νοσοκομεία της χώρας, πρέπει να σας πω, και στόχος μας είναι να μπουν σε όλα γιατροί. Αν δεν έρθουν με αυτή την προκήρυξη, θα προκηρύξουμε και με μερική απασχόληση. Πιστεύω όμως ότι θα έχουμε. Δηλαδή, ήδη φαίνεται να υπάρχουν άνθρωποι που ενδιαφέρονται. Ελπίζω ότι η τωρινή προκήρυξη θα προχωρήσει και θα είναι επιτυχής.
Μάλιστα. Και επειδή έχουμε πολύ κόσμο και από το παιδιατρικό μας νοσοκομείο, το Καραμανδάνιο, το οποίο πέρασε και αυτό μια πολύ μεγάλη περιπέτεια, έχετε κάτι καλό να μας πείτε?
Εγώ καταρχήν θέλω να ευχαριστήσω όλο το προσωπικό και στο Καραμανδάνιο, γιατί πραγματικά βοηθήθηκε πάρα πολύ από όλο το προσωπικό για να μπορέσει να ξεπεράσει το θέμα των ανησιολόγων που είχαμε πέρυσι και γενικά όλη την προσπάθεια που κάνουν. Το Καραμανδάνιο θέλει σαφώς μια αναβάθμιση. Υπάρχει μια ομάδα μελετητών που ελέγχουν για να μας δώσουν την καλύτερη δυνατή λύση. Είναι κάτι στο οποίο έχουμε δεσμευτεί. Θέλουμε πραγματικά ένα παιδιατρικό νοσοκομείο στην Πάτρα που να είναι πρώτο.
Μάλιστα. Πολύ καλό αυτό που ακούμε και περιμένουμε άμεσα τις εξελίξεις. Και να κλείσουμε με ένα τελευταίο ερώτημα που αφορά την πρωτοβάθμια φροντίδα υγείας. Για αυτή την πρωτοβάθμια φροντίδα υγείας ακούμε πάρα πολλά χρόνια, κυρία Υπουργέ. Και αν λειτουργούσε όπως θα έπρεπε, θα είχαμε και τα νοσοκομεία μας σε πολύ καλύτερη κατάσταση. Έχουμε κάτι καλό? Θα φτάσουμε ποτέ σε αυτή την 24ωρη λειτουργία τα κέντρα υγείας αστικού τύπου?
Να σας απαντήσω. Νομίζω ότι για την πρωτοβάθμια υγεία είχατε εκεί τον Υπουργό το πρωί που είναι ο καθήλυν αρμόδιος. Και φαντάζομαι ότι οι ερωτήσεις του έγιναν. Εμένα αυτό που με ενδιαφέρει πάρα πολύ και νομίζω ότι μας ενδιαφέρει γενικά στο Υπουργείο είναι η καλή διασύνδεση πρωτοβάθμιας και δευτεροβάθμιας. Η 24ωρη λειτουργία για ήπια περιστατικά είναι σημαντική. Τα σοβαρά περιστατικά είναι λογικό να πηγαίνουν στο νοσοκομείο. Άρα μας ενδιαφέρει η πραγματικά πολύ καλή διασύνδεση και η κάλυψη κυρίως στην περιφέρεια και μας ενδιαφέρει από εκεί και πέρα να υπάρχουν τα κέντρα υγείας αστικού τύπου που δουλεύουν για τις εξετάσεις, για τα τακτικά ραντεβού αν θέλετε. Η 24ωρη λειτουργία στον αστικό εστό είναι κυρίως θέμα νοσοκομείου. Γιατί στο νοσοκομείο θα πας για κάτι επίγον και για κάτι σοβαρό. Για κάτι ήπιο θα κλείσεις ένα ραντεβού με προγραμματισμό και αυτό μπορείς να το κάνεις στην πρωτοβάθμια. Τουλάχιστον μέσα στον αστικό εστό. Δεν μιλάω για τα κέντρα υγείας στην περιφέρεια. Τα κέντρα υγείας στην περιφέρεια πρέπει σαφώς να λειτουργούν 24 ώρες.
Μάλιστα. Και να κλείσουμε αυτή μας τη συνομιλία. Δεν ξέρω αν θέλετε να επευθυνθείτε στο διοικητικό μηχανισμό της υγείας, στους γιατρούς μας, στους νοσηλευτές, σε άλλες ειδικότητες που είναι εδώ και να σας ευχαριστήσουμε για αυτή τη συνομιλία που είχαμε.
Εγώ θέλω να σας ευχαριστήσω όλους γιατί έχουμε μια άψογη συνεργασία και με τον διοικητή της ΣΕΚ, της ΥΠΕ, και με τους διοικητές των νοσοκομείων και όλο το προσωπικό των νοσοκομείων που έχει δώσει τον καλύτερό του εαυτό και έχει υπερβεί τον εαυτό του όλο αυτό το διάστημα. Να ευχαριστήσω λοιπόν όλους και λέω και πάλι, είμαστε εδώ, θέλουμε καλύτερες συνθήκες για όλους και καλύτερη υγεία για όλους. Ευχαριστώ πολύ.
Σας ευχαριστούμε πολύ, κυρία Υπουργέ. Λοιπόν, να πάμε πάρα πολύ σύντομα, παρακαλώ. Ευχαριστούμε πολύ, κυρία Υπουργέ, και πάλι. Να πάμε πολύ σύντομα, επειδή νομίζω ότι αυτό που είπα και στην αρχή, ότι το σύστημα υγείας έμεινε όρθιο, επειδή υπάρχουν όλοι αυτοί οι άνθρωποι που το υπηρετούν και πολύ σωστά σκέφτηκε ο διοικητής της Υγειονομικής Περιφέρειας ότι να πούν πολλά λιγότερα οι διοικητές των νοσοκομείων και ο ίδιος και να δοθεί ο λόγος ενδεικτικά σε εκπροσώπους από το ιατρικό προσωπικό των νοσοκομείων μας. Οπότε, κύριε Διοικητά, κύριε Καρβέλη, ήθελα από εσάς μια πρώτη τοποθέτηση όσο πιο σύντομα γίνεται για να μπορέσουμε να τηρήσουμε και το πρόγραμμά μας.
Καταρχήν να πω ότι πάνω από όλους και από όλα είναι οι άνθρωποι. Είναι εκείνος ο πραγματικός μηχανισμός ο οποίος συνιστά αυτό που λέμε σήμερα Εθνικό Σύστημα Υγείας. Είναι αυτοί που κρατήσαν όρθιο το σύστημα στην πανδημία. Είναι όλοι αυτοί που φροντίζουν καθημερινά τους ασθενείς μας στα νοσοκομεία. Τόσο οι γιατροί μας, όσο οι νοσηλευτές, όσο το λοιπό παραϊατρικό και εργατικό προσωπικό, ακόμα και οι καθαρίστριες και οι μάγειροι και οι κλιβανιστές, όλοι αυτοί συνθέτουν αυτό που λέμε Εθνικό Σύστημα Υγείας. Τώρα, από εκεί και πέρα, περνώντας αυτή τη μεγάλη λέλαπα που περάσαμε με την πανδημία, δώσαμε βαρύτητα στην ενίσχυση και στην αναβάθμιση όλων των νοσηλευτικών μονάδων. Από την πλευρά μας ως υγειονομική περιφέρεια, κάναμε ό,τι ήταν δυνατόν από πλευράς χρηματοδοτικών εργαλείων, το τονίζω, από πλευράς χρηματοδοτικών εργαλείων της 6ης υγειονομικής περιφέρειας, και εδώ να πω ότι όλα αυτά που θα αναφέρω πολύ σύντομα δεν θα μπορούσα να τα κάνω μόνος μου αν δεν είχα και άξιους συμπαραστάτες στην υγειονομική περιφέρεια, όπως είναι και ο υποδιοικητής της υγειονομικής περιφέρειας που είναι εδώ, αλλά και οι υπηρεσιακοί παράγοντες, η διεύθυνση προσωπικού, η διεύθυνση οικονομικών, η διεύθυνση τεχνικών υπηρεσιών, η διεύθυνση δημόσιας υγείας, όλοι ανεξαιρέτως, οι πληροφορικοί που συνέβαλαν στο να συνθέσουμε αυτό που θέλουμε να δώσουμε ως ζωντάνια στις νοσηλευτικές μας μονάδες. Θα έλεγα λοιπόν επιγραμματικά ότι προχωρήσαμε σε αναβάθμιση σημαντικών μονάδων στο Πανεπιστημιακό Νοσοκομείο του Ρείου, όπως είναι το τμήμα επεμβατικής ακτινολογίας με καινούρια μηχανήματα εκεί, όπως είναι το αιμοδυναμικό, όπως είναι η ουρολογική κλινική. Αλλάξαμε όλα τα μηχανήματα της μονάδας τεχνητού νεφρού του Πανεπιστημιακού Νοσοκομείου του Ρείου. Αντίστοιχα, στον Άγιο Ανδρέα ιδρύσαμε εν μέσω πανδημίας αιμοδυναμικό τμήμα. Πάρα πολύ σημαντικό για να υποβοηθήσει το τμήμα του Πανεπιστημιακού Νοσοκομείου του Ρείου, αλλά και ευρύτερα την περιφέρεια. Κάναμε σημαντικές χρηματοδοτήσεις σε ό,τι αφορά νέο μαγνητικό τομογράφο στο Γενικό Νοσοκομείο της Πάτρας ο Άγιος Ανδρέας και μάλιστα εσχάτως αυτός ο μαγνητικός τομογράφος εξοπλίστηκε με τον κατάλληλο μηχανισμό ούτως ώστε να κάνουμε κάτι πρωτοποριακό για την περιοχή μας, όπως είναι η μαγνητική καρδιάς. Να τονίσω ότι αυτό δεν γίνεται πουθενά, μα πουθενά, όχι μόνο στο δυτικό άξονα της χώρας, αλλά και ευρύτερα, γίνεται μόνο σε ειδικά νοσοκομεία των Αθηνών. Σε αυτό το εγχείρημα μας βοήθησε πάρα πολύ η νέα διοικήτρια του νοσοκομείου, του Παιδιατρικού Νοσοκομείου Καραμαδάνιο, η Ασπασία Ριγοπούλου, η οποία όποτε και όπου τη χρειάστηκα έσπευσε να βοηθήσει, γιατί δεν ήταν μόνο ο Άγιος Ανδρέας, ήταν και το Αγρίνιο που μετά από πάρα πολλά χρόνια λειτουργήσαμε εκεί το μαγνητικό τομογράφο, ο οποίος ήταν ανενεργός μέσα σε ένα δωμάτιο, ολοσύγχρονος μαγνητικός τομογράφος. Βεβαίως για το Καραμαδάνιο νομίζω ότι έχουμε κάνει τα πάντα.
Τα πάντα δεν τα κάνατε. Τα πάντα, ό,τι μπορούσατε, εν πάση περιπτώσει.
Κάναμε τα πάντα σε ό,τι αφορούσε την δική μας δυνατότητα.
Τη δική σας δυνατότητα.
Την δική μας δυνατότητα και εξακολουθούμε και το κάνουμε. Μιλάμε για νέο ακτινολογικό μηχάνημα που πάει εκεί. Μιλάμε για πυρασφάλεια που δημιουργήσαμε στο Παιδιατρικό Νοσοκομείο, γιατί να τονίσω ότι άμα την ανάληψη των καθηκόντων μας το Παιδιατρικό Νοσοκομείο της Πάτρας στερεί το πυρασφάλειας με ό,τι αυτό συνεπάγεται.
Έπρεπε να έχουμε κάποιο ατύχημα σοβαρό για να το αντιμετωπίσουμε και αυτό. Έτσι συνεχίζουμε στη χώρα μας.
Ευτυχώς, κυρία Ριζονιάκη, που δεν είχαμε τίποτα, αλλά ευτυχώς που καταφέραμε να έχουμε σήμερα μια πυρασφάλεια στο Παιδιατρικό Νοσοκομείο της πόλης μας. Βεβαίως είναι τώρα σε εξέλιξη η ανακαίνιση, είναι σε διαγωνιστική διαδικασία η εργολαβία για την ανακαίνιση των θαλάμων του Παιδιατρικού Νοσοκομείου, αλλά βεβαίως και χρηματοδοτήσαμε και τη νέα υποδομή όπου θα μπει εκεί ο νέος μαγνητικός τομογράφος για το παιδιατρικό νοσοκομείο, κάτι που ξέρετε είχε περάσει και αυτό από 40 κύματα.
Ακριβώς.
Αλλά φτάσαμε στο τέλος.
Μιλάμε για χρόνο και πλέον αυτή η διαδικασία.
Να κλείσω πολύ γρήγορα με 2 λόγια για την πρωτοβάθμια φροντίδα υγείας. Να πω ότι στο Κέντρο Υγείας Βορείου Ταμέα λειτουργεί ένας ιατρικός και ιατροτεχνολογικός μηχανισμός που θα ντοζίλευε ακόμα και ένα νοσοκομείο. Να πω χαρακτηριστικά το μηχάνημα OCT που έχουμε εκεί για τις οφθαλμολογικές εξετάσεις είναι κάτι που δεν υπάρχει ούτε στο νοσοκομείο. Και για να έρθω ως μία γρήγορη απάντηση στο αρχικό σας ερώτημα, κάνουμε μία προσπάθεια τώρα έτσι ώστε εναλλάξει τα 2 κέντρα υγείας της πόλης, τα 2 κέντρα υγείας αστικού τύπου της πόλης, του βορείου και του νοτίου τομέα, να λειτουργούν και το Σαββατοκύριακο εναλλάξει.
Μάλιστα. Αυτό είναι πολύ καλή είδηση.